2025 regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for everyone.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Santa Maria.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Ross.
Here. And you have some ceremonial items to read or items to read?
Yes, I'll read both of them. Item 1, Black History Month, and Item 2, Peace Corps Week, February 23rd through March 1st, 2025.
And we'll start out with Black History Month. How are you doing? Black History Month, February of 2025. Whereas Black History Month is an annual observance in February dedicated to recognizing and celebrating the invaluable contributions and achievements of African Americans throughout the history of the United States. And whereas the national theme for Black History Month 2025 is African Americans and labor, focusing on the profound ways that work, encompassing free and unfree, skilled and unskilled, vocational and voluntary labor, has intersected with the collective experiences of Black people. And whereas African Americans' history can be found in every part of the nation as they constructed and designed some of the most iconic examples of architectural heritage in the country, specifically in the South. And whereas 2025 marks the 100-year anniversary of the creation of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters and Maids by labor organizer and civil rights activist A. Philip Randolph, which was the first Black union to receive a charter in the American Federation of Labor. And whereas in Santa Barbara County, the African American community has significantly contributed to the region's cultural, economic, and social fabric as documented in the African American Black History Context Statement by Page and Turnbull, Healing Justice Santa Barbara in the City of Santa Barbara. And whereas Black History Month is not only an opportunity to recognize the unique struggles of Black Americans, it also celebrates the accomplishments, integrity, talents, leadership, determination, and progress of the Black community while honoring its resilience and commitment to creating new opportunities for future generations. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim February 2025 as Black History Month in Santa Barbara and encourage community members to engage in activities and discussions to further their understanding of and appreciation for Black history. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, council, administrators, and the City of Santa Barbara. My name is Darryl McNeil. I am the co-creator of the Santa Barbara Black Culture House, along with my wife over here, Sally Foxon. We, the Santa Barbara Black Culture House, amongst several other Black cultural leaders and groups, are humbled and honored to receive this distinguished recognition for Black History Month. On behalf of Culture House, Healing Justice Santa Barbara, the Martin Luther King Jr. Committee, James Joyce III, Gateway Educational Services, the many Black activists, community organizers, thought leaders, and cultural advocates, and the Black community at large here in the City of Santa Barbara, thank you for seeing us, for recognizing us, and respecting our contributions to the life's blood of this place that we all call home. In the current political climate, it's not lost on us the growing pushback against acknowledgement of the diversity of this nation's disparate communities, each with their own rich cultures, histories, identities, and stories, all of which equally make up the fabric of this city, this state, and this country, and all deserving the right to be heard and respected as per our constitutional decree. Despite this, we are unintimidated and undeterred. We continue to show up and do this work on behalf of our communities and for all of those who are open to it, the cultural enrichment, and much-needed truth-telling of the nation at large. We thank you all for showing up and supporting us in this work and supporting our community. We appreciate you all very much. Thank you.
Well put. My second proclamation is for Peace Corps Week. It's February 23rd to March 1st, 2025. Whereas the Peace Corps was established by President John F. Kennedy on March the 1st, 1961, to promote world peace and friendship by fulfilling three goals. 1, to help interested countries meet their need for trained men and women. 2, to help promote a better understanding of Americans on the part of the people served. And 3, to help improve American citizens' understanding of people across the globe. And whereas the Peace Corps partners with communities abroad to find sustainable solutions to world challenges through volunteers who engage in people-to-people public service and citizen diplomacy, addressing the challenges in agriculture, community economic development, education, environment, health, and youth development. And whereas Peace Corps volunteers return home as global citizens with unique cross-cultural perspectives, as well as leadership, language, teaching, and community development skills that provide value in today's global economy. And whereas today, with over 240,000 Americans having served as Peace Corps volunteers in 142 countries, the Peace Corps remains committed to its ideals, and its volunteers leave a legacy in the lives of those they reach, educate, and inspire. And whereas the University of California, Santa Barbara has a long, rich history of producing Peace Corps volunteers, and Santa Barbara County has a strong presence of returned Peace Corps volunteers with an active local Peace Corps association. And whereas Peace Corps Week annually commemorates the establishment of the Peace Corps in March 1961, celebrating all the ways the Peace Corps makes a difference at home and abroad, while renewing the agency's commitment to service. Now therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim February 23rd through March 1st, 2025 as Peace Corps Week, commending the Santa Barbara Peace Corps Association, LA Regional Peace Corps Office, and local returned Peace Corps volunteers for advancing Peace Corps missions locally in Santa Barbara. Thank you. Is there someone here to receive this? Why, Naomi, how are you?
We'll go shorter here.
And thank you for all your work.
Thank you, and thank you. Good afternoon, Council. I am Naomi Kovacs. I have been affiliated with Peace Corps in numerous ways over the past many years. I originally started as a Peace Corps volunteer. I served as a community development volunteer in Cameroon, Africa. I then returned to Cameroon as a Peace Corps technical trainer and taught the water and sanitation volunteers how to do their job. I then more recently became a mentor with the University of California statewide, all of the universities. They have a Peace Corps prep program. And I am on the board and have been for a long time of our local nonprofit Peace Corps Association. I'm also our incoming president for the association. I have with me today 3 former returned Peace Corps volunteers as well, who I just want them to introduce themselves and let you know where they served.
My name is Rose Wills, and I served in India. I was at an agricultural university, and I was a liaison between the university and the villages. I also served in Montserrat in the Caribbean when the volcano exploded and destroyed about 2/3 of the island, and I was doing disaster relief and relocating elderly people from a hurricane shelter into a residential care facility for the elderly.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Dillon. I was Peace Corps Fiji from 78 to 81, and I worked as a town planner in the Native Land Trust Board, planning, basic land use planning for Fiji. And I also played a lot of basketball and coached a lot of women's basketball for about most of that period of time and just had a great time. That was a good way to break into the social fabric of the community's play sports, so thank you.
My name is Michael Marzola. I served 4 years in Central America, primarily Guatemala, but I also did work in Honduras and El Salvador. In El Salvador, I did nutrition education, research project, Honduras, disaster recovery after Hurricane Fifi. And in Guatemala, I served doing nutrition education, ag programs, as well as doing reconstruction after the earthquake in 1976. I came back to this country. I ended up becoming a Peace Corps recruiter in Boston. I served as a recruiter for 4 years. I went on from that. I did some training, Peace Corps training in California on using alternative energy projects. And I came to Santa Barbara in '83 and helped start the Santa Barbara Peace Corps Association. And I think all 4 of us have been presidents of the group. So that's my story, and I'll stick to it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
It really is an amazing group of people who are involved in our association. I want to thank you for joining us in celebrating Peace Corps Week and for honoring how Peace Corps volunteers foster connections and contribute to meaningful change around the world, in the U.S. and also here at home in Santa Barbara. There's a different theme each week for Peace Corps Week. This year's theme is Tales of Transformation, which celebrates the changes that individuals and communities can experience when the power of human connection is shared worldwide. It highlights intercultural exchanges, big and small, that lead to positive growth and sustainable change. To date, over 1,500 UCSB alumni have served in the Peace Corps, leading it to be among the top 10 large colleges and universities that have produced the highest all-time number of Peace Corps volunteers since the agency was established in 1961. The Santa Barbara area also has a strong returned Peace Corps volunteer community. We bring experience to various work sectors, volunteering for many causes locally, and enrich our local community in other ways. If anyone here today in the audience or watching online is interested in connecting with our group, either because you're a returned volunteer or you're interested in learning more about the Peace Corps, just Google us online, Santa Barbara Peace Corps Association. We would love to meet you and talk with you. So thank you again, Council, for celebrating this week with us, and we appreciate your continued support.
Thank you. All right, very good. With that, Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, one change. We'd like to pull consent calendar item number 8, which is the resolution upholding the appeal and denying the decision of the Parks and Rec Commission to change the street tree species designation for Anapamu Street, and we'd like to move that to a later council agenda date. We don't have a date certain yet, but we will bring it back.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And with that, Madam Clerk, do you have some items to read for the consent calendar?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 4, disestablishment of the Downtown and Old Town Business Improvement District assessments, ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only. An ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara repealing chapters 4.39 and 4.43 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code and disestablishing the Downtown Parking and Business Improvement Area and the Old Town Parking and Business Improvement Area. Item 5, Title 25, Objective Design and Development Standards and amendments to the Title 30 zoning ordinance, ordinance adoption. Recommendation the Council A, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding Title 25, Objective Design and Development Standards, and B, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by amending chapters 30.15, 30.140, 30.145, 30.175, 30.205, 30.220, 30.250, 30.295, and 30.300 pertaining to regulations for objective design and development standards. Item 6, acceptance of grant funds and increase in design contract for the desalination plant offshore pump platform stabilization project, resolution agreement. Recommendation the Council B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 24066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2025, to appropriate funds for the desalination plant offshore pump platform stabilization project. Item 7, fiscal year 2025, second quarter review, resolution, recommendation that Council C adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 24130 to approve proposed second quarter Q2 adjustments to fiscal year 2025 revenue and expenditure appropriations as detailed in the attached schedule of proposed Q2 adjustments. And D, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending position salary control resolution 24131 for authorized positions for fiscal year 2025. The Human Resources Department requests council approval for the following adjustments, including the following position changes. Changes are effective December 31st, 2024. Item 8, resolution upholding the appeal and denying the decision. That has been moved. Item 9, resolution denying the appeal and upholding the decision of the Planning Commission regarding the 17 through 21 West Montecito Street Hotel Project resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara denying the appeal and upholding the decision of the Planning Commission granting approval of a coastal development permit, parking modification, and development plan for the hotel project at 17 through 21 West Montecito Street. And that is all for the consent calendar.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any members of council that need to pull a consent item for either a separate vote or for comment? Very good. Do we have anyone online and want to do the same? Madam Clerk.
We have one raised hand, Sullivan Israel. I will call on Sullivan Israel to see if they wish to speak on consent.
On consent,
Right.
okay?
Sullivan Israel, you have raised your hand. Do you wish to speak on a consent item? And if so, which number or which topic?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I give a general public comment and something on consent at the same time?
Sir,
Which
Okay.
consent item do you wish to speak on?
The bike ordinance item?
that's not on consent.
That's been an admin item, so we'll mute you and you can come back for general public comment
Okay,
or
thank you.
that item. So, Mr. Mayor, no
Okay.
hands raised for consent.
Thanks very much. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, absent item 8, which has been moved to a future date.
I'll make the motion.
Okay? Mr. Gutierrez? And seconded by Mr. Friedman. May we have the roll call vote, please? Or-
Yes, this is a motion for the entirety of the consent calendar by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman. The consent except for item 8.
8.
Okay, go ahead and vote. Okay, go ahead and vote.
Thank you. Passed unanimously. With that, we'll go to the report from the Finance Committee. Mr. Chair.
Today at the Finance, we heard the second quarter financial update, which was part of today's agenda, and it was looking at the projections going forward, and it was kind of the first look a little bit at the budget projections for next year. So that was in today's agenda item as well on the consent calendar.
All right, very good. And with that, we'll move to general public comment. We have public comment is 3 minutes at the dais for any subject that is not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. And we'll start out with Mark Redmond.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Redmond from Kansas, Farm Boy. I know the work ethic, and I am going to run unofficially right now, because you're not supposed to till 6 months before the election, November 2026 as mayor. Randy's done a good job, but I'm going to do better. Make this the best town it's ever been. And I run a podcast, and to get these kids off of the illegal street drugs, you could get arrested, in jail, and also you're playing Russian roulette with your life, because my nephew died 3 years ago, August 4th, 2021, almost 4 years this summer. And I started this podcast, Tracy Lear, who's the anchor on the weekends, and I have a really close, journalistic experience with her. She's going to interview me for mayor, and I am going to work hard because I only sleep from midnight to 5, and I get up and walk out and see the ocean, and I can't stand those oil rigs. I want wind power, thermal, and let's get rid of the high cost of public Pacific Gas and Electric, and let's have more thermal and wind power. And so I've got 31 podcasts in the tank, and I got 2 that came out in February. I'm honoring Black History Month, you know. And I go to the alcoholic and the drug meetings, and I hear horror stories of, oh, I died twice, Mark. But I only give out a little lion to the ones that have gone 10 years drug-free and set the example for the younger ones. Get off the couch and get a hobby. Learn how to sing, write your own songs. And, you know, go hiking and surfing. I took surf lessons at 67 when I came out here 3 years ago. And I'm getting better. I can get up. It's just like skateboarding. It's all balance. You just got to dig and catch the speed of the wave. Watch out for the rocks. Anyway, I think it's about my 3 minutes up there, Randy, Mr. Mayor.
Got 1 minute 13 left.
Oh, I still got a little while. Okay, you know what? I am from a farm family. I have 5 sisters and 4 brothers, but 3 sisters died in the last 7 years of cancer. So the other 2 now are making sure they go get a blood test every 6 months and get the CAT scans and whatever they need, because my 3 sisters didn't have money for insurance, and then they didn't want to use the public, and then when they started bleeding, it was all cervical, vagina, and the other one was, it's all female related. So the other 2 now are lucky. I got an older sister, 74, used to be an athlete, got first in the baseball, softball, and I was the president of my senior class, and my sister-in-law, Carrie Cornwell Redmond, is the executive to our Speaker of the Assembly in Sacramento, and she's going to help me be mayor. By God, I'm going to make this town the best town it's ever been. It's going to be more of a heaven and not a hell, and I want everyone to unite and work together and quit fighting. I'm telling you, I'm going to have an apprentice part 2, and I'm going to fire Mr. T, because he's not getting along with Congress. His own Republican Congress, he's got a majority in the House, the Senate, and now he...
Okay,
You know,
now you're 3 minutes. Right?
He didn't even pass the infrastructure bill like Biden did. Now the potholes are fixed here in this town.
All right, thank you.
I love you all over the world, even in Santa Barbara.
Jason, is it Colbert or Colbert?
How do you follow that?
You never know whether, yeah.
I don't think I can.
I love you, Jason.
Give it your best shot.
I'm gonna do my best. I'm just here like just public speaking because I mean, how can I put this? The situation, like a lot of cities are experiencing homelessness, and I mean, I'm on a Section 8 voucher. I'm about to lose it. I'm trying to save it, and it's just like the housing authority. Like, how can I put it? They're good. They pay your rent. I know this is off the thing, but I mean, it's just like they don't do anything to like really help people when they're experiencing. It's just like a lot of cities are experiencing these issues. And it's just like that they need to be held accountable. These kind of agencies need to be held accountable because they're not doing their job when we're supposed to be keeping people housed, not unhoused. Right? Because we have a lot of people with mental illnesses, drug problems, a lot of issues, and it's just like a lot of people are pissed off about it. But it's like, why don't they do their job? Because a lot of the times I get excuses when I talk to housing authority. We don't get involved in the landlord-tenant disputes. Well, that's their job. They should get involved in that, right? But they don't want to because they're lazy, and we have all these tiny homes. We have all these things. There's people that want to comply, and there's people that don't. But it's like we have so many multiple problems. You know what I mean? And it's like rich. We got the orange man back in the White House, right? We know he doesn't care. He doesn't care about anybody, right? And it's true. So it's like, I mean, we do have to come together. Like what you said, unite. That's true. But I'm just like, I mean, a lot of these agencies, they put on a good front, but they're not real. There's a lot of how can I put it? It's a lot of BS involved. I mean, we really have to. I mean, I don't want to be homeless again. You know what I mean? And I'm just saying, like, we have to, like, that's most people that politicians, right? They run on these kind of say we want to do something about it, but a lot of times, how can I put it? They don't. They do, but you don't see the work. Like we got the tiny homes here in Santa Barbara. We have them everywhere, things like that. And I mean, some of it works, some of it doesn't. Out in the city of Galita, there's the Super 8 motel. I think they're running it like a jail. I guess sometimes you have to have protocols, but it's just a mess everywhere, And it's just like, it just really upsets me that city housing, as I say, they do pay your rent, but they don't do the job they're supposed to do. And there's a lot of agencies there, they put up a good front, but they're not, it's a lot of BS, you know what I mean? So I mean, we really got to do better. We really got to do better. There's a lot of people with mental illnesses, drug addictions, things like that. And I mean, we should be keeping people housed, not unhoused, you know what I mean? And, as far as like here in Santa Barbara, I'm a native of Santa Barbara, like a lot of businesses have shut down, as we know. I mean, are they going to ever open up State Street again, sir, do you think? I hope so, right? It's been closed for 5 years, right? In Ventura, they want to open it up again because a lot of people are mad. Out in Goleta, they're mad about a lot of businesses are going at, So anyways, thank you very much. I'm glad I'm here because it's televised, and maybe people will listen, right?
I got your message, Jason.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
I feel better already. Thank you very
All right,
much.
thanks. All right, Stephen Mead is our next speaker.
They're building housing in Cali Real.
Thank you. Distinguished Mayor, all the council, thank you for having me. A little early for me to talk about solstice, but let's get that out the way first thing, okay? Y'all are invited. Really are. And you're going to love it. Have you been watching it from afar? You've seen this before? Good. You're part of it now. Own it. It's going to be fun. We have the Pass the Hat float. You've always been a big help, and I want to thank you for that. And let's get that done again this year. For right now, let's think about maybe State Street again. I know I said I would never bring it up to you again, but here I am. Well, just going to give you some anecdotal information on a humble ad salesman and a couple of 40 years in watching what local business can or can't be on State Street. So I feel compelled to give you some of that information and the impact on commerce. We'll start with the idea that I've got 5 businesses who are clients. KJEE Radio, 92.9 on your dial, number 1 in your heart. SantaBarbara.com, edhat.com, and the Santa Barbara Trolley, run by Teddy, who you'll hear from a little bit later. Teddy Drew is a local business owner and has been for many years, not only with the bike rental, but with the trolley. And to give you some idea of what happened after COVID, well, before COVID, we had 2 trolleys running up and down State Street. Every hour you'd see a trolley everywhere you looked. So we had drivers, we had mechanics working, we had ad salesmen, we had lots of fun. Right now we've got 1 trolley running 5 days a week rather than 2 trolleys running 7 days a week. If we had State Street open, might be a different story. And that's a local business that is ready to work and could be a big part of the new design that you guys are obviously working on. So if you think about the loss of what we've got there, I've also looked at a lot of the retail guys, the restaurant guys. They're all saying the same thing to me. People walk about 2 blocks as a max. They'll go from the parking lot to there, but they're not really going to be walking 7 or 8 blocks. This is not New York. We just have to go with what we know. So what we see is people get up and do what they do, but they don't do it the way they used to do it when there was a shuttle or there was a trolley or something to get you up and down State Street. So you can put me obviously in that corner of the argument, and I hope it all works out with all of your discussions. What I'd like to say right now, you have all the options. Perfect is not on the menu, and I think one of my Army friends said one time, make a decision even if it's wrong is the Army way. Maybe we need to be the Army way right about now. I'm not sure. But what you guys have is all the information in front of you, and I think my vote is obviously let's open at least 1 lane of State Street. You guys are going to fix some of it today, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Audrey Liggett.
I'm a little prepared. Good afternoon. I recently had the opportunity to meet with the housing agency staff and the city attorney's office regarding the loan rehabilitation program. The core issues remain unchanged, and they remain unchanged with it sounds like little intention to change. Why so much resistance to fixing such an outrageously simple problem that has devastating consequences? When asked about why statements haven't been sent to borrowers for decades, Tava Ostringer with the city attorney's office and housing's response simply is, we don't need to because of the nature of the loans. This is insane. Washington Mutual, which was the poster child for bad loans prior to the financial crisis and provided some of the worst loans, had deferred loans which resulted in a balloon payment, not unlike the cities, but even WAMU sent statements to their deferred borrowers. Even more egregious is the city is still demanding payment even though documentation of any possible prior payments don't exist. So you'll have to forgive me because the quote isn't perfect, but roughly speaking, the city attorney's office claimed that these loans weren't necessarily meant to be paid in that manner, end quote, that is to say, as partial payments, as the justification for why the payment systems downstairs, which is on the promissory note where you're supposed to make payments, contains zero data on these loans should raise some eyebrows. Again, the excuse given by Tava and the city attorney's office is a joke. Simply put, the city of Santa Barbara did not maintain proper record keeping and is now putting that failure on dead people in creating the lamest excuses for why this is okay. So here are some basic changes that council can push to have done. 1, direct the Housing and Development Agency to send loan statements, monthly, quarterly, annually, something. 2, ensure the city has proper systems to track payments on these loans. Right now, it doesn't. And if anyone tells you that the city does, ask when it was created, because unless it happened in the last 10 days, they are stretching the truth to the absolute breaking point. Lastly, during our conversation, the city attorney's office refused to present a solution to council, so I'll go ahead and just suggest it, which is consider a 0% interest rate plan moving forward, or interest rate forgiveness. Otherwise, folks down on Garden Street at the housing agency are going to continue to push the narrative that homes must be sold or foreclosed on. Thanks.
Thank you. Tom Oswald?
Good afternoon. I'm back to ask about the proposed 50-unit apartment complex on Grand Avenue. You spoke to the Riviera Association a couple months ago. You made some encouraging noises that maybe these buildings would not be built. I don't know if there's an update or anything like that. But what I wanted to do, if those of you who haven't driven or been in the lower Riviera of Santa Barbara, I recommend it. And think about the Pacific Palisades and Altadena. This is what our roads look like. The roads below APS have not been repaired. I've been there for 44 years. The pavement has never been repaired below APS because they're concrete roads. It's difficult to drive. The roads are narrow, and I can't imagine in a complex with 50 units with one parking place per unit. That's outrageous. The hospital buildings down below have 2.2 spaces per apartment. Most people have 2 cars. And so I think this is a great safety issue here, both for people getting up the hill in case of emergency or down the hill from the upper Riviera. There are not as many ways down the hill as you might think. Many of the streets are not continuous. If you go on APS, you can't just turn down and get away from the hill. You can't do it except on a few streets, indirectly on California Street where I live. So I would like you to keep the image in mind of this horrible catastrophe in Los Angeles and imagine it happening on the Riviera or other places in Santa Barbara and us being like them. And I don't know if if you can give any update on whether it's possible that these will not go forward because the city failed to reach its housing element, as I understand that's how the rules work. And I'm hopeful somebody will make some noise about whether this is going to happen or not. Thank you.
Thank you. And, oops, I lost my last speaker slip. There it is. Jacqueline Enda.
Mayor, Council, I've been speaking too much today. I am here in representation of Casa de la Raza. I wanted to inform you officially in the community that the Ambassador of Mexico will be joining us at Casa de la Raza tomorrow with an evening workshop for everybody in the community to attend. And that's with the partnership with 805 and DocuFund at 6 p.m. And cordially inviting the community to participate in that, learn a little bit about what's going on with consulate and the services that agencies are providing for our folks here in this community. Aside from that, this weekend there was a family raid of ICE agents who also were teamed up with FBI. FBI knocked on the door, screamed out FBI, before the sun came up on Sunday morning, broke the door down, and then pinned the United States citizen who had asked for a warrant to be shown before entry to the ground, handcuffed him, and put a gun to the back of his head. This while waking up all of the other children in the home, the grandmother and the individual that was arrested. The reason why I share this story is because this story is, to the core, what has caused terror in our communities. The fact that the two majority-minority districts have been swamped with ICE sightings, not arrests, but just constant everyday sightings, specifically in those particular districts, should cause alarm to our city council. And I know that our council cannot respond to things that are associated with federal government, but something has to change to provide safety in this community, particularly creating the kind of panic that would incite people to think about getting up and leaving their homes and moving to other areas in the city or other areas in the region, or coming to Casa for safe haven. We have now served over 900 families at Casa in the last 3 weeks. 900 families of people who will not go home. And how do you explain that to the children that come home every day to parents that are not there just because the parents are scared? The fear is real. And I come to you with that heartfelt understanding that we will work through this, and that with your council support, we will get the kind of support, mental health services, and response that the terror has caused upon our community, that we could work together to help heal. On March 31st, we will be holding a vigil for our community in remembrance of Cesar Chavez, and we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public commenters online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 3 hands raised. We have Sullivan Israel, then Aaron Ashland, then Guthrie Leonard.
Okay, can we determine if they are general or if they're specific to an item before they speak?
Yes, when I call on each person, I'll ask each speaker to identify if you are there for general public comment. So Sullivan Israel, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am speaking generally right now. So yeah, this is Sully Israel. Hi, everybody. I'm speaking as an individual as well. The first thing I wanted to say to everybody on council was thank you for appointing me to the Neighborhood Advisory Council. I don't think I've gotten the chance to thank all of you. I know you're busy people, so I thought I'd use the opportunity. I got to be on the first meeting a couple weeks ago, and it was fun for me. I gotta be honest, you know, being so involved in city politics and all these different things, and being able to have a more official role and ask questions actually about the bike ordinance, which is coming up later today. It was really great, and I'm really appreciative of the opportunity. So thanks again for appointing me, and I hope to do really good work there. In other news, some members of Strongtown Santa Barbara, including myself, were out on Sunday on State Street, where we set up a table. We had posters, some information. We printed out some of the public comments that we've sent to you before about State Street. And we did another one of our postcard campaigns where we asked people to stop and send in a public comment to you guys. These are people who you will never see in city council meetings. They might not even know where City Hall is, but we catch them as they're shopping or doing something. Some of them are tourists, right? They're not even from town. But just to send you guys a quick sentence or two about State Street, and mostly on postcards. And so you'll be getting those over the coming days, hopefully. Very, very positive comments from people. There was a group of friends from LA who said that they come up to State Street just specifically to escape the cars and the traffic of Los Angeles. And so that continues to be a success in our opinion, of course. Then the last thing I wanted to tell you, actually someone earlier mentioned transit on State Street. So as I'm sure you know, Friends of State Street is organizing to have some kind of golf cart service, which does not require the street being reopened to cars. Neither would bringing the trolley back, by the way. But anyway, they have asked Strongtowns and all of its volunteers to help do a transit survey while that service is running, to actually collect data about who's using the system, why they're using it, where they're going, what kind of businesses they're going to. And so we're going to try and gather volunteers and actually gather data for you guys so that in the long-term planning, you'll actually be able to make some database decisions about who the audience is who wants a shuttle and what they use it for. And so we hope to be out at least for a few days asking people as they get on and off the shuttle various questions. And if you have a question that you're wondering about that you would like us to ask, get in touch with us and we'll put it on the survey. So that's everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Aaron Ashland, and please confirm as you begin that you wish to speak on general public comment, and you can go ahead.
Yes, these comments are general. Dear Mr. Mayor and City Council members, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to begin by acknowledging the hard work of our city officials, especially Ms. McAdoo, our dedicated law enforcement, and our engaged community members who care deeply about downtown Santa Barbara. However, I have some concerns. There's been a noticeable uptick in graffiti downtown, and it's very concerning. We all want to clean and inviting downtown, but cleaning up after the fact isn't enough. We need proactive measures like increased consistent patrols and community officers working directly with business owners, which could help deter vandalism before it happens. Two, this is now 2 Saturdays ago, one of my female employees was punched in the face when she tried to help someone who was being attacked as part of an 8-person brawl at about 10 p.m. on a Saturday night. This involved open containers of alcohol and a skateboard being used as a weapon. I can't help but ask, would this have happened if officers had been walking the beat, especially on the 500 block? A steady, visible presence could have de-escalated the situation early. Right now, our safety relies solely on calling 911, and the reactive approach isn't sufficient. 3, the mayor recently mentioned that we can't roll a black and white down the State Street, but this isn't true, and we already do it. We just aren't doing it enough. Downtown conditions have changed, so our approach to public safety must change. We need proactive, visible policing and community engagement that address the concerns of business owners, workers, and visitors alike. And then 4, I just want to say I think you guys did the right thing by selling Kira, the dog, to the handler for $1. Appreciate that.
All right, very good.
And our final speaker is Guthrie Leonard, and as you begin, please confirm that you wish to speak on general public comment. Go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. I just want to start by thanking you all so much for the work you do. I understand it's very difficult, it's very time consuming, and you have a lot of different priorities to get to, so I appreciate you making time for everyone in the community and to hearing all the things they have to say. I just want to talk about State Street, and I'm a student at San Diego State, where I'm actually calling from. This is my last semester, and I'm really looking forward to moving back home. And I just want to say every time that I come home for break, the thing that I look forward to is riding my bike to State Street. And this is the place that I spend a lot of time. It's where I hang out with friends. It's where I go to shop and eat. And it's just a pleasure to be there. And I do want to validate the concerns of other people. I understand, e-bikes are a problem. I do understand crime is a problem. I think really there's an opportunity there to take advantage of the pedestrianized area, right? We could put a cop on a bicycle. This exists in other places. I think this is a good opportunity. But I also just want to say that there's a lot of detailed work that many researchers have done that shows pedestrianized areas do actually lead to increased economic activity and development. And while I appreciate the concerns of some members of our community, I don't know that they have real, detailed, data-driven evidence for their claims that closing State Street has resulted in economic harm. And I would encourage City Council, for whatever decisions they make regarding State Street, to do it in a evidence-based manner, because ultimately I think that's what matters. And some of that evidence could be survey data from individuals on how they feel, but I think we need to move forward in a way that prioritizes stuff based on what's real and true versus what people think. And personally, I have just seen so many people care about State Street since it's been closed to cars. And I just want to encourage you to look at some of the survey data you already have. I know Strong Towns did a survey of local business owners and found that around 75% of them along State Street, largely not restaurants, 75% of them were wanted to keep it car-free, and that doesn't even include neutral answers. And I'd also encourage you. I know the State Street Advisory Committee had some surveys that went out. But yeah, I know that I walk up and down the extent of State Street, and so I encourage you guys to move forward in an evidence-based manner. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then with that, we'll close public comment. There are no further speakers. All right, very good. With that, we have no poll consent items, so any council member committee assignment reports? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Arts Advisory Committee meeting last week and also the Access Advisory Committee meeting and the Youth Council meeting. And if any of you want an update on what they discussed, please see me after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended the Elected Leaders Forum on Housing and Homelessness, Kachuma Operation and Maintenance Board meeting. Good news, the fish are really, they're in really good shape, a lot of them. Attended a town hall meeting with County Supervisor Roy Lee on fire safety, and had great support from our own fire chief and officers and firefighters, and then also in conjunction with County Fire. And I know we're having a city town hall coming up. Attended chamber, no, I'm sorry. Those are later engagements. I'll save those to the end.
All right, thank you. Mr. Friedman.
I attended the City Library Advisory Board meeting.
All right, very good. And I was at the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments meeting, and what pertains to our council is the pursuing the last SB1 funding, which we should know something about hopefully by spring, regarding the last part of the 101 and my favorite subject, an on-ramp off of Cabrillo on the southbound. That's my Christmas wish. We'll see if we get there. All right, very good. With that, we will move on to item number 20.
Very good. Item 20, amending Chapter 10.52 of the Municipal Code regarding bicycles and e-conveyances, ordinance introduction, and recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Chapter 10.52 of the Municipal Code pertaining to bicycles and e-conveyances.
Wow, how many people does it take to make an ordinance? Look at these guys. And is this Mr. Duemas or Chief Gordon that's going to kick this off? Chief Gordon. Oh, Mr. Duemas.
Thank you. Afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm joined today to do a presentation on amendments to Chapter 1052 that deal with bicycles, electronic bicycles, e-conveyances, et cetera. Joined with me today is Chief Kelly Gordon from the Police Department, Commander Christopher Payne, Deputy City Attorney Heather Minter, as well as two members from the Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, which we're very fortunate to have with us today, Michelle Kerwood and Diana Garcia. And before we start, I'd like to have the Chief allow her to make some opening comments regarding this ordinance.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. So clearly, we've already presented this to Ordinance Committee, and we've taken the comments that we received in Ordinance Committee as well as all the public comments back, and have spent some considerable amount of time making sure that we try to address those concerns with what we bring before you today. And, you know, I really want to make this clear. I said this at Ordinance. You know, we're coming to you with something that you asked for from us, so we're trying to respond to your request. The police department is definitely not against cyclists at all, or bicyclists, whatever term we want to refer to it as. We just want to, and we're not also excluding and ignoring the behaviors of bad motorists either. We're just looking at this from public safety for everyone and making sure that we have the appropriate tools to change behavior. So I just really want to start this with that so that we can really lay the groundwork with what we're going to present today. This has been a team effort. Yes, we're presenting with the City Attorney's Office, but We've had input from downtown parking, sustainability, transportation planning. We really appreciate everyone's valuable contributions to this process. You know, we've talked with SB Move. We're actually, you'll see later, I'm stealing Commander Payne's thunder, but we have been partnering with them on actually part of our Office of Traffic Safety grants and getting them involved in that process so that we can work with them in our educational efforts. So this is truly what I would like to consider a team effort, and it's about safety. We are certainly not against bicyclists, cyclists. And the other piece is we did take to heart some of the concerns at the ordinance committee and are coming back, and that's why we are here with CADA. And I think what we have to offer and what you're going to hear about in terms of some options for diversion for those juveniles, I think you'll be happy. At least I know I am, and have spent some time with CADA through this process and seeing what they do, and really have a lot of respect for that. And I think it will bring the results, which is change behavior. So.
Thank you. And as I mentioned, we'll be presenting this together with the police department and the city attorney's office. And so just to give an overview, an outline of the presentation, we'll discuss first the policy objectives behind this ordinance. We'll present you some numbers, some interesting statistics as to what's been going on and some of the purposes behind some of these regulations. Then we'll go into explaining some of the regulations, the main ones regarding this ordinance, and then discuss the enforcement remedies that Chief kind of just mentioned too as well, and being very creative and trying to truly address the issue through education and outreach. And then with that point, we'll discuss the efforts that the police department have taken on education and outreach, and then provide a summary. And after the city's presentation, we'll have a short presentation, as I mentioned, from the council on alcoholism and drug abuse.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Commander Chris Payne with the Police Department. And when we were looking at this ordinance, we started by looking at some of the challenges that we were going to face when amending an ordinance and bringing it up to date. So we looked at different enforcement challenges, such as different environments, whether it's the promenade, any of our bike paths, and the regular public streets that are open to both vehicles and bicyclists. We also looked at safety concerns as part of that enforcement. We looked at juvenile law and how that applies and what's best for our local youth and how we can write an ordinance that's fair to them but also doesn't burden the juvenile probation system. Balancing education versus enforcement. The police department has spent a lot of time working with all the other city departments and SB Move to really focus on being education centric in the beginning to really provide that information and educate everybody. And also police department prioritizations. You know, we have different staffing issues that we have to look at on a regular basis, our calls for service at that particular point in time when somebody calls us, as well as other community concerns and balancing all of those different situations along with the particular bicycle enforcement. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about this ordinance, again, most of the amendments have come specifically in the realm of the e-bike, right? We've already had a bicycle ordinance in the city of Santa Barbara in our municipal code, and it's been in place since the 80s, to my knowledge. So with that being said, it's not really changing the entire ordinance. It's just updating it to include new technology that's upon us today. So when we talk about the e-bikes themselves, the e-bikes fall into 3 different categories, and those are up there on the screen. We have a Class 1 e-bike, which is pedal assist only with a maximum speed of 20 miles an hour. We have the Class 2, which is a mix between a pedal or throttle assist, and also with a maximum speed of 20 miles an hour. And then Class 3 is the fastest e-bike that's out there. It's pedal assist, but it has a maximum speed of 30 miles an hour. It must be operated by a user of 16 years of age or older and cannot operate on a Class 1 bikeway or bike path, which is similar to what we have on Cabrillo Boulevard in Las Positas. And then also it does require the use of helmet by all ages. Next slide, please. When considering the safety component of this ordinance, we go to the data that we currently have. On the screen before you, we have the collision reports from 2022, 23, and 24. The reason that it's only 3 years is the form that we use to record traffic collisions is recorded on a form called a CHP 555, which is developed by California Highway Patrol. In 2022 is when that form was amended to include e-bikes and being able to note and capture that data. So looking at 2022 through 2024, obviously we've seen a significant rise in e-bike collisions over that 3-year period involving a multitude of different vehicles, whether it's other bicyclists or other vehicles. In the far right column, there's 3 different sets of numbers for 2022, 2023, and 2024. And at the top, it says P1 equals at fault in collision. So when we write a collision report, normally the way we do it is we do a complete investigation and we determine who party 1 is. And party 1 is the person that is most at fault at that collision. And as you can see in the most recent year, so 2024, the e-bicyclist was at fault 69 times versus they were party 2 or not found least at fault 38 times out of those 107 collisions. Next slide, please.
So when we're looking at the policy objectives, there's a lot of sources that we've looked at. And the sources would be our current code. We did a State Street Promenade ordinance for bike safety before, and the vehicle code. Now, the majority of the regulations we're proposing today are contained in the vehicle code. Not everything. There are some things we want to curtail to what is addressing local issues here in Santa Barbara, but the vast majority. So it's not a match for match. That wasn't the exact goal of that. The biggest reason and the most helpful reason why we're doing this is because when you look at it, the vehicle code, it's divided in so many different chapters, and it's a very dense, thick book. And our current ordinance also has different regulations divided in different sections of the muni code. And then finally, when you look at it, you have different ordinances we passed that not codified in the municipal code, but other things like ordinance number 5944. So that causes confusion, and so the goal of this is to have it under one chapter that helps provide better clarity and transparency for the public in terms of the required operations. In addition, placing this ordinance in muni code allows more tools for enforcement, right? It doesn't have to just be so punitive like infractions to go to traffic court, which can be points against your DMV record. It allows to have conversations, allows through warnings, administrative fines, and then through those administrative fines, they're detailed processes that do allow for significant due process to explain the situation or to hear the situation. So that allows even a greater chance to discuss issues you normally wouldn't get through a court system in traffic court. And when we're looking at this, part of the thing that going, as Commander Payne was saying, is we needed to do some updates, right? The technology has changed over the years. A lot of this code is from the 1980s. So there isn't anything defining electronic bikes or e-conveyances, et cetera. So that's what this code does as well. It provides updated definitions and languages for all the new devices that we see out there. It removes the need for the emergency ordinance that we adopted over a year and a half ago regarding State Street Promenade. This ordinance applies not just to State Street, but to the entire city. And as I mentioned, the one source you'll see here is the vehicle code, right? And here are some of the major tenets that we kind of wanted to point out that our ordinance, mirrors. Must obey all traffic laws. You must yield the right of way to pedestrians. Type 1 and 2 electric bikes are allowed where regular bikes are, unless a sign prohibits them. Bicyclists under the age of 18 must wear an approved helmet. And so these are some of the things that our ordinance contains. And just as you recall, back in March of 2023, we did establish the State Street Promenade. And some of these rules, you'll see mirror what we have in the ordinance today, right? Yielding right away to the pedestrians. Not having a willful or wanted disregard for safety of persons or property, how you're operating a bike. So again, these are some of the sources that we've used when creating and drafting this ordinance. And like I said, these aren't huge radical changes from what we've had in place either under state law or our local ordinance. Again, it's putting it under one chapter that's readily available for the public to review. When we were doing this ordinance, also, we looked at other jurisdictions. Manhattan Beach and Huntington Beach have recently addressed this topic. Manhattan Beach had an urgency ordinance, and you can see they had large fines there in terms of administrative fines of the numbers of 500, 750, and 1,000. We are not going that high. There's a correction I will note in terms of our administrative fines shortly. So we are much lower than what Manhattan Beach has done. Huntington Beach had an implementation of impounding e-bikes if it's ridden by a juvenile in a dangerous fashion. Our original ordinance did have that. But again, when we did this process, as the chief mentioned, we listened to public comment, we listened to the ordinance committee. It was very instrumental. And we feel at this time we have a better option, which we'll go through the Council of Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, that instead of impounding, we do through diversion program for juveniles. Again, it's also another reason why we didn't want to do that is looking at it, it can be a questionable gray area. For example, the vehicle code specifically mentions you can impound certain bikes, but doesn't make any mention in terms of a regular e-bike or other bicycles. So we feel it's a safer legal option to just have not remove the impounding we had originally before ordinance committee, but to actually have a diversion program for juveniles instead of impounding their bikes. So here are some of the major proposed regulations behind this ordinance. As I mentioned, we wanted to have new updated definitions for bicycles, electric bicycles, e-conveyances, and where appropriate and when appropriate, we would cross-reference the vehicle code and use the same definition. We define what's operating in an unsafe manner, right? And it's applicable anywhere in the city, whether it's a public street, right-of-way, sidewalk, bicycle path. We're requiring riders to use bike lanes when possible and to ride close to the right edge of the curb or roadway during those situations. It doesn't have to be at the end, but where possible, when, please adhere to that. We also require, as you see in the vehicle code and our current ordinances, no different, yield to pedestrians when emerging from a driveway, alleyway, bike path to be safe, especially at the speeds that are going comparatively to pedestrians. We prohibit bicycles, electronic bicycles, on sidewalks. Our current ordinance does that. This is just moving it to a new section. Requiring the properly strapped helmets for riders under the age of 18, and also being equipped with a brake that does not skid, that can make one clean stop. Ordinance, as the chief mentioned, ordinance committee was very instrumental and helpful in some of the updates. We added definitions for pedestrians. Our original ordinance, basically, the way it read was it clarified that tricks and wheelies, were not allowed. And it wasn't an outright ban. It was just to do in an unsafe manner when pedestrians or vehicles are present. We have reviewed public comment up to today. It makes it much more difficult when you have an enforcement when you say something like, well, 10 feet away from a pedestrian or from a car. You're not going to come there with a tape measure and everything else. As with just this ordinance, with just laws in general, right, officer discretions are used on this, right? If there's just one person at the end of the block and a person's doing a wheelie and there's no vehicles or cars about, an officer is not going to write a citation for that or issue an administrative fine. But if it's during something like farmer's market or on a bike path and there's a group of pedestrians walking and they're doing stunts or going in excessive speeds right by them, that's a different issue, right? And that's where the discretion of the officer is involved, just with most laws. And if someone wants to dispute that, that's what the due process is for. That's what the administrative hearing is for a violator to say, look, I see what the officer is citing me for, but I dispute that. That person was clearly halfway down the block. I looked, there were no people near me, there wasn't a car near me, and I just performed this kind of trick. So there is an opportunity to always challenge that. And again, we also made a clarification where, as we said, we don't allow, as the current ordinance does, to ride on a sidewalk, but there is, where there's a danger, right, and it presents a danger to the cyclist, they're able to go on the sidewalk for that short period. For example, if they're in the bike lane and a vehicle door is open, they can, maneuver into the bicycle to avoid that door and then go back on the bike lane to proceed forward. There were also some consistencies you wanted to have with the vehicle code, so we clarified language, and then we also made a requirement that all bicycles have lighting when operating in the dark. When we mentioned enforcement remedies, right, we really wanted to, the police department really wanted to have a goal, a conversation with parents and guardians about safety and operating bicycles. The impoundment was one option, but in meeting with the Council for Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, they have a better program which will allow them to explain fully that it really allows us to have a conversation and education, not only with the juveniles, but also their parents in terms of bike safety. So the awareness and having this program and educating and having guardians involved in this process, reduces the likelihood of reoccurrence, because that's the main goal, right? And it's allowing to have this education on bicycle and e-conveyance safety. This is a better option than impoundment. And as I mentioned, and you'll hear from the presentation later, that program will be run by the Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse. Our court ordinance, one correction we need to make, we have different fine amounts listed on there. The original fine amounts, we'll make a correction when we come back for second reading on this ordinance, is the fine amounts for the administrative fines or citations should be $100, $200, and $500. And those are for a 5-month period. So for example, in January 1st, if you got a fine, your first fine, that could be for $100. And if you didn't get any fines for that whole year period, and your next fine was January 2nd, the following year, it would reset back to $100. But for a second fine, it would go to $200, and a third fine, it would be up to $500 during that 12-month period, starting from when you got your first administrative fine. Now, again, there's an option for a minor, instead of facing these fines, to participate in the youth diversion program. They can opt in and just pay the fine. It's up to them in terms of that. We can't automatically force someone to be in the youth diversion program. As I mentioned, the ordinance provides significant due process procedures to challenge the administrative citation. We do have a provision in there, and looking at public comment, the other suggestion that we want to make in terms of making an edit is we talk about if a certain reduction of fine or paying 20% in terms of showing indigency. But that law or that rule is mainly for court costs and fees, and not so much in terms of administrative fine. And with the fines being lower, that's not an issue. Now, a hearing officer in any administrative fine can always reduce a fine from 100 to 50 or 200 to 100. They have that option during a hearing. They can uphold it, they can reduce it, everything else. So we do make a recommendation, because there are no really fees or fees for it to have a fine for an administrative hearing. We don't technically need that in this code. The vehicle code, everything provides that for an infraction if you're being cited for the vehicle code. But if you're being given an administrative fine for an administrative citation, there are no court costs. There's no need to actually have that language in there.
When looking at anything traffic related, we always look at it from 3 different perspectives, and we call those the 3 E's of traffic control. The 3 E's are education, enforcement, and engineering. So when we're looking at education, we always start there, because educating the public regarding the laws of traffic laws and traffic safety normally gains us the compliance and that we're looking for as a community. Obviously, again, as mentioned earlier, with the new technology, there's education required on both sides of this for both the bicyclists riding e-bikes and also the vehicle drivers, because with this new technology and people being able to travel at faster speeds than normal or than had been attainable in the past, people need to allow for those different situations. So drivers need to allow either more time or more distance in front of a bicyclist before they make a right-hand turn in front of them. And people riding bicyclists need to consider their stopping distance. Those are a couple different forms of education, right? Because if you're traveling at 28 miles an hour, it's going to take you longer to stop than it was if you were just merely pedaling at 15 miles an hour. When we're looking at enforcement, we already have the vehicle code. Everybody understands that the vehicle code is in place, and it applies to any of the roadways that are open to vehicular traffic. But the municipal code provides us a different option. It provides us a different enforcement option, and it also applies to the entire city. It doesn't just apply to strictly our roadways. We can make this applicable to our bike paths and the downtown corridor and promenade of State Street, which is not where the vehicle code is not applicable at this point in time. And it also it provides the officer an option to have a lawful detention, stop somebody, talk to them, provide them education, and then decide what the appropriate action would be at that time. And when we're talking about the enforcement, and Mr. Doimus pointed this out, is it's less severe than the vehicle code. So it doesn't necessarily apply to somebody's driver's license. If we were to issue them an administrative citation for the municipal code versus writing them the same section that's mirrored in the vehicle code, one, they don't have to go to court, there's less time involved, but also it possibly does not affect their driver's license. So it allows us to have a little bit more lenient stance when we're trying to conduct enforcement or when the officer feels that it's necessary to do so. When looking at engineering, obviously we work with streets and transportation on a regular basis. We're able to submit requests, suggestions to improve traffic safety and bicycle safety for everybody. I think the city of Santa Barbara does an excellent job of this. We've done it on Aliso Street. We've done it on Sola Street. We've done it on Las Positas. We've added all of these other bike lanes and bike avenues for our bicyclists to enjoy and to provide them more safety and cut down on the amount of vehicular traffic in those areas for them. Next slide, please. So where does Santa Barbara start our efforts? As mentioned earlier, we start with education. This is a slide from a school presentation that was done last year. Next slide, please. Currently, we have done presentations. Actually, there's one small typo. La Cumbre Junior High is upcoming, but we have presented at Santa Barbara Junior High, La Colina Junior High, Washington Elementary School, and Franklin Elementary School so far. Next slide, please. Additional future ideas for education that we have. We've been partnering with Rad e-bikes so far to provide education about riding and maintenance. Again, as the technology changed, there's different maintenance required on these types of bikes. Brakes wear out more frequently. Different types of helmets should be worn properly because you're traveling at a higher speed. Working with sustainability and transportation, we've come up with other community trainings to be available to those who are no longer in school, so make them available to the public. We're also looking not just to do enforcement, but also positive reinforcement for individuals who are riding and following the rules and setting a good example for others. So sustainability has partnered with us on that. We've looked at different options of issuing raffle tickets for different bikes, free locks, and actually improving the bike racks that we have downtown to provide better security, because the e-bikes that are out there are significantly more expensive than bikes had been in the past. So to provide more security so people can come down, lock up their bikes, and feel secure in the fact that they'll be there when they return from their activities. And then lastly, as the chief mentioned earlier, we've recently applied for an Office of Traffic Safety grant to provide additional education for youth in Santa Barbara with SB Move.
And before we go to recommendation and comments, the Council for Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, we have a presentation that they will come make. Let me just get the slide ready.
Hi. We're excited to have been working with the city attorney's office and with the police department to establish a option for youth who are having these being cited in this way. So we are CADA's Youth Diversion Program, the Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, and we've been around since 1992. Many of you probably know us as Teen Court, but we've been doing the same thing, diverting youth who would normally be getting these other consequences for their action, trying to figure out what's going on and how to help them so that they don't reoffend. And so this is kind of a natural progression for us to move to that next thing. You're actually on the last slide. Okay, now you can go to the third one.
Yeah, so this proposed e-bike safety course would be a 2-hour-long course, and youth would only have to take it one time after they were cited. There is a parent component, so a parent would also be invited to attend part of the course and get information about the laws that apply to their youth operating this e-bike. It would be an alternative to them paying a fine, as it would be free, and it also wouldn't stay on their juvenile record or affect their desire to have a DMV, to get a license and get on insurance. They'll also be educated on other aspects of public safety and other juvenile ordinances that they are affected by in the county. For example, curfew and other laws that also apply to them that could get them into trouble. And then youth will have to pass a quiz at the end in order to successfully graduate the course.
Yeah, and we thought this parent component was really important too, to make sure that they were involved and they actually had to show up and hear what we're going to tell their children, so they're not just sending their kid to do this thing and not knowing what they're getting. So next slide. So,
yeah, here are the objectives of the e-bike course. The first one would be for all the youth to understand the traffic laws that apply to them in their using an e-bike. They will also understand how unsafe behavior impacts public safety. For example, we will pull from stats done by Cottage. We'll pull from CHP and AAA traffic courses for e-bike users. And then they will also understand how further unsafe behavior and further violations to public law can result in them getting into trouble, establishing a juvenile record, and also leading to them having more fines to pay because of their unsafe e-bike uses. Yeah.
we can go to the next slide, but just to say, these are some quotes from some of the youth and parents who have participated in our program we currently have, but to also mention that we will have the ability to provide both the youth and parent component in Spanish. And if there's other languages that we need, we have ability to find translation for those as well.
Yeah, and the goal is for once a youth that completes the program, we refer them back to the police department or to the citing agency as they finish the program, and their record or the case can be closed as they completed the course. Yeah. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we are open to questions from the council.
All right, thanks very much. Questions from council, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I would have preferred this come back to ordinance. I've got more questions now than I did then, so I apologize for suggesting otherwise. I'm going to kind of spray around because I already had some questions and I just kind of free-formed as we went by. From an on-the-ground police enforcement situation, what does a lawful detention look like to you? I know this is part of the problem, or it's part of my problem, or the perception or the optics of what that is, but what in the world is a successful lawful detention going to look like out on the street?
Well, before we get to lawful detention, the first interaction that we can have with anybody in the public is a consensual encounter. That's where you and I can be walking up and down the sidewalk, and I could say hi to you, and then you can make a decision and decide whether you would like to converse with me or if you would like to carry on with your day. And then I have no means of asking you to do otherwise. And then a lawful detention, basically, we have to have a lawful reason to stop you and then to detain you at that point in time. And so the law is written and it gives us that ability. Once we see a violation of that law, then we have the right to come up and stop you and talk to you. Or if we have reasonable suspicion that it's about to occur or something is there, then we have reason to stop and detain you. And then through the investigation, it would proceed from there, potentially either to a citation and release or potentially up to an arrest at that point. So in this particular ordinance, what we're looking for is we're looking for the ability to have a conversation and provide some education to everybody that's maybe not riding in a manner that we've become accustomed to or that we desire in our community.
So I'm going to follow this right down into the weeds. So explain to me still what a lawful detention looks like when you're out on the street witnessing poor behavior as defined by this ordinance, and you're here and the person is going that way. How in the world do we expect to have a lawful detention in that situation?
Well, normally it's through the compliance, the officer can direct that individual to stop.
Okay.
Obviously, depending upon the circumstances, is going to determine the officer's ability to enforce that lawful detention. If somebody decides to flee from us, that's when an officer makes a decision of whether or not the safety of everybody involved is where the importance lies. Is it ultimately worth it to push that and try and pursue that individual? Or does pursuing that individual create a safety concern for everybody involved, including the public? If you think about State Street and you think about the officers on the community action team that ride bicyclists or ride bicycles, they're going to have the ability to ride up next to a bicyclist and say, hey, please stop. I need to talk to you about whatever just occurred in front of them.
Okay.
That would be a successful lawful detention.
Then on your slide, I'm pretty much thinking this is Police Department slide 2 on the classes of bikes. What's obviously missing on there, because you're going to tell me it's not a bike, are these what we're calling not street legal off-road electric motorcycles with no turning pedals, right? And so, and what do we call those?
Well, those are defined as a pocket bike by the
bike,
California Vehicle Code.
And they're just flat out illegal on a street, right? Or
Any
anywhere.
public right-of-way.
Okay.
So that would also include promenades, bike paths, et cetera.
And so if you come across one of those anywhere on a public right-of-way, what is the consequence for that?
So the consequence for that is a citation, and then we also have the authority to impound those for 72 hours.
Okay. So it's more than this involves for what we're calling e-bikes.
Significantly more involved.
And if I may, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, that was exactly the point where I was mentioning the vehicle code specifically allows for impounding of pocket bikes. So it specifically carves out pocket bikes you can impound. So that was where we're looking at. It doesn't talk about other bikes. So we feel for regular bicycles or electronic bicycles, the youth diversion was a better option.
And then the graph on collisions, humor me. I'm just going to ask you two annoying questions. So 23 and 24, give or take 6 or 7 a month average. I know it's not average, but whatever that is. Do you guys measure near misses?
No.
And do you measure reluctance or avoidance of pedestrians to use public right-of-way because of e-bikes?
No.
And so, taking off your uniforms, just as a member of the public who's out there now and then, would you think that those two questions that I ask you are significantly higher incidences than 6 or 7 actual collisions a month? Thank you.
I'll take the pressure.
The chief saved you. And
I'll take
nodded.
the pressure off.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, because there are also, like State Street is not a street, so
Yep.
things that happen on State Street in those closed sections would not be considered vehicle accidents if it happens on the bike path. That's
Yep.
not reported as a vehicle accident because it does not meet the definition that we're required under the vehicall code. So
And those
I'll take the pressure off of
And you
Commander
know
Payne.
those happen
I'll be the one to say
in
yes.
parking lots and bikeways all over town at Shoreline Park. They're just, it's not unique to State Street, so.
Correct.
That's why I say, like, really, you're really only having these stats where where these structured events are at tension with each other. There's other places where these numbers really add up. Mr. Doimus, I want to get ahead on a question there because you just talked about the vehicle code. Why is the vehicle code even mentioned in a conversation on State Street? Why is State Street considered to be part of a vehicle code nexus and not just an ordinance that we write what we want to write for a public right-of-way that does not have vehicles?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I'll let the Chief too as well want to opine on it. But the main reason is when it comes to the operation of bicycles on pathways, streets, however you designate it, that's the source of law for this. So, you can still use the vehicle code on this operation. We're not prohibited from using it on that.
So if you had a park that was an acre and you had bikeways through a park that was an acre, clearly off of a street, you would still be proper and appropriate to reference and use the vehicle code.
There are situations, yes, you can use the vehicle code.
And then you mentioned Manhattan Beach and Huntington Beach, kind of like, oh no, we don't want to be like them, but I'm just wondering what were the good or bad results in them? Obviously, one of them just said, hey, we're going to jack the dollar amount up, and the other one just said, we're going to take away your bikes. But I'm curious as to, both those cities are way different than us. Okay, so I'll just say that. But I'm sure they have just as big a problem or a bigger problem than us because they're bigger cities. But what were the good or bad results from their implementation?
So it's very interesting because everyone is struggling with the same issue. It's new technology. I don't think, these are just two examples that we use in the presentation, but Commander Payne and Sergeant Klug actually reached out to multiple agencies that have come up with different municipal codes. So what we tried to do in this was take the goods and bads of all of them, not just these two, and come up with something that we thought would work for our community. I can tell you at the time that this research was done, Huntington Beach had only impounded one bike. So that certainly was not what they would consider effective in talking with their traffic commander. So, Manhattan Beach is trying to do the same thing, is find different ways in all of the city to regulate it. They have some similar things to us. There is a struggle with having fines that are that big, I think, in terms of, especially in our community. I don't think those are the appropriate way to go. So.
Okay. Won't argue that. I have a couple of questions on the, one more before I look at the ordinance with you. So, I'll say the word taxes, but what would be a bad pathway to look at a tax with an e-bike purchase to help fund the admin or the CADA diversion program? And before you say, oh, great, another tax, Mike Jordan, my road taxes already pay for electric vehicle use of the roadways. If I add a 500 square feet onto my house with no kids in the house, I'm paying school taxes. So there's clearly a nexus for a community-wide assessment or tax to fund a specific problem or program. And so has you seen anybody do that? Do you think there's traction for that? Rather than, I kind of scoff at the end of the staff report that says there's no financial or budget implications. That's not a good sign. I want there to be financial or budget implications because I want this to succeed. So is there a way to generate revenue recognizing that e-bikes are the source of this ordinance to help with the admin part of it?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, first I want to make a correction. There is actually a cost. Looking later, we did talk with CADA, and they're graciously going to run the program, but there is a cost of about $24,000 a year on them. And so while the administrative fines would go in the general fund, they could be earmarked to help support or be part of the mechanism to help supplement some of the funding for running that program, which the city has run and donated in the past teen court and a lot of their wonderful programs. This ordinance didn't really look at the issue in terms of, generating revenue. We looked at it from just creating rules and regulations, and as I mentioned, to create something where it's transparent and accessible for the public to see kind of all our regulations that would be in one place, and to make it easier when you're providing education. I mean, can you imagine having classes where you're pulling out the vehicle code? I can't even understand half the stuff in that dense book. So that's the main impetus. We didn't look at other things in terms of revenue generating sources like, tax measure of the conveyances, and you could say, there certain conveyances are more problematic than others. If you're operating something that can go faster and you're doing it dangerously, it'll have a greater impact too. So we never looked at that issue. I haven't seen any other cities doing a local tax on that.
Well, I'm in for CADA when it comes around, so you're in. Couple questions on the ordinance, on unsafe operation. There's a part in there that says not yielding riding in, it's part of the definition of riding in an unsafe manner, not yielding to vehicles or pedestrians when required. Isn't, and what we're talking about, an e-bike in particular, an e-conveyance or whatever, isn't there a responsibility to yield to pedestrians at all times? I mean, if I walk out of the building here and I decline to use the crosswalk, but I walk across mid-block, and somebody has the ability to yield, aren't they legally required to yield to a pedestrian in the road?
There will be times where, say the light is green and pedestrians are crossing and they're not legally crossing, it's not the bike's responsibility to yield. They're going to, hopefully, but that wouldn't be, pedestrians still have a responsibility to be alert to where they're walking and what they're doing. So it's not always the bicyclist's responsibility.
Okay. And then if you just back up a couple paragraphs above that, John, really the definition, the A2, in a manner that constitutes a danger to the operator, passenger, other motorist, other riders, pedestrian, or property. I'm taking that as kind of the holy grail section of this, right? And that's when we're talking about, when somebody wants to talk about, oh, you're being obsessive or whatever, you're over-engineering this thing, it's really the application of that phrase right there and the discretion of the people on the ground that apply that really are the basis of this ordinance. Would that be a true statement, do you think?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I think you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly that. And, and applying it in a reasonable manner, which the department would do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Thank you for the presentations. I'm excited about the partnership with CADA about it. First one is the youth diversion. So say they go through the process and then they get another citation. What happens after that? Do they go through it again, or is it just an automatic citation?
So the beautiful part about CADA and teen court is they have other options. So John and I had the privilege of going in to actually see one of their teen courts where they have a juvenile and their parent, and they go before a retired magistrate, and the jury is that of their peers who then decide on what their, I guess what you would call their discipline at the end after the case is presented. And we watched where the jury decided that the juvenile needed to write an apology letter and go to appropriate drug counseling and some other things. So there is another level that they could, in fact, go back to CADA for the next level of their teen diversion program, which also then brings them into probation and other things. So there's other routes that we can go with it. The lowest level would be the fine goes away, they attend the education, they change their behavior, and that's a win for everybody. But if that's not the case, there is room for us to move up.
Great. So there's an opportunity if the behavior doesn't change, then it can go through the same process, but with different sets of metrics or criteria for evaluating your disciplinary action.
Yes.
Perfect. Just in general, not necessarily for youth, but if there is a citation that's issued and they decide to appeal it, it goes to the hearing officer, is that right? And then who is the hearing officer?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, so yes, if it's an administrative citation, if it's issued under the vehicle code, it'd be like a traffic ticket, and you'd be going through that process. And so usually we've contracted out with hearing officers and have a agency and group that we've done for other administrative fines, and so we'd be using that. It wouldn't be the officer or someone in the department, it would be someone independent and neutral to review the citation.
Neutral, okay, great. So my last, I guess, question or just train of thought is, in the beginning of the presentation, it references the different levels of e-bikes, and they go 20 miles an hour up to 30, but frequently they are able to go faster, whether or not it's because they're going down State Street so they can actually go faster because it's on a hill or a slope, or because they're able to change their motors. They're pretty savvy, and you can get these things, whether scooters or bikes or whatever it is, 40, 50 miles an hour plus. How are we addressing speed on this in terms of enforcement? And then to follow it up on State Street in particular, because there's, I guess, no speed limit right now because there's no flow of traffic. How do we assess if someone's going too fast or not?
So to answer that, when you look at what unsafe operation is, that is the reason it is written the way it is written. Because if someone on a bicycle, e-bike, whatever the conveyance is riding through an area on State Street that is very congested with pedestrians, so take, during Fiesta or during Farmers Market, 5 miles an hour may be unsafe operation. So if you just say that it's 25 miles an hour, that doesn't make sense. There will be areas where if you're up on, Cathedral Oaks or different, areas where you're riding, whether you're riding an e-bike or a regular, bike, you may be going 40 miles an hour, and that may be safe for the conditions. So that's why it is written that way versus setting a speed limit. It's setting an unsafe condition, and that's what the officer has to articulate, is what about the way the cyclist is riding that bike makes it unsafe. It's not just saying 40 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour, because then you're going to have to try to set it for different areas of the city, which is why the speed limit is different in different areas of the city. That's why it's about unsafe operation. And it is very difficult to do speed enforcement if we were to say 20 miles an hour, because we would then have to use a LiDAR gun and be able to track what the exact speed is, versus an officer's job is to articulate as part of writing, a citation in what makes it a violation, because what made it an unsafe condition. So that's why there's not a speed, and it's written that way so that it's the articulation of what is unsafe.
So it's intentional, and then that gets back to earlier, it's the discretion of the officer evaluating the conditions at the time to make the case of why they decided to make the citation. And then it gets back to the earlier from, a few months back when we were discussing this, and you made that very point about enforcement of speed is very difficult. One is the speed itself, what sets the speed limit, and then how do you enforce it at that point. So this is a better tool and better circumstances for that, so there's more flexibility to evaluate the conditions, as I understand it, rather than setting a speed limit, which would be very hard to enforce.
Yes. Okay. And really, the whole purpose of this is to create safe conditions for everyone, for motorists, for pedestrians, and for cyclists. So that's why it's really important that the officer has to be able to articulate what made the condition unsafe.
And then one last question, somewhat similar, but slightly, there's a part of it says it gets to riding two abreast. And that's anywhere, if you have an instance where you have the two bikes riding two abreast and they're slowing vehicular traffic down, and say they're going between 7 to 10 miles an hour in, say, a 25 or a 30, does this allow them to do that, or do they have to stay with the flow of traffic? And the concern I would have or I want to understand better, is if cars start piling up behind them because the cars want to go 25, 30, or whatever it is, whatever the speed limit is there, and the two bikes are using the entire road, how is that an enforceable issue on the other side, or does it allow that to happen, where they just allow cars to back up behind them because the bikes are taking the whole road?
Well, currently, the way that the municipal code is written and being presented before you today is that it is a maximum of two abreast. And we also have other safety considerations written into the ordinance for the bicyclist about being able to take a lane, because we have a wide variety of street widths in the city of Santa Barbara. Some are very, very narrow, and because of the way people park and limited parking in Santa Barbara, it may not be safe for an individual to necessarily ride on the furthest right-hand edge of the roadway. And so we have that written in there as well. But the main part of it is that they should not be riding more than two abreast. But if they have to take the lane because of safety reasons, because of how narrow the roadway is, there's an accommodation for that in the municipal code.
So lots of flexibility in there, because I've seen it. I'm ride my bike frequently, and I understand that part of it, because car doors can open right in front of you unexpectedly if you're hugging the right side and things
Correct.
like that. So, so that does address it in here is the reason for the 2 abreast, but limiting it more than that. Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you for the multiple iterations on this and coming back with it. I have some questions. So it's a really different situation on the promenade versus the rest of the city. And I think you touched on it here, but could you just really highlight the differences between, does this ordinance apply to the promenade, or does the promenade urgency ordinance supersede that?
John can nudge me and correct me, but the whole point of this is for this to apply to the entire city. So the emergency ordinance, it's very difficult for us to cite under that because it was an emergency ordinance. It's actually ever put into the municipal code. So it's very difficult when we try to send that to the court to actually be able to maneuver that. It's a challenge. It was meant to be a temporary. That's why it was an emergency. And we never, up until now, came through with what I would consider the more permanent solution with the all-encompassing for the whole city. Because it is not just on the promenade that we see these issues. You know, at the time, we were seeing specific bad behaviors in the promenade, but, you know, we're seeing that, you know, like I said, not just in the promenade. And we need something that we're fair and equitable across the entire city that we can enforce.
Thank you. So I think I understand, I didn't understand this before, that, so this ordinance now is sort of blanket over the promenade also, and would be the okay.
Yes, if
reference.
I may, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sutton, too, what the chief exactly said, it's hard to have if you issue fines and ordinance, a judge is not going to see ordinance number 5944. So we want that, have that codification, because judges understand municipal code, just like vehicle code, other statutes. So we need this to codify. So this preempts, then this would preempt 5944.
Thank you. So on the slide 9, when it says bicycles shall yield the right-of-way to pedestrians in the promenade, what's the reference in the new ordinance that kind of replaces that part?
Well, the new section of the ordinance, I don't know, I'm looking for the exact number, but it's just generally yielding the right-of-way of pedestrians just in general throughout the city. So we don't need to specify a location with that.
Okay, so this applies everywhere. Thank you. And then for these purposes, is the promenade considered a street then, or is it considered a bike lane, or what it like? I'm wondering specifically about the pocket bikes. So a pocket bike can be on a road, right?
No, it cannot.
Can't be anywhere in the city?
Correct. Pocket bikes, per the vehicle code, are not allowed on any public right-of-ways. So the promenade is a public right-of-way. It's dedicated mainly for pedestrians and bicycle traffic, but pocket bikes are not allowed anywhere on any public right-of-way. So they're essentially off-road dirt bikes that should be used off-road up in the mountains or in those designated areas, or on private property. Pocket bikes are allowed on private property, but not any public right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. So the promenades, the terminology for it is public right-of-way,
Yes, ma'am.
similar to like the Cabrillo bike path? Is that public right-of-way?
That's actually a designated bike path, but again, that is a public right-of-way.
Okay. I guess, I'm sorry to be asking this, but then on slide 4, where it has the classes of e-bikes, maybe pocket bike isn't the right terminology. What are the ones that we see that are going 35, 40 miles an hour? Because none of these seem capable of that.
That would be a pocket bike. So those are typically, ma'am, those are battery powered only. You will see certain models that have what I would call false pedals.
Yes.
They are pedals and they appear to be a bicycle, but they're not hooked up to a chain. If the rider actually moves the pedals, it will do nothing. So that's a pocket bike.
I see those everywhere. So actually, I'm not actually worried about these bikes. I want to know what we do with those bikes.
Those bikes are covered under the vehicle code. And so they are different than a 1, 2, or 3. And you have to really know what you're looking for to distinguish between a 1, 2, or 3, because 1, 2s, and 3s can go very fast and people modify them. But the pocket bike, they're often called Cerons, but they typically have pegs. They're completely powered by the battery. They have pegs. They don't actually, most of them don't have pedals, but they are not supposed to be on any public street or public roadway or right-of-way.
Thank you. So what are the repercussions if one of those is on the promenade and coming right next to somebody?
So under the California Vehicle Code, because it's a public right-of-way, we would actually utilize the vehicle code under that circumstance. The motorist can be cited, and we also have the authority to tow and impound the pocket bike for 72 hours. And that would be picked up by a tow truck, and it would go through the normal towing process just as any other vehicle would be if somebody had committed a violation that was a towable offense in a car or a motorcycle.
And Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sutton too, the reason we didn't touch and put pocket bikes in this ordinance is because the vehicle code is so severe in terms of repercussions for operating it in public, in a roadway, public right-of-way. There would be no need to. Like I said, we are automatically allowed to impound it, everything else. So there's no need to touch that or frustrate that and go through the administrative process. It's much easier to deal with that at that level through the uses of the vehicle code. And then finally, to your point too, when you're dealing with, as Councilmember Jordan said, one of the essential part about unsafe operation, this ordinance will apply to any public street, public right-of-way, public place. So it's geared to protect the public, both the bicyclists, the pedestrians, the vehicles, in whatever areas in the public that bikes operate. And that's the purpose of the ordinance behind it.
Thank you. And then I also understand it's a different situation with youth versus adults. And I have to just say, I really am supporting the youth diversion program. And my father-in-law was one of the early proponents of the program. So it's really great to see it still being thought of and used so well. Is there an option for adults who need education really on how to use it instead of having it? Or what happens? We've talked about what happens with the youth infraction, or not infraction, but intervention. What happens with an adult?
So an adult would receive an administrative citation. But this is a better option for the adult than getting a citation that sends them to traffic court, because that affects their DMV. It affects their ability to creates what we all know and knowingly love called points on your DMV record, makes it difficult to insurance. So we're not trying to go that route, even for adults. We're trying to create better behavior, and that this allows us to stop and educate. And, that is where the officer has the ability to determine whether that warning is enough or whether or not they need to issue a citation. But that's why it's the administrative versus, so this is another alternative even for adult riders versus sending them to traffic court.
I appreciate that, and I think that's a great option. And I'm wondering if there might also be a sort of community service option instead of the $100. You go and stand on the promenade and slow people down or something like that. I don't know, some sort of option there. I think those are my main questions, were really the differences between those two. Oh, I did have a question about page 4, number 8, of the ordinance. It's such a small thing, but it says when says performing any acrobatics, tricks, wheelies, or stunts when pedestrians or moving vehicles are present. And I'm wondering if it's, maybe are impacted or affected? I mean, if you're present anywhere around, is that the intention of it, or?
Well, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sutton, the intention again is for the officer to use discretion to see, they're going to look at the impact. So if someone is, it kind of goes hand in hand. It's a really good question, because if someone is, the only pedestrian that's present is halfway down the block and they're performing a trick, the impact is not going to be severe. And then probably in that situation, the officer will use his discretion. I'm not going to issue any administrative citation because there is no danger. But if it's closer, or we're talking about near misses, that's different. And you don't want to codify a certain feat because if it's that, then how are you going to prove that? The officer's going to use that. Part of it is you want to encourage safety, and you don't want to discourage pedestrians from being able to walk where they're able or allowed to walk by having someone in front of them performing all these tricks and discouraging all that. So it's written in a way where it's utilizes the flexibility and discretion, but that flexibility and discretion must be used reasonably, and that's how it would be used.
Thank you. And would the term like in proximity make any difference instead of present? Present just seems to, I don't know. I'll leave that there for consideration.
Sure.
That maybe some term that is more about closeness. Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have a few just clarifying questions. But when we're talking about, these near misses, which is often what is the most common, what does enforcement look like at times when our police force isn't present? So say, for example, on the promenade, somebody has a near miss and, it's either a pocket bike or one of these modified bikes, it's a dangerous situation. But there is none of our police forces on site to see that. Somebody reports it, and the feedback I've gotten from the public is that if they report it, sometimes they don't hear back, and so I just wanted to get a better sense of what the enforcement looks like when folks report it sort of after the fact, if that makes sense.
So enforcement is a challenge. We
Yeah.
can't be everywhere at all times.
Right.
That is the reality. So when we talk about our enforcement challenges, we're being very transparent about there are only so many resources that we have.
Yeah.
So we are doing our best. I think Councilmember Sneddon has pointed out that she has seen us. We've done a lot of enforcement around some of our junior highs and schools and other places. We can always do better. We can always improve. But, the promenade and being able to be present and in all places at the same time, that is 100% a challenge. And it's harder. We have officers that ride bikes and ride them on the promenade. It is harder for us to ride a vehicle because now you're, taking a black and white police vehicle and trying to maneuver between bikes, pedestrians,
Right.
and other things. So that's not what I would, prefer my officers do unless it is a in the moment emergency. So it is challenging. And as we hire and get more resources, that is a goal. We are right now going to try more of a afternoon into the evening, 2 officers on bikes that are assigned specifically to patrol and not even to our community action team coming up, a rotating assignment. So we're trying some different things to improve that visibility and what we do, but it is a challenge. So, we are doing the job that we can do in terms of hiring, but we have a lot of officers in training. It is still a challenge to hire, so that is just, as we get more resources, we are trying to prioritize around all the different community needs. So folks can call, we encourage them to call. I can tell you Commander Payne and I get lots of calls regarding this, and we do make this as much of a priority as we can. And like I said, I know Councilmember Sneddon and I have seen each other on it. I personally have counseled some of our youth in the community, and we continue. And that's one of the reasons that the education around the schools was so important, because that was something that we were not doing before. So our traffic officers are going to the schools because that's typically, the youth that are in that elementary and junior high. Our biggest challenge, I think, is with some of our junior high kids. They now have e-bikes that go fast, and, something, I'll speak for myself, it goes a lot faster than my banana seat bike did when I was a kid. So, trying to reach them and help them understand, and even Cottage Hospital has been doing more advocacy and more work, if you see some of the stuff that they're doing to try to, shed light on the injuries that they're seeing as well in the emergency room. So, we've talked about, even with CADA, about, seeing if we can bring an emergency room doctor in to talk about what they're seeing and other things as part of that educational piece. So it is a challenge, but we're definitely have it on the radar and are aware.
Thank you, Chief Gordon. I do want to thank you and the rest of our police force, because I personally have also seen you all out there. I know that you're out there enforcing as much as you can, but it's true. You have limited resources, limited personnel, and so you can only be in so many places at once. But let's stick with the enforcement issue, because I know that's one of our biggest issues collectively, right? So how could we help with the enforcement of pocket bikes? Because it was discussed that regulations on these pocket bikes already exist in the vehicle code, but we, of course, still see so many of these incidents. So what would be, from any of your perspectives, I welcome any of these perspectives here, but what's the best way to help with enforcement with the vehicle code that already exists?
Well, it would be to call us and make notification. I can tell you, we have actually impounded the pocket bikes. We've done work around this. We have had some of our, in fact, I got a letter from one of our youth that whose bike got impounded. So we're just starting to lean into the enforcement piece of this. We did a lot of education, and now that's why we're here for this part, but we're also now doing the pocket bike enforcement. So we have started impounding and writing citations for the pocket bikes. So, and not just our officers on bikes are doing it. Our patrol officers have been in front of a couple of our junior highs and taken some significant enforcement action. So we'll continue to do that, but it is something that it has to be done by the police department. It's not something that we can give that authority to someone else to do the enforcement for us.
Makes complete sense. Thank you so much. I just have two more questions. How do we treat or evaluate class 1, 2, or 3 modified bikes? Because we talked about, they only go up to 30 miles per hour, but we've seen these be modified and go way beyond the 30. So are those treated as a class 1, 2, or 3? Are they treated as a pocket bike, or there seems to be a gray area? So I'm wondering, how do we deal with those?
As of right now, it's something that the officer has to actually be able to stop and evaluate the bicycle, because again, they're set up in certain classifications, but we would have to be able to articulate why they were exceeding those classifications at that point in time. Because when you look at each classification, they have a certain set of rules on where they're allowed to ride. Certain bike paths are not accessible to class 3. They should be in a regular bike lane along vehicular traffic, not necessarily on the bike path on Cabrillo Boulevard or Las Positas Road. So it has to be on a case-by-case basis. We have to look at it, evaluate what the rider is doing. Are they exceeding it because they've modified the bike, or are they exceeding it because of the environment? I believe Councilmember Friedman mentioned earlier, there's certain bicycles, if I start at a certain position on State Street and start riding downhill, I can exceed that. The police department has class 3 e-bikes. That's what the officers ride. And I know that officers riding purposely to a call, trying to get there in a hurry, have been able to physically exceed the limits of the motors because they're putting forth the physical effort behind it. So the motor will assist up to a certain point, but to kind of get back to the answer to the question is that we have to evaluate each bike individually under those circumstances to figure out if it's a condition base or something that somebody's done to the bike to make it exceed the limits it was originally designed for.
Okay. So just for clarification, if we find a class 1, 2, or 3 bike that has not been modified, but due to the conditions, it's going downhill or whatever, it's exceeding the speed limit, then it would still be treated as either class 1, 2, or 3. But if it's modified, it would get treated or evaluated under the vehicle code? Is that correct?
It would be under the specific section that we're trying to enforce. So if it was exceeding a certain limit, then we would evaluate it if, based upon those conditions. Is it based upon the motor or based upon the condition? So if somebody was able to exceed something based upon the conditions, then that would be a safety discussion. You know, that's why we have the speed limit set, not necessarily as a defined speed limit, but a basic speed law. That way it gives the officers the ability to articulate, hey, either you're riding unsafe and you're riding unsafe because it's too fast for these conditions or for this particular bicycle, or did somebody take something and modify it? Now do we treat it differently because it's been modified? Is it still a class 3, or has it been modified to the point that it's actually now a pocket bike? And so we would have to just evaluate at that time, what threshold is it exceeding?
Okay. Last question I have for you all is, I think I saw somewhere in the report, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but something about for low-income folks, you know, being able to prove that they're low income, only having to pay, I believe it was 20% of the fine. Did I see that correctly? This would have been for adults and not youth, so this goes back to Council Member Snedden's point. But I just wanted to check if that was, if I read that correctly, because I think that would be a good, you know, providing alternatives to our low-income folks who, you know, who have that first sighting.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santa Maria, you are correct. You did read that. That would be under Section 10.52060. But that section references a lot of times the court process for court fees and all that. So the suggestion was to strike that because that's on the determination for court fees and access to court, because this is the administrative process. Now, as you know, we have a higher amount in the code, but it's actually supposed to be 100, 200, 500. The hearing officer, too, has the ability, because there are no fees to ask or request a hearing. Like for court, if you want to have an administrative hearing, you've got to deposit and pay these fees. And that's what the court's trying to also look at. To get your due process, it's challenging if you're low income to be allowed to have my due process and opportunity to be heard. I have to pay this fee down. It's another good point of why we would want to put this in the administrative citation realm. There is no fee to ask for an administrative hearing. And when you're doing that, I think it's a good thing to have the discretion when you're looking at these fees. I think the hearing officer, because we wouldn't challenge their decision, if they want to have, if they're mitigating circumstances, to either remove the fine and give a warning, or to maybe even have a lower amount. Instead of 200, I'll let it be 100 amount because of what they can show. And so we would leave it up to just the discretion of the hearing officer and what the violator would present from them. So we don't need that section because it's free to have, for at least in the administrative process, to be heard in the city. It's free. We're not going to charge people for their opportunity to be heard.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so much.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councilmember Friedman touched on this, but I've participated with some groups like SB Move and the school district to participate in something called a bike bus, where a group of adults, parents, lead kids to school on their bikes, kind of like a bus. They'll go to different streets where the kids live, wait for them to join the pack, and then lead them to school safely. So according to the ordinance, I believe you mentioned that there are special stipulations that will allow the grouping of bicyclists. Would that affect this bike bus concept?
This ordinance will not affect that. Those
Okay.
are organized rides and events. That's not going to affect this. That's part of where we talk about officer discretion and all of the pieces of it. We can't write everything into the ordinance, but for an organized, you know, our goal is to actually be part of those events and have our traffic officers, you know, be part of those events. So that's not something that we're trying to regulate. Yes, we want them to ride safely, but they're riding with adults, learning how to ride, you know, those group events. We have different group events where that's not what we're trying to address with this.
Okay, thank you for that. The other question I wanted to ask is, and Council Member Santa Maria touched on it as well, is just right now, today, what can we as a council vote on to increase the policing on State Street, does that necessarily have to fall on you, the police department, or can it fall on city staff, hire more ambassadors, contract out with another security company to do that? Because it's not just involving the bicyclist, it's involving just general safety in general around State Street, and it's coming from customers, it's coming from business owners, it's coming from business employees. It's just coming from all across the board. So right now, today, can either city staff or the PD just let us know what we can do to increase that?
So I'll speak from a police department perspective. It's about resource management, and I can tell you, we can come back to council with, our level of calls for service on State Street, how much time we spend on State Street, because we spend a lot of time on State Street. We actually, if you look at our calls for service, it's our highest area of calls for service. Commander Payne can speak to it. We look at our calls for service and where we're spending our time every month when we meet. So part of it, I think, is, I'm not trying to get into the vehicle debate, but people don't see the black and white, so part of that is just not seeing the presence. That's a reality. Like I said, I'm not getting into whether State Street should be open or not open, but that visual presence of seeing a police car, it makes a difference. So, we have to work through that challenge right now. So whether that is, our officers who work our community action team, spend a lot of time, but, think about the number of folks. I walk State Street almost every day. I make a point to go over there and go to lunch, but most shop owners don't even see me unless I go in and say hi because I'm walking. So there are some challenges with that, and we are prioritizing it, but it's a challenge. We're, having enough officers to do that. Like I said, we're changing things. We're going to add an afternoon 2 officers, and not just for State Street, but part of their priority will be State Street. We do different things, like when we have, we did a holiday shop days when we had extra officers, out present on State Street. It is a priority for us. We understand that. We know that is our highest area for calls for service. So it's something that we have to continue to work to figure out ways to address. But I will tell you, part of the challenge is people equate a black and white police car with seeing police presence. And when you don't have that, there is an assumption that we're not there. And like I said, I'd be happy to come back and present to council, an overview of where our calls for service are. And you could see, based on the heat map, what that looks like. But I hear the concerns. I know the concerns. We see the concerns. And it's something that we got to continue to work on. And, ambassadors, we're working with ambassadors. We're doing more training with our ambassadors to help them as well and empower them as in their positions. But it is a challenge. And I think the other pieces of it is, typically you would have one smaller section. So when you have 9 blocks in the current configuration, that makes it even a little more difficult because, when the cars are parked, they're parked on one of the cross streets. So that's just a reality of what you see. So they are walking into the calls for service and parking their cars on different streets. So.
Sorry, Chief, because we're kind of steering astray from the agenda topic, which is bikes and bike enforcement, and I'm recognizing that, police presence on State Street has to do with that. We're happy to, as the Chief mentioned, come back and do a presentation. I will also say that the vacancies in the department have also created challenges. I know the Chief and her team have been working very hard to fill those vacancies, but adding more resources wouldn't necessarily help at this point, although we did propose to unfreeze the officers that were frozen in the budget cuts previously, but there are still vacancies, and that also impacts the ability to respond. So I just want to, and it really isn't the purview of the council to direct staff on how officers get deployed. I think that's, up to the experts on how that deployment happens, but we're happy to come and give a separate presentation on calls for service on State Street.
I would appreciate that because people are making the argument that, in theory, there'd be less calls for service if there is a police presence there. Does that make sense?
And I think what the chief is saying is that probably the highest police presence in the city is currently on State Street. So, and that's where I think the transparency around response to calls, how many times they're out there, what are they doing, is probably helpful, and we can find a time to do that.
Okay. Yeah, and just to be clear, I was just asking what we can do to increase that from your perspective, not from our perspective.
And Councilman Gutierrez, if I could just chime in, I think that what the city administrator and the police chief said is absolutely right, that is a discussion to be brought back at a later date. Today, we're just talking about the ordinance that's before you, and that doesn't address staffing issues. It is purely the municipal code ordinance that we're discussing today.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm going off the logic of if we're going to impose a new ordinance, we need to enforce it, and how is that going to work out? So I would appreciate the coming back with that topic. Thank you. And then, we've gone over education and the efforts that the city's done in regards to education with bicycling and the other outside groups that are involved with bicycling. And again, I just want to ask, what more can we do to increase that, to emphasize that? Because it seems like that's where it needs to start, is with the youth learning how to appropriately operate on these vehicles and how to be in public on these vehicles, and it'll essentially have a ripple effect.
Well, I think to the point that Commander Payne made earlier, that is what we're trying to do. We're not there yet. This is something that we've just started doing in the last year. I will give a lot of credit to our team members in the school district. They're asking for us to do it, and we're working with them, and they have created an environment where they love to have us come in and do the presentations. There are different events throughout the city that we're doing and trying to partner with all of our different teammates, whether it's in transportation or sustainability or SB Move. So that is something that we are focused on and continuing to do more of.
Thank you.
And if I may, to Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, one point we didn't go over the ordinance, I think that's really important. Again, it's that youth diversion program, because the law has changed significantly when it comes to police department contacts and juveniles. They aren't allowed to have conversations anymore with juveniles. They're protected. They would have to have consent from parent or guardians. And so what this does with this ordinance now, having this diversion program, is by going through that program, their parents are involved and they are able to have this conversation, this education process. Because if you go straight through vehicle code citation or anything else and not have this programming in place, it does us no good because we are missing those conversations. So that's the impetus behind this program.
So is there a specific staff person who's in charge of the issue of bicycling in the city? Do we have a bicycle czar or bicycle brigade, whatever you want to call it?
No, I think it's a shared responsibility.
It's a shared responsibility. We have a committee that talks through of it that, like I said, have Public Works, downtown parking, police department, sustainability. Everyone is working through this issue. And then our traffic unit, Sergeant Klug, under Commander Payne, is the one that is arranging to do all of the school presentations that we're are doing.
Okay. So you don't recommend a specific staff person to take on this issue?
We have a great team here in the city. We just need time to be able to continue to work together and do more. It's just something that I understand everyone wants immediate results. Trust me, I'm a results-oriented person, but this is something that is taking time, and the team is working really hard, which is why we're here today, and we'll continue to do so. So there's a lot of efforts going on to address this concern.
Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of great questions, and I just have one follow-up. In connection with the Class C modified bikes, I understand and appreciate the difficulty with managing those and assessing what's modified and what's not modified in the moment. Did we think about, in this ordinance, just banning modified e-bikes altogether in the same classification as pocket bikes? And would that in any way assist with the challenge of enforcement, at least having the ability to say a modified bike is simply not allowed, full stop?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of different considerations on it. One, it could now fall under the pocket bike classification, depending upon the realm of modification. But anytime that, if we have that, essentially we would have to impound that bike. And in terms of the municipal code and how we were looking at the administrative citations versus making it a criminal type citation, it gets a little bit more difficult, and I think probably Mr. Doimus could speak more to that, but we specifically geared away from trying to do the impoundment. And so if they're modified enough that they fall under the pocket bike category, then we'll just transition right to the vehicle code, as opposed to trying to write a different ban within the municipal code, because we don't need that, because it's already provided to us through the vehicle code.
Okay.
And part of it is an educational effort with parents, too.
Yes, I hear that. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Well, just kind of following up on Ms. Harmon's thing, so Commander Payne, so everything above a Class 3 that's an electrified bike is considered a pocket bike? Is that true or not? Because I'm speaking to the La Colina next week, and these kids have written me letters saying, hey, can we get electric motorcycles legalized? I was going in my worst nightmare, but yeah. But I'm having, so I don't know what somebody without a driver's license is allowed to ride. That's Class 1 and 2 only?
Class 1, 2, and 3.
And 3,
It doesn't
okay.
Yeah, Class
then-
3s do not require driver's license.
Now, is there something between a pocket bike and just an electric BMW motorcycle, or is that, I'm not really understanding what the cutoff is.
Well, pocket bikes falls under 473 of the vehicle code is where
Okay.
the definition is. But then we actually there's lawful electric motorcycles. So those the difference is that bicycles have a serial number, and then the pocket bikes and electric motorcycles, which would require a Class M1 endorsement on your driver's license, they have an actual VIN number, vehicle identification number. The VIN number is what allows us to impound them. And it's also how they're manufactured, and the fact that they're an electric motor only, not having pedals that function.
And when you're talking to these fine group of youth, which happens to be one of their students may have had their pocket bike impounded, that's not something that we can legalize. That is actually state law.
No, I'm just trying to understand the classifications
Yeah.
and where the cutoff is, and where
So,
somebody
I
that's not
think-
licensed by the DMV, what they get to operate and what they do not.
And so, a 1 and 2, anyone can operate those. A 3, you have to be 16 to operate those. And anything that, I think the best way for that purpose is to understand it, that you cannot pedal to assist it. The bike does all the work, right? It's got pegs. It basically operates like a motorcycle. They cannot without a driver's license, and those actually can't be on the roadway, period, if they're a pocket bike and not an actual motorcycle.
Well, and I realize the problem we're talking about isn't 100% about kids either, so that's another thing too. So, one thing on slide 13, they talked about is the provisions of occasionally going onto a sidewalk, and what brings this up to me is, so many of the complaints we've had are about people riding bikes on sidewalks, electrified and otherwise. And I know from having got not all the way mowed down, but pretty close during the farmer's market, when the street was actually full, but people riding on the sidewalk. This, to me, is really confusing, what it's okay or not, because to me, I always thought it was just not okay to ride any kind of a bicycle on a sidewalk. And this kind of makes this kind of an amorphous, well, in these kind of circumstances, and I go, so what's it going to be? So I'm a little uncomfortable with the lack of black and whiteness about this.
So part of this was as a result of what came out of ordinance committee. Because originally, we had made a very black and white, saying not on the sidewalks, but to address the concerns of public comment and the concerns of some of the other council members. We wanted to make sure that we address that by, there are certain circumstances where it may be appropriate in that moment. Or if you have a young child who is learning to ride their bike, you know, saying that they just can't be on the sidewalk. So, or if, you know, someone opens a door or there's some sort of condition existing with construction or something else where they have to go around and be on the sidewalk, the discomfort of some of the public comment and some of the council member comment and result of that was they did not want to see it so black and white. So we're open to council suggestion on that, but that is how we landed with the terminology and verbiage that is in the ordinance.
Okay, well, I mean, my suggestion would be, if you have to go onto the sidewalk to avoid one of those things, you'd get up and walk your bike on the sidewalk like a pedestrian, because I think having that ambiguity is going to make it harder for everybody to understand what we're doing, and they're going to be able to interpret the rules differently, and I can't favor that part of it. And on slide 16, you talked about the 3 E's, and the last one was engineering. I saw Josh Molina skulking around here earlier, but he mentioned in his article, and of course, the day we opened up, closed State Street was when the epicenter of bad bike behavior happened. Engineering, so in the cases of like Sola and Pedregosa and the different, Liso Street, where we did this engineering thing to make bikes comfortable, is our problem in the downtown the lack of engineering therefore? Mr. Commander Payne, how would you answer that?
It's something we've tried a couple of different engineering aspects already in the promenade. You know, we had the green striping, we had different colors to try and designate the pedestrian way versus a bicycle path in the promenade. And I think it will ultimately depend upon how we land of what State Street looks like. And that should be a consideration of what engineering we do to make it accessible to those individuals that we're trying to make it accessible to when we decide the final outlook of State Street in that downtown corridor, the promenade area.
Thank you. And then my last question is something actually Mr. Gutierrez kind of touched on. In terms of enforcement, which is always going to be, this is a major enforcement effort that would be to carry out this ordinance by the letter. Is there any pathway that could happen, especially in the downtown, where a non-sworn person could be authorized to be given these administrative citations? Chief's already shaking her head on that one. I was looking at Mr. Doimus, but go ahead, Chief. Because what I'm trying to do, because we're going to need to expand your presence somehow, and it could be just by the visible presence, but you know, for example, I think the ambassador's rights and no smoking tickets right now.
So it is very difficult, as Commander Payne talked about earlier, an ambassador is on foot. So unless they somehow, you know, are able to get someone on the bike to actually stop, like I said, you know, just wearing a blue uniform, they don't always listen to us when I've had it, where I'm, you know, on my feet and not really looking to go that many blocks, you know, to get my run in for the day to get them to stop. You know, there are challenges with that, and our ambassadors are not trained to issue those type of.
Well, I realize they're not now. My question was, would there be a foreseeable possibility? I mean, you guys are on foot downtown as well, so, and I realize there's a difference, but I was just thinking, even if they were authorized, or if there was some small level, having kids stop, whatever it was, just thinking about the presence is going to take to make the letter of the law apply for this ordinance. And it's going to be quite an effort. You guys are already, like I said, you're stretched thin.
Right, but I think the thing is that I don't know that the best use of our ambassadors is to have them have to appear in court or even, you know, appear before a magistrate, an administrative hearing officer, and all the different pieces to it. That's the job of a police officer. It's something that we're trained to do. It's not just the issuing of, you know, the citation, but it's all the different pieces. It's understanding juvenile law. There's a lot of different pieces to this when it comes to this type of enforcement.
Okay.
And so our ambassadors do a great job with what they're trained to do and what they do, and we want to support them in that. And, you know, it is going to be our job as a team here in the city to figure out, you know, how we are going to enforce this. And, you know, it's going to be a concerted effort. I think what you will see is that once this ordinance is passed and we make a concerted enforcement effort to address this, my hope is that the word will quickly get around and we will see a decrease in this behavior.
All
So,
right, very good.
And I would add, Mayor, too, to echo the chief's sentiments, too. That's what makes it difficult. It's a, honorable profession to be a police officer, because you have an academy, you have a field training officer. You develop these skills over time, because as Councilmember Jordan said, the meat and potatoes of the ordinance is a lot of times using the officer discretion, when is the person operating dangerously? And as well as the chief mentioned, the juvenile contact. And so you want highly trained individuals when they're issuing these type of citations versus seeing someone just smoking a cigarette. When you're talking about what factors in the report made that situation particularly dangerous, that's where you need the training of an officer, because they do that not just with the bicycle ordinance, but throughout a lot of the codes and enforcements that they do.
Yeah, like I said, I was specifically thinking about the downtown zone, which is a quasi-street, quasi-not street. So, in any case, very good. With that, we'll go on to our speakers on this subject. We're going to start out with Steve Nelson.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm Steve Nelson. I live in Goleta, but I ride my bicycle throughout the county. I'm vice president of Echelon, the largest cycling club in Santa Barbara, well over 100 members. I'd like to express my appreciation for the good work that went into this presentation by the city, CADA, PD, and Move Santa Barbara County. This is a thoughtful, forward-looking, and shows good improvement from earlier iterations. The history of the bicycle, a simple machine, is actually quite complicated and somewhat vexed, as many over the last century and a half have tried to pin down a definition of this ever-evolving and extremely useful device. The sudden explosion of the e-bike has taken this to the next level. As a dedicated recreational cyclist, I firmly believe that the definition must exclude any two-wheeled vehicle that does not require the act of pedaling to move if it has a throttle, but this is not an argument that will be settled here. For the moment, however, I recommend that we stick with the current definition, including only Class 1, 2, or 3 e-bikes, but leave the door open for further refinement. I also recommend that kids on motorized bikes be required to be instructed in education and training courses before they ride these powerful vehicles on public roads, not only if they've been cited. And if we're speaking of education, while we cyclists have been known to do foolish, even, God forbid, occasionally illegal things, many drivers do the same while operating an intrinsically dangerous machine. Driver education must be expanded to include the rights of cyclists on the road. Sometimes even our law enforcement are ignorant of the law regarding cyclists, for instance, regarding the 3-foot passing rule. Bikes are many things to many people: transportation, fitness, competition, artistic expression, and more. As we try to legislate public safety, I strongly urge the council not to legislate out of existence one of the most important elements of cycling: fun. Cycling is many things. On a good day, it is always fun. If the kids can't safely pop a wheelie, or ride in a group, or under the right circumstances, race to the stop sign, we will have become an overreaching Grinch. Likewise, if we impose harshly punitive penalties for some specific segments of our citizenry, that's some alliteration, we are perpetuating the kind of systemic injustice we should be fighting. There are thousands of bicyclists of all sorts here. We are, in fact, a cycling destination, featuring our iconic Gibraltar road climb and our beautiful situation on the Central Coast. Let's keep Santa Barbara a welcoming and joyful place for cycling and encourage this historical and beneficial mode of transportation and recreation. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks for your great work.
Thank you. Daniel Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and community members. I'm Daniel Ramirez, and I serve as the Director of Strategic Initiatives for the Downtown Santa Barbara organization. I'm here today to share with you that our downtown organization supports the recommended additions to the e-convenience ordinance addressing everyone today, and the growing use of e-bikes in our city. The proposed ordinance demonstrates the City Council's commitment to fostering a culture of responsibility and awareness among its riders and creating safe spaces for all to enjoy. Enforcement of bike safety is of the highest importance for the future of our downtown and the well-being of our community, to create a safe and welcoming place for residents, visitors, and our businesses that we represent, improving the health and vitality of our downtown district and throughout the city. These updates strike a balance between encouraging sustainable transportation and protecting the well-being of all residents, which is essential for maintaining trust and safety in our community. We commend and appreciate the leadership of the City Council, all its staff, and our police department in addressing this important issue, and look forward to seeing these changes implemented in a meaningful way to create a safer space for all to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. And next up is Barry Remus, followed by our final speaker, Frank Arredondo.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, or most of them. My name is Barry Remus, and I'm with Move Santa Barbara County. Just want to make sure that's clear for the record. I don't really know quite who SB Moves is, but that might be another nonprofit. Move SB County. And so we also want to apologize that our written public comment was received a little bit late today, but if you print it on both sides, it's just one page. So hopefully we'll get a chance to read through that. Some very interesting points that have come up, and key points. If we fully support safety, we want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. We're out there educating youth every day. We also want to applaud CADA's involvement in the youth diversion program. It's wonderful, especially the inclusion of parents in that, because they are key to being able to reach youth in terms of changing behaviors. Another idea that just popped in my head is that the PD might want to explore is the involvement of the Police Activities League and the members of that to be able to help with youth outreach as well for the education component. And so getting into some nitty-gritty here on the definitions, really want to point out that the way that the ordinance amendments are currently worded is that the definition of electric bicycle, in the way that it says and shall include class 1, class 2, and class 3 units, that actually paves the way for being able to include the Surons and the pocket bikes in there. So we highly recommend that the ordinance be tweaked to basically say, instead of and shall include, but basically say all bicycles equipped with operable pedals and electric motor that are class 1, class 2, and 3 units, or class 3 units are considered electric bicycles. So that way it's very, very straightforward and clear that those augmented bicycles and motorcycles are not included in the definition of electric bike. Councilmember Gutierrez brought up riding no more than 2 abreast and organized group rides. And thank you. We want to make sure that we acknowledge that it's becoming much more popular for bike buses, and these are parent-led, everyday activities. It's important to note that these aren't official events. They don't go through the city's special event. They're not getting permits, or like, let's say, the Ride SB 100, et cetera. So every day there are kids that are grouped together riding to and from schools because it's safer, and we're encouraging more students to do that. And imagine if all those students had to be single file going through an intersection, it would take forever. And actually, it's more safe for people to group up. So we might recommend that the ordinance be modified to say that prohibit riding in a manner that occupies more than one traffic lane of cyclists. No, we're getting down to. The last thing about not tricks or wheelies, et cetera, when moving vehicles or pedestrians are present. Councilmember Sten, you were reading my mind. That is so up to interpretation. So we recommend within close proximity of a certain number of feet. We can define that. Thank you. That's my time. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Arredondo.
Mayor, council members, my name is Frank Arredondo. Since 2016, I've been doing a beach display down at Cabrillo Boulevard about the history of Ambassador Park. And all that time, I've experienced issues with bike riders riding on the sidewalk, as well as e-bikes. So I have strong feelings about this ordinance. But I'm also fair, what's right and what's wrong. And there's things that have been said here today that are flat out wrong. Anyways, I'm going to try to make it quick. This needs to go back to ordinance. Pedestrians or vehicles are present. That's an issue that we've just heard about. Generally, on the vehicle code, there is no definition of what is present. There was nothing in the code. What we do find is that the general consensus is within 3 feet of both ways, because if a person turns this way or that way, they then can see something coming by. So you need to send that back to clarify. If you need to add measurement of feet, that's fine. But if you're riding down the promenade in State Street and you're in the bike lanes, yeah, anybody can do a wheelie if somebody's walking on the sidewalk. So you need to clarify that. The ordinance requires bike radius to yield to pedestrians specifically in intersections. This was misquoted over here. When you're at an intersection, pedestrians have the right of way. Mid-block, there is a right to walk act that was passed for jaywalking. That kicks in, but you can only do that if you're doing it in a safe manner. If you stop in the middle of the road, you are creating a physical hazard. You are violating that act. If you stand in the middle of a bike path filming a news report, you are breaking the law. Section 21211 says you cannot block a bike path, stand, or loiter there. People need to be educated. You don't have free will to just stand willy-nilly wherever you are. So, getting down to it. I personally think you should ban Class 3 or Type 3 bikes. State Street is rated at 25 miles per hour. These things can go faster than that. Why are you letting that happen? Unless you're going to put up radar and speed lights, which you're not, just ban them. Keeps it simple. Also, January 26, SB 1271 kicks in, which basically says that all bikes, e-bikes that have had their pedal removed now are no longer classified e-bikes. Add that to the ordinance. If you don't have pedals, it's not an e-bike, you can't be on the road. Last, and we're going to skip that. Enforcement is a big issue. That's a whole nother separate topic. Okay, that's all I have for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any speakers online, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 6 raised hands. I'll read the names. We have Jamie Wagner, Tristan Miller, Aaron Ashland, Guthrie Leonard, Steve Fort, and then the final hand raised is Sullivan Israel. So Jamie Wagner, please go ahead.
Thank you. See if I can turn my camera on too. I don't know. Let's see. I've talked with our law enforcement officers on the promenade, and they've said, we don't have the rules, before 5944 to work with bicycles because it's not a roadway. And I'm concerned about adding extra ordinances, and I've heard the PD, and I appreciate the intent, is to be able to, let's see, I appreciate the intent to make more flexibility and lesser consequences. I'm concerned about, if you go to traffic court, you have your day in court, and there's a, the officer may or may not show up, and it may be kicked from the court. So I think I'm interested in fairness. I'm interested in safety. I'm interested in diversion for adults as well as young people. I'm concerned about duplicating the California Vehicle Code, and sometimes inaccurately. One of the things that I saw was that they said bikes must have reflectors. The California Vehicle Code says they must have reflectors after dark. And so if we're going to copy the vehicle code for our local region, do so accurately. I'm concerned about that. Just like if you're going to copy. And I think if, I think that's enough. I think it just have reflectors at night. A lot of bicyclists only ride, or people who ride bicycles only do so in the daytime. So do they need to have lights and reflectors in the daytime? No. And currently it says reflectors are required. It doesn't say after dark. So, I know that UCSB has a diversion program that they use for their students. I don't know if CABA could do that too for adults. But I think if we do have something for younger people, I think it'd be good to offer something similar for adults. I think that's it for me. I just say I would ask for more revisions. I'd ask for accuracy. I think it's easy to add more ordinances and it's harder to remove them. So I would ask that we're going to add ordinances, do so accurately if we're going to copy the California Vehicle Code. And I would be judicious in what we add. Does it really add safety? And I ask that there also be like annual reports or some consideration, like is what we're doing actually increasing safety? We saw those stats about hazards. If we put some of this into effect, are we going to revisit it at some point to say, is it having an effect? Is it beneficial? I saw the schools that were visited, and I'm grateful for that from the police department. And it's like, students churn through schools every 3 or 4 years, and not everybody's going to attend every assembly. So there needs to be an ongoing effort to keep outreach.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Council, and
Okay, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Tristan Miller. Tristan Miller, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tristan Miller. First of all, thank you to all City Council and everybody who worked on this ordinance. We looked at the original draft and this is a million times better than it. So really appreciate all your hard work on that. Honestly, this ordinance seems like a slam dunk. It should help with a lot of the bad actor bikers that are ruining it for everybody. We obviously support bikes and bike routes and active transportation and bicyclists on State Street. But B-cycles automatically will cut out at 17 miles per hour. And there's really no reason for any bike or vehicle to go on State Street or really anywhere over 17 miles per hour. Doesn't make sense. So this ordinance will really help with that. Our main concern is what Oscar Gutierrez brought up about bike buses. When children ride together to school in a group, right now, that's technically disallowed by the ordinance, by the 2 abreast rule. And the police chief mentioned that organized events were explicitly allowed, but I don't see anything in the ordinance about it. So I would ask that something specifically be added to it about organized events, or specifically carve out something that allows bike buses at all times. The very last thing I want to bring up is Title 31 that allows the State Street Promenade does allow for police cars to drive on State Street itself. So if the problem is that people aren't seeing the police cars, drive the police cars on State Street, I think that's acceptable for sure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Aaron Ashland. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I agree that we should adopt this ordinance, but Councilwoman Sneddon touched on something. We need to do more to make our downtown safe again. Urban planning is all about creating spaces that are both safe and enjoyable for everybody. Just as we separate freeways from local streets to keep 65-mile-per-hour traffic away from those moving at 25, we must address the dangerous mix of e-bikes zipping along at 50 next to relaxed pedestrians on State. Broad speed limits often fall short, so a targeted approach is needed. I'm a little concerned with the new ordinance because it says speeds greater than is reasonable and prudent under the conditions. 10-year-olds don't have the ability to do risk assessments of these situations. If they did, we'd probably already have them be licensed drivers, wouldn't we? The way this is written, wouldn't the kids just need to run from the police? Because no officer is going to tackle a kid off their bike. Do our officers even have the ability to catch one of these pocket bikes? Also, if our vehicle code already makes pocketed bikes illegal, but we haven't seen any difference. So how well do you expect this to work if there's already been a plan in place that could have prevented these 50-mile-per-hour bikes on State or anywhere else in the city? Shouldn't we expect the same results if the law didn't really change for pocket bikes? So ask this question. Why don't we have enough officers to have someone walk the beat on weekend nights in the most dense area of our city, but we're thinking that we'll have enough officers to be around to change these kids' behavior? I really don't see that happening. If education is the key, haven't we been educating them for a couple years now, and we haven't really seen a difference? In fact, it may actually be worse now than it was a year ago. Is that the kind of success we'd be expecting from this? I propose we ban e-bikes on just the 500 and 600 blocks of our 9-block long promenade. This targeted speed break is far easier for our limited police resources to enforce and would significantly reduce the risk to the entire area. For example, I observed a young man riding his e-bike safely up the 400 block until he reached the beginning of the promenade. He glanced left, glanced right before popping a wheelie and accelerating it to nearly 40 miles an hour as he made his way up the street. While he may have been confident in his own abilities, such behavior endangers pedestrians and undermines the welcoming atmosphere that's good for downtown business. It's a pretty smart kid, but it's not smart policy for our community. I want to remind you all of the safe, pedestrian-friendly spaces at Shoreline Park, the pier, and now even our even better Saturday Farmers Market. Apply the same municipal code to these blocks. Also drive down the promenade to show police presence. It's not closed to emergency vehicles. Other cities do it. In fact, the Hermosa Beach Park's police cars on the promenade every weekend night. It makes our limited resources more effective. Downtown Santa Barbara was meant to be inclusive for all. Today, however, it feels like it caters mostly to e-bike riders. While our own downtown is better than it was before COVID, there's still room to make it even better. The key is finding a balance, ensuring public safety, inclusivity, and smart urban planning together.
That's time.
Thank you for your consideration.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Guthrie Leonard. Guthrie Leonard, please go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you so much. I love this ordinance. I think it does a lot to just help the community in general. I love that we've made carve-outs for youth. I love a lot of this. I just wanted to point out a couple of tiny things and a couple of things people have mentioned. I do want to prioritize cyclist safety, so I do feel like there is some vagueness in what a cyclist might choose to do as far as the riding on the sidewalk and the riding towards the edge of the road, because if someone's worried about getting a $100 fine, they might not prioritize their own safety, and I really think that's a priority. I did want to bring up the concept of like near misses. I heard several people mention that, and that is important, of course, but I do want to acknowledge that we don't keep track of near misses for when a car almost hits a pedestrian or a car almost hits a bike. And so I feel like that's kind of an undue burden if we're going to try to require that in some way of our police department or our city staff in any way. So I do want to keep that in mind. And then also just there was that slide on e-bike collisions, and I do think that's impactful, but I do want to acknowledge that the largest portion of those were cars colliding with e-bikes. And then also, you know, we've seen a larger number of e-bikes in general, so we could expect the collisions to go up. But again, overall, I'm really in support of this ordinance, and I want to thank everyone who worked on it and City Council for considering it. So thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Steve Fort, and then the final speaker will be Sullivan Israel. Steve Fort, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Steve Fort. I had some different comments prepared, but I'm really encouraged by what I'm hearing today. I'm glad my perception is that the council is hearing from their constituents that we need to take back State Street. I strongly support passing this ordinance, increased enforcement to get State Street back to the positive, enjoyable place that it once was, because right now it just isn't. Again, I really support this. I like a lot of what I'm hearing today. I could be wrong, but I'd like to think that Strong Towns and the Bike Coalition and bike retailers are doing their part out there to educate and stop kids that are running around antagonizing and baiting people into action. I'd like to think that they're doing their part too to educate folks, but just pass the ordinance, do all the enforcement you can, and take back State Street so it can become enjoyable and fun again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Final speaker is Sullivan Israel. Please go ahead.
Hello. I am actually here to express agreement with a lot of the other commenters, and also say that just as frustrated as you during the farmer's market when there are cyclists on the sidewalk. I think it's terrible behavior. It's definitely unsafe behavior. And I really think that this ordinance is going to go a long way to addressing that. I like that it it allows police officers to have a different perspective and different ways of enforcing things on State Street because it is no longer technically a roadway, and I really appreciate that. I love how it lowers infractions for youth compared to state law and how there's carve-outs for them in education. So I really think this is great. It's a much better draft than the initial draft. At the same time, I'd also say we should take a deep breath because this isn't really a safety issue in the sense that if you look at the collisions from the chart that you presented today, it looked like there were 5 bike pedestrian collisions in the last, or I guess in 22, 23, 24. So it's not like a huge problem, but I'm glad that we're talking about it. But speaking of riding on the sidewalk, I ride a class 2 e-bike according to these definitions. It has a throttle, but has a top speed of about 18. I ride it every day, actually, because I commute. And every day I ride on the sidewalk. So to answer, maybe the mayor actually asked this question, why are people riding on the sidewalk? Why do I do it? Well, I ride this on the sidewalk 1 block to get to a crosswalk because the cross street that I end up on is a very busy road. And I'm very nervous about crossing a 4-lane road with cars going around 30, 40 miles per hour. And so I go over to the crosswalk to cross and then go back onto the street I was on before. And generally in the morning when I'm on the sidewalk, there's literally no one else there, which is obviously very, very different from State Street where there are lots of people and you shouldn't be on the sidewalk. So what I'm not looking forward to is possibly explaining what I just explained to you in court, where I have to explain why I was on the sidewalk. And so I hope that officers use their discretion wisely. I'm sure they will, but just putting that out there. As far as taking the lane goes, that's from Vehicle Code 21202. It helps cyclists being prevented from being doored when doors open. That's another reason I sometimes ride on the sidewalk, by the way. If I see someone just pulled in and they're opening their doors and I'm going too fast to immediately brake, I'll use a driveway maybe to go around them. Also, yeah, I don't understand why police cars can't drive on State Street. They're allowed to. There are actually numerous cities, I presented in September about this, who removed cars from their main street specifically in order to have police response times be faster. An example I talked about was in Jerusalem, which they did a 3-mile no-car zone, and now police cars patrol it much faster than they ever were before. I don't really understand how having cars on State Street and probably traffic because of all the lights would increase police times or somehow make that any better. And yeah, how bringing back cars would make it safer for anyone in terms of the engineering. But overall,
It's
really
time.
great ordinance.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure some of those issues are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, very good. Back to council for deliberation. Who's up? Ms. Sneddon.
I wasn't trying to be first, but I didn't see another option there. So first, thank you. Thank you for the multiple iterations, bringing it back. I like that this ordinance is addressing this issue, taking an education approach and a restorative approach, and really creatively, too. I think there were a lot of ideas thrown out, and the one that came back, working with the youth diversion, was, I really applaud that. I think that's the right direction. I really appreciate the school education that you're doing and the outreach and getting ahead of it. I like the idea of the incentives for positive reinforcement. I'm interested in, as this moves forward to what more of those might be. I would also support adult diversion possibility as well, so something like community service, rather than someone needing to prove low income and then go through that process, that could just be an option that a person exercises, that I can either pay this fine or I could do something for my community and work on it that way. I like the description of unsafe operation rather than setting the speed limits. I think we've all seen some very unsafe maneuvers at very slow speeds. So I think having it be a broader definition like that at discretion is a really good idea. Depending on other comments from council that use in that section 10.52020, the unsafe operation under number 9, I think, changing present to in proximity or to something that's legally acceptable, but I think just being present at all is maybe too broad. And then just as a comment, I'll mention again how often I've seen positive interactions in the street with our law enforcement and youth, and I don't know how else to describe it other than jovial. I have photographs. I've seen a banter back and forth, conversations in the middle of the street with groups of cyclists, and I've seen it on more than one occasion. So I can believe what I've seen with my own eyes at random times. And thank you for that. Thank you for those positive interactions. I'm sure they have ripple effects. I am also hearing this challenged with the perception of presence, and I think that's something that we'll need to come back with. Also to validate what it is that you're saying and hold you up, that you do have a presence downtown. I mean, I hear in District 4 all the time how all the police presence is downtown and none of it is anyplace else. So I think that's something worth working on, the perception of presence and how we can help with that and open that up in some way. I think I'm okay with bike buses anytime. I'm sort of moving in on, when there are children with adults, that I think adults are using discretion about the bike bus, or I think that's to the comments earlier, and I'll own the issue with them bringing up 5-year-olds riding on the street, that they should obviously be allowed to, but I think maybe it's the presence of the adult that brings in that discretion, but whatever allows bike buses anytime. But I'll add to that I saw what could be argued as a bike bus the other day. It's maybe 6 youth, probably around 13, on Las Positas, all together, wheelies in the middle of the street, right in front of the Chaucers, and it took my breath away thinking about how dangerous what they were doing was to themselves. So again, with the discretion, I think bike buses can be very safe. In that particular case, that they were not increasing their safety by the way that they were riding in the middle of the lane. So again, that discretion. Let's see. I liked the idea of involving PAL and any way that there could maybe be these education opportunities before an infraction. I mean, I'm thinking about with cars, we don't buy our kids cars before they take driver's ed. So I think there'd be a lot of parents who would even pay for bicycle education courses for their kids to then earn the ability to have one of these bikes. I think we're just kind of letting everybody out as an experiment, and then if there was an opportunity for some kind of pre-education, whatever it is that they're being educated with at the teen court or the CADA office, might be a benefit to learn ahead of time, so something along those lines, not needing to be written into the ordinance, but just supporting that. I would be okay with banning Class 3 on the promenade, or even Class 2 on the promenade. I think the B-cycles were just perfect, and everything faster than that has really taken quite a bit of the magic away, and I would be in favor of that if that were, I don't know if that would be part of this ordinance, but I did have a question if outside this ordinance, can we still have influence over what happens on the promenade? Because I'm hearing that this is superseding our emergency ordinance, but for instance, if we wanted to dismount for one block, would that have to go through this ordinance, or could it be outside of that?
Ms. McAdoo can also answer, but I was going to say, I would want to go back to the team with that, because there's a lot of work being done around what the State Street Master Plan and what that looks like. So we wouldn't want to put anything into this ordinance at this point that then has an impact on what we're trying to do there, because then we would have to go back and amend this ordinance. So
to be clear, I don't want to direct that. I'm wondering if in the interim operations.
We can definitely look at that, I
Interim,
think.
yeah.
But I would say let's get this ordinance done so
Yes.
that we have something and we have some tools in place that allow PD and create a structure for enforcement. And then I think we can look at those as we bring back the updates on the State Street sort of interim operations and also the master plan. And I think given the desire to have a presentation on State Street response, maybe we bring an update on State Street back sooner rather than later, and we can have sort of a variety of those conversations.
Thank you.
And if I can add to.
Forgive me, I think my question wasn't, my question isn't can we do this today or at all? It was if we wanted to do any interim thing, does this ordinance prevent us from looking at the promenade as its own area?
No, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Senate, it doesn't. So for example, if you look at the promenade and wanted to ban, for example, Class 3 bikes, then you can default to the vehicle code because you would put signs that would say, and that would be like, they would be prohibited in that area, so you don't need that. So we have
Excellent.
options in the future
Thank
on
you.
those issues.
And I'm sorry to give an example, not to get into detail of what those might be. I just want to make sure this didn't preclude us from looking at that as its own entity. And then, no, those are my comments at this time. And really, thank you for the iterative process. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any problem with everything you heard Councilmember Sneddon say. Those all make sense to me. Those would kind of be my good comments. And, you know, for being part of this, it's just I was telling Mr. Doimus before, I've soured over the last 4 months from where I was 4 months ago. It's just, it is not better today than it was 4 months ago. It's not better today than it was a year ago. And I fear we're just doing what councils do. We're ordinancing something to death, and then what do we do after we do that? You know, in a perfect world, I'll go back and I'll read this again on the unsafe operation part, A2, that says you just can't ride in a manner that constitutes a danger to the operator, a passenger, other motorists, other riders, pedestrians, or property, period. I just wish you could just take that and go, leave the room, right? And just go be you, because that seems to sum it up all for me. Unfortunately, there seems to almost be a glee, a premeditated effort out there to perform bad behavior and to perform it in a place that is highly public and crowded with people. It's unfortunate that that's what this has become. You know, giving the lame excuse of every city is having the same problem is getting real old. I'll just, you know, throw that in with, you know, housing, short-term vacation rentals, whatever. Just, you know, it's just another one to add to the pot that affects everybody. The reason I asked about the stupid questions about the stats and do you track near misses and people who now just won't go somewhere because there are bicycles there are totally contrary to what I heard from a public commenter that, oh, you can't consider those because there's near misses with cars and vehicles or cars and pedestrians all day long. Well, anecdotally, I can drive from the Mesa to here and never see somebody run a red light, never see somebody cruise through a sidewalk and disrupt some pedestrian. I can see it sometimes, but not often. I don't have to walk State Street but once to see this bad behavior happening. Every time I walk State Street, okay? So the amount of incidences that happen in this particular area far exceed what I see anywhere else in town in cars versus anything else types of relationships. And, you know, the sad thing about this is you know, with sitting beneath the surface just bubbling is the significant nexus or connection this subject has to the evolution of State Street. There are literally people that are ready to give up on that process because of e-bikes. give up on that process and ask for, how far have we fallen to say that bring vehicles back on State Street is an answer to the e-bike process? When should we ever say that putting vehicles back on a street is an answer to anything? I mean, but that's where some of the conversations are going. That's what the emails you're getting are. That's what people are talking about. Like Aaron Ashland had the comment of, you're not going to tackle a guy or tase him and drag him to the ground. I don't want that to be your kid. I don't want that to be my kid. But I don't know how to fix this without making it worse, because there are a lot of people out there who will see the education part of the 3 E's as an insult. This has gone too far. This is really about taking back a public space from those who are abusing it. And the education part seems like it's been in place and has been tried, and it's time for enforcement. So I don't see anything I won't adopt here with the tweaks you're going to hear about or have heard about. But to me, it's another ordinance that needs to be enforced. And I'll stand ready to provide whatever resources you need for that, okay, when the ask comes. And the 2 young ladies from Cato left too. That is the last thing I would want to impose upon them as the stopgap diversion program, not to just make this an enforcement fine, go to jail type of thing. And I wouldn't wish upon them to do the same thing that people do to us, and that's to put a program on them that costs them money. I'll stand ready to support that process 100% too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I have a question, because it came up public comment in both of my colleagues on the issue of when there's an adult and children, if we need to include that, or it's because the language, if you're in 52.020D, it's page 5 of the ordinance, it just says persons riding or operating bicycles or electric bicycles shall not ride more than 2 abreast except on paths or parts of roadways set aside for the exclusive use of bicycles. Granted, there is discretion if there was, the kids are, that's what the chief has said, but do we need to put something in there, or should we put something maybe in that section or somewhere else? Maybe that's for Mr. Doimus. Some type of language that says, or by permitted event or something. Just to clarify, it came up through a number of public comments. I just want to be sure that we don't overlook that. Or the chief, whoever wants to take that one.
I think both of us want to make a slight comment on it. So to the point of Councilmember Jordan, we want to have something that we can enforce and take care of bad behavior. And so you have to allow officers to have discretion. And so we can write all the language, and if you direct us to put more language in there, we will certainly put more language in there. But we also see a lot of, and Councilmember Sneddon gave the example of what would be considered exactly what they're talking about, actually not good behavior. And I would love to think that all parents are out there teaching great behavior, but it's not the case. So I don't want to put in there if children are with parents or those type of things. You know, you have to allow and have trust in the officers to do the right thing. And if they're not, that's my responsibility to address it. And so that's my role as the chief of police. And so that's why I just caution us to try to put everything. I understand their concerns. I understand they want those to exist and to be able to occur. But, you know, then we end up trying to find the exception and trying to write wording that's going to address all of it. And so I just, like I said, if you give us the direction to put it in there, we certainly will. You know, Mr. Doimus will figure out the language, but I would just encourage allowing my officers to do their job and to trust that they will use that discretion appropriately. You know, there is a process, there is an administrative process for this to be heard, you know, and if you have a group of 20 that are riding on their way to school, you know, if I have an officer that's writing 20 citations to this group who's riding appropriately on the way to school, that's for me to address. And if you have a group of 20 that is riding in this group, but their behavior is unsafe, then I want my officers to be able to address it. So that would just be my comment to you, and what I would implore you as the chief of police is, give us the tools and trust us to do it.
Thank you. That's
Mr. Mayor,
very helpful.
Councilmember Friedman, if I could just jump in on that one quickly too. If we did add an exception in there for bike buses, we would also need to look at, how many riders constitutes a bike bus? What is a bike bus? And are we going to require an adult be present for it to be a bike bus? I mean, because, as we've all stated, there are many times when we see quite a few groups of cyclists, youths riding together, that create the problem. They would not be, I don't think, what you would consider to be a bike bus, that you want to sanction. So I think, putting this discretion with the police and chief of police is really kind of where we want to go, because we don't, we're not able to really define everything. And, to do that, we would need to go back and really look at what constitutes a bike bus. So it may not be something that we'd be able to do tonight with introduction of this ordinance.
And Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Freeman too, I'd echo both what the chief says and City Attorney Connect also say as to that. And then finally, when you're looking at it, there's nothing prohibiting the language right now with a parent next to a child, right? Because you have two abreast, or in a grouping, right? You're just not scattering along with in a row. Now you're talking about 3, 4, and 5, and that's where safety comes in. Obviously, it's a perimeter event where you have police officers there and that. We're not going to have our officers cite. So the officers are going to have training in this code in terms of how to enforce it. And there's also additional review, just like with anything. There's additional review within the police department where sergeants and up will look at these narratives and is it being applied appropriately. So I think we don't want to cause confusion. Today, one thing I heard, I think present is a good point, Councilmember Sutton mentions. So when people are getting confused with the word present, we should probably change that to close proximity, because there's a better understanding of that, which I recommend when I'll go over this 3 changes I would like to make for our next reading. So I think those points are made are valid from the chief and City Attorney Connect.
Thank you. I just wanted the clarification because it came up a number of times in the public comment and from my colleagues. So I'm perfectly comfortable with the recommendation as is based on the comments now by the chief and our city attorney's office. So first, I just want to say that some of us, we attended the Chamber of Commerce event this past weekend, and one of the speakers said that, when you can, try to keep it light, on point, and brief. And I'm not particularly known for being brief sometimes, but hey, it's 2025. There's a lot of shocking things going on, so I'll try to be brief right here. So number one is, the chief has said it tonight multiple times, we need more tools for enforcement and education to change behavior to make our city, including State Street, safer. This ordinance accomplishes that, especially the partnership with CADA. And I've seen firsthand how that teen court works through my involvement with the CADA's Youth Mentor Program going back 20 years. I've had a couple mentees involved with it, and it's really powerful. 2, the public demands that we take action and stop debating. And so this is being responsive to the public, and we are taking action tonight. And lastly, so I support it going forward. And hopefully we can call it unofficially the John Palmentary e-bike ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I guess I should start by saying something that I have learned over the years sitting up on this dais is that ordinance writing is an art. It's not a science. And similarly, enforcement of our ordinances is an art, and it's not a science, to a certain extent anyway. And I feel that almost nowhere is that more true within our municipal code than when it comes to e-bikes and e-bike safety, just through this hearing and seeing how many iterations it went to and the amount of time that you all devoted to this. It's just incredible how complex it is. You really have done yeoman's work to try to balance the competing interests around e-bikes to get us closer to safety, to thread that needle between ordinance language and effective enforcement. It's really clearly a very difficult thing to do, and I think we've come probably as close as possible right now with the ordinance that we have before us. I agree with all of Councilmember Sneddon's comments, particularly the change from present to close proximity. I think that's a great change. But also, in response to the comments we've heard from you all with regard to language changes, and I would say this is kind of an unusual position for me because typically up here I'm pushing for the most specific language we can possibly have in ordinances. But in this case, I'm eminently comfortable with our officer discretion. I don't think that there's any other way for an ordinance to be effective around e-bike management if we do not give our officers discretion to implement. I have total trust that we are fully aligned in our purpose when it comes to e-bikes. And I'm also confident and would respectfully request that our chief come back and communicate with us about how this is going, whether it's working, whether it's not working, whether that discretion is helpful or is actually harming our officers' ability to enforce in the way that I know that we all would like to see them do. I will be supporting this today, but I also just want to close by saying fundamentally, I hate to end on a negative note, but I just have to say it. I think neither this ordinance nor an incredible increase in resources to your department is going to solve fundamentally the problem that we're seeing around e-bikes. I really think this is an area where the state of California and the state legislature needs to step in to assist. It was really telling to me when, I don't remember who said it, but we were talking about those other jurisdictions that already have e-bike legislation in place, and they've not seen any meaningful improvement as a result of those ordinances. To me, I think what that shows is we all see a problem, and we are all not, as local jurisdictions, necessarily capable of solving it on our own. It has to be a multi-jurisdictional approach. The vehicle code is a state code for a reason. And I think that there needs to be some analogous state code that gives us real tools, real opportunity to solve this problem. I fully believe that we have done and are doing as much as we possibly can to make our streets safer, to facilitate safe biking, safe pedestrian use of our streets and sidewalks. But there's only so much that we can do on our own. And so this is maybe just my personal clarion call to our state legislatures to please engage on this issue. It's not something that we can do on our own, though I appreciate how hard we have tried and will vote to support it today.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for everyone for being here and the community members for voicing their opinions and concerns. I just want to remind everybody that there's this hand-drawn map of Santa Barbara from the 1800s, and it was done to advertise Santa Barbara as a tourist destination. And around the border of the map, there's all these highlighted structures like the library, the hospital, the mission, things that would draw people to come visit. And one of those things was a bike shop. So going back to the 1800s, the people back then were highlighting that this is a bicycling community, and it hasn't changed. Like, people all over the world are taking note about how supportive we are for bicycling. I mean, we spent millions of dollars supporting the infrastructure around the city. So part of me is a little wary that we're emphasizing and supporting so much bicycling, but then at the same time, we're like, oh, we're gonna also enforce on you a little bit more. And there might be a little backfiring on that to dissuade people from bicycling, but I doubt it, because this technology is here to stay and it's not going anywhere. It's only going to advance even more. Electric powered transportation is just becoming more and more readily available, and this is something that we're going to have to get used to and address, because as much as a lot of it is coming from bad bicyclists, I can tell you myself, who bicycles around the city, that sometimes I feel like I'm on the set of the Night of the Living Dead, avoiding these people that are just like mindlessly walking around, unaware of where they are. So it's a two-sided issue. So, you know, thank you for the public speaker that called out John Palmentary for purposely posting himself in the middle of a bike lane with his back turned to oncoming traffic. I get his point as to why he did that, but don't act like the victim, because if you did that on a car street, nobody would be siding with you. But yeah, with that aside, I am supportive of this. And I understand, Ms. Harmon, your point about having more enforcement and more resources going to this issue. I also agree that there's bigger issues that we should be facing, but it is undeniable that the overwhelming outcry from the public is demanding that we do something about it. And it just reminds me of when I was a kid and I was afraid of the dark because there was monsters. There were no monsters there, right? But my parents still got me a night light to allow me to sleep at night. So if this is what the community members want, let's do it. So Chief, if we can take you up on your offer to come back to us with your recommendations on how to adequately address this, please, this is the time to do it. And I don't think anyone's gonna deny us that action. So yeah, thank you. That's all I gotta say.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I want to start off first thanking you all for all of your work that you have been putting into both the ordinance and enforcement. I know that this is a very tall mountain to scale, but I truly do believe that, you know, our police force, our city staff, we really are doing everything that we can. And echoing what Councilmember Gutierrez said, I think that this is, while there are a lot of other really big issues in our city, this is also one of those big ones because of the public safety threat that it poses. So I want to echo some of the comments that Councilmember Sneddon also made. In particular, the suggestion of adding an adult diversion program. I think that is something worth exploring. I also support the change of the language from quote unquote present to close proximity, just because I had been hearing from folks in the community that the word present may be a little vague. But I also don't want to pigeonhole, or not us, but our police department into not being able to do their job. So I think it feels like the phrase close proximity would still give discretion to our police force to be able to you know, use their best judgment and do their job without necessarily restricting. And there was a point made about, you know, police presence or the perception of it on State Street, right? And I think whether cars are added back to State Street or not, it would, I do think it would be helpful to take you up on your offer, Chief Gordon, you know, to come back, present both to the council and the public about the statistics of where our police force is, you know, receiving these reports, where is it that we are getting and answering to the most calls, because the same way that we hear from folks downtown that, oh, the police isn't on State Street. I mean, we hear that about every area in the city. I hear that about the East Side too. It's like, where's our law enforcement, right? And we have to be very realistic. You are operating with a very finite amount of resources and personnel. And so I think it's not necessarily, it doesn't only have to be a matter of increasing enforcement or increasing presence, but I think it's just a matter of clarifying that perception. And I know Councilmember Sneddon also mentioned the potential of banning Class 3 bikes on the promenade, and I think, I mean, I would be for that. I think the purpose of closing or of opening State Street to pedestrians and closing it to cars, it was to provide a safe and walkable downtown environment. And I have heard from multiple downtown businesses that yes, the pedestrian traffic helps their business, but these same pedestrians are being deterred away from visiting these businesses now because of, you know, the dangers that they see. So I will be supporting this today, but I do want to applaud both our police department, our city staff, and everybody involved in this, because I think these are really good steps forward. But also, I think it's important that we all keep in mind what Councilmember Megan Harmon mentioned, that this is something that we will need our state to get involved with so that we can have some continuity across the board, right? If we're looking to other cities as examples and we're seeing that they're not seeing much of an improvement, then you know that this may be a little bit above us. And you know, we are kind of limited to what we can do here locally. But that being said, thank you for the work on this. I will be supporting this.
All right, very good. Well, as we know, you know, just change in law doesn't necessarily dictate a change in behavior, so we'll give it our best shot here. But I think that the devil's in the details when you do ordinances. And the more clarity you can have, the better, which means you make it as simple as possible. I really, really strongly hope that when a motion is made, that we can agree to strike 1052.030 number 3 about being able to ride on a sidewalk. Because I think it's confusing. I think it's a time when pedestrians are the ones that are really complaining the most about e-bike behavior. And if we mix bikes with pedestrians, even in this small little sentence in the code, I think we're sending a really confusing message. There may be circumstances when you've got to get out of the street, like a farmer's market thing, walk your bike. Sullivan Israel talked about the one block he rides every morning, blah, 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 on the side. Walk your bike. How hard is that? The sidewalk should be for the pedestrian. If we conflate this with where the bikes can go in certain circumstances, like somebody opens a door, I just think it's a bad, with this, we should make it as simple and clear as possible. I'm prepared to support the entire rest of the ordinance. I would like to strike that, and that's that one sentence in there. It's the 1052.030 number 3. So, going forward, I will entertain a motion, especially if it has that provision in it. Mr. Friedman.
All right, I'll take a crack at this. So I'm going to move the ordinance for adoption. First, change the word of present to in proximity, or appropriate wording that you can decide coming back. when it
Close
comes back.
proximity would work.
Close proximity. Make that change. I tend to agree with the mayor on that, based on the same reasoning that we talked about earlier with the parents and the children. I think it's kind of similar. If someone's trying to get out of a dangerous situation, yeah, they could ride there, and the police would have the discretion. So I'd remove, I guess, 10.52.030.03. And were there any other changes that, Mr. Doimus, that you were going to bring up? You mentioned
Yeah,
a couple.
there were two, but I'm only going to go with one. So the one change is the correct version for the amount of administrative fines. So under 10.52060B, it would read administrative for the first one, it would be 100 instead of 200. So we'd strike 200 and put 100. For the second paragraph, it would be striking 300 and putting 200 for the second violation. And then the third would remain the same. 500 would stay the same for each additional violation within 1 year. So 3 or more. That would be the one change. The other change, and we talked about it, and hearing Councilmember Santa Maria's comments too, of at least wanting to have consideration. So I think we're going to leave the language in as C as is, because while Government Code Section 68632A or B deals with a lot of times proving indigency for court fines, here's the ability, the flexibility for if they meet that criteria. So at least it gives the hearing officer a job to do if they want to be able to reduce fines for people, and at least it gives a definition for indigency for that. So we can leave that as is.
Okay, I'll add the comments that Mr. Doimus just made in there to the motion, and then if there's anything else or anyone to second it, I'm
Okay,
where I'm at.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Maros. I was going to add and make sure that, I just want to make sure I understand. So that includes the language that allows for, if there were to be another option for adult diversion, we're calling it, that could be developed later.
Here's a Honorable Mayor, Councilmember said, and so here's the difficulty in diversion. So court programs have diversion, and it's a real detailed complex where you're showing they have set up community service centers. You go back to court to show your proof of community service.
I see.
The only reason we had it for juveniles is because we have something established already. We don't have anything else established in the city, which at least that we know of can rely. It doesn't mean that if something becomes known to us or something down the road and we can, vet it, that we couldn't amend that portion. But at least as is this day, that I don't know of a diversion program that would handle administrative fines, right? We're talking about our fines within our internal city process. So that's what would make it very difficult to do.
Understood now. Thank you. And I don't mean to overcomplicate it. And then I just want to confirm, as Councilmember Santamaria asked earlier, there is some provision for if you're low income.
We are going to leave that provision.
We're going to leave that in there.
But that's for the hearing administrator to deal with.
Great. So I'm good with all of that then.
Are you seconding the motion then?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Mr. Freeman, you had another comment?
There was one other issue that was brought up, and it was to come back at a certain time with a report on how it's functioning. And can we just add that in there to come back at a specific time, or is that something we can, do we
Probably
need to
with a
leave it out
PD
of it?
update, I would think.
Yeah.
When-
Do we need to put that in the motion, or should we just give you kind of informal direction?
Your informal direction is all I need.
Okay, perfect. So we'll leave that out, but the informal direction would be to come back at an appropriate time. Okay.
Okay, very good. There's a first and a second. Madam Clerk, do you have the motion?
I will give a first shot here, but if Mr. Friedman or possibly Mr. Doremus would like to jump in, I welcome that. We have a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Snedden, to move the ordinance adoption with the following changes. Present, the word present to close proximity, to remove, and I don't believe I have the site here.
I'll give you the site. It's
Thank you.
section 10.52020B, subsection B9.
Okay.
That's for the first change, Clerk.
Okay. And second change for the provision regarding writing on the sidewalk, do you have that
Yes,
citation?
that would be, Madam Clerk, that would be section 10.52, to strike 10.52030, subsection 3.
Very good. And the third change is the changes to the administrative fines, replacing 200 with 100, and then replacing 300 with 200.
Correct. And then the section for that, Madam Clerk, is section 10.52060, subsection B, 123. 12.
Very good. And I don't have any other changes. Are there other changes?
Madam Clerk, could I just confer with Mr. Doimus to confirm on the striking language with regard to writing on the sidewalk? I believe that's 10.52020C3.
There is,
Is it,
you know what, there may be two, hold on.
10520303.
Yeah, okay, there will be two sections. That's actually an excellent catch, Madam City Attorney. So there's two sections that need to be stricken because otherwise it would conflict. So one would be 10.52020, section C, C3, you said C3, correct?
C3.
C3, as well as 10.52030.
3, yeah. Thank you.
All right, and if you would,
Wait, hold on. Oh, right-hand side, hold on. I thought there was,
Yeah, I think I was incorrect on that.
Okay,
Mr.
okay.
Doimus is correct.
okay, then just the one,
Initially,
this is
yeah.
the one, the
Yeah,
10
just the
point,
one.
10.52030.
very good. And just to recap here, and Mr. Doremus, I'll ask you one more time to go through the sections when I get there. We have the-
Just one
yes.
clarification on the bicycles or e-bikes on the sidewalks. We should just be removing the exceptions, not the entire section.
Right,
So-
exactly
So
that.
10.52.030 remains,
Yeah.
striking the number
three.
3.
Or is it all three?
No.
No, just three.
Just number 3.
Number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Snedden, to move the ordinance for adoption with the following three changes. First one is changing present to close proximity. And Mr. Doimus, what's the code section for that?
And that's 10.52020B9.
Okay. The second change, removing the provision regarding riding on the sidewalk. And Mr. Doimus, what is the section for
And
that?
the only section that'll be stricken is 10.52030, subsection 3.
Very good. And the third change is regarding administrative fines, replacing the first fine of 200 for 100, and then for the second paragraph, replacing 200 for 300, and keeping the third paragraph the same. And Mr. Doimus, what's the citation for that?
And that citation is 10.52060B1 and 2.
Okay. Are we agreed?
You're agreed? Good.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
May we
Let's
have
go
the
ahead
vote?
and, go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Nice work, staff. The next item, we are going to take a short break before we do that, just so you know. I know you guys have waited for a while. Also, we've got a lot of speaker slips. I'm not really sure how many online. We're going to go to 2 minutes per. You may combine with another speaker or two for a total of 5 minutes for a single speaker, if that's a choice you want to make. We'll see you guys here at 1:45. Thank you.
Item 21, presentation of the Siegel classification and compensation study.
All right. Ms. McAdoo, did you have a statement you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to just make a couple prefacing comments as we kick this agenda item off, and thank you for everyone for bearing with us and staying here until this agenda item has started. First and foremost, I want to thank the HR staff team and our Siegel consulting team for the work getting us to this point. You'll hear a little bit of the history of this project, which has been many years in the making, far before I even got here. And I just want to be clear that this is not an action item tonight, but we are looking for specific feedback from the council on the draft total rewards philosophy. So that's really what we'd like to get some council input on that. What I would say about the rest of the information that is in the agenda packet, the market studies, all of that information, that was to publicly daylight it so that now we can begin the conversation, which will be sort of months, several months in the making with our bargaining groups as we move forward. And those are all still in rough draft, and obviously we'll need further discussion and refinement with our labor groups and our employees. I don't want to lose sight of the tremendous progress we've made already to this point with the particularly on the classification structure. You'll hear in the presentation today that we're proposing a new classification structure that streamlines a good portion of our current system, and I would posit that it presents a lot of opportunities for internal promotions and growth for our employees and just creates a much more streamlined process for our HR team. And so I just want to reassure the council and all of our employees that I have personal commitment as well as our HR team's commitment to dialogue with each of our labor groups to answer questions, address issues with the market studies, and to work towards successful implementation of this study. And so just wanted to sort of set those prefacing comments for the council, and before I turn it over to, I think, our HR director, Wendy Levy, for 2 more days, and she's going to kick off the presentation today, and then turn it over to our Siegel team. So thank you, Wendy.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just one quick announcement. If anyone wants to put in a speaker slip, do so by 6. Likewise online. If there's another speaker that wants to raise their hand, do so by 6 p.m. for the cutoff time. Ms. Levy.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I feel like I've been here all day. Anyway, and I'm sure you do too. Anyway, Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you so much. This has been a long time in the coming, and thank you, Kelly, for also saying the things that you said. This was really, truly an effort brought about by council's recognition of not only the great resignation, but also the fact that we were losing people, retention was a problem, recruitment was a problem, where we were in the market was a problem, and so council recognized that and was able to provide support for this effort. It's been a multi-year effort. After the RFP process, a successful one, Siegel was selected. Our team members are here today. And before we get started, I just want to thank you and thank Ms. McAdoo for her support throughout this process, even though she's brand new. We're really on the same page with being employee-centric and understand how salaries do, in fact, impact our employees throughout the organization. I also want to give a big shout out to my HR team. They are a fabulous, dedicated group of people that I would not be as successful as I am without them, and I owe them a debt of gratitude for putting up with me and for being the really awesome team that they are. And then to our labor partners who really, we have good conversations, and the fact that they're here really means something. It means that they care. And the fact that HR is here means we care. So we have a lot in common when it comes to these issues. So without further ado, again, I just want to turn it over to Siegel. And they will start the presentation. And I think we'll have some questions for you in the end.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Patrick Bracken. I'm a senior vice president with Siegel. Siegel is a national human resources consulting firm. We've been in business for about 85 years now. And in all of my time at Siegel, which is about 20 years now, I only work with public sector organizations. That's very much my sweet spot, and very happy to be with you today to talk about the work that we've been partnering with the city on for 2+ years now. I'm joined with two of my colleagues, Diana Subchinsky and Mike Verdorn. Both will be walking through some of the slides on today's deck as well. And I encourage, if you have any questions along the way, feel free to jump right in. Otherwise, we do have question time at the end. I will preface just to say some of the information that you're going to see today can be rather dense. We tried our best to distill to key themes and key takeaways in the PowerPoint, but as I believe has been provided to you as part of the agenda packet, you have the more detailed report information from Siegel that has an abundance of the background and the more detailed analytics that help support the presentation you'll see today. So just in terms of an agenda, we have first want to orient you all to the project objectives and how we went about both scoping the engagement as well as setting up the various project phases. We then want to talk with you about the work we did at the beginning of the project that was really direct liaisonship with various folks within the city's workforce. Then go over the market assessment phase. Then I'll have Diana talk with you all about the classification structure framework that we worked very hard on, and then Mike will talk with you about the salary structure framework. And then lastly, Wendy and her team will talk with you about some of the implementation information that's being currently discussed. So for folks that may not have been with us at the time we started this project, the overall goal, if you haven't been part of a compensation and classification study, really is to ensure that an organization has, first and foremost, an understanding of how do they compare in the marketplace. And then secondly, make sure that any of the work that we're doing is aligned with the goals of enabling the city to recruit and retain top talent. That is a kind of paramount concern of organizations all the time, but in this case, I think partly because the city hadn't embarked on such a comprehensive study in such a long time, it was even more important that we make sure that all of the work that we're doing aligns with best practice, but also aligns with opportunities for the city to consider changing that will enable a more competitive opportunity for the city to recruit and retain top talent. I believe that as part of some prior communications, you all have worked and seen some of the total rewards philosophy documentation. That's something that we have a couple slides on to help you understand our role in that and kind of guidance around how that information was compiled. But I pointed out here because it's an important facet of kind of a principle document of guiding how do we do this work and what are the types of considerations that we need to be mindful of. We also wanted to make sure that the job classification structure, and when I use that phrase, what I really am getting at is kind of simply put job descriptions or job titles. As you all probably know, the city maintains a repository of job titles. Each job title has a corresponding job description, and over time, those job descriptions can become out of date, can become redundant, and one of the goals of this project was, I think as Kelly said, is to streamline that classification structure. And we'll talk a little bit more about how we did that through the involvement of employees and their participation in the PDQ process, the Position Description Questionnaire. So just as a graphic to help you understand the scale and the magnitude of this work, we put together the following slide to really outline partly how did we organize this, but also what was the rough timing associated with these key project phases. And just working from left to right, at the beginning of the project, we did work around stakeholder interviews. We met with both department leadership as well as union leadership. This is really a kind of a getting to know you phase, but also a solicitation of desired outcomes. And that really helped us better understand where the city was, both in terms of its current state, but also aspirationally, where was it headed? We then use that information to launch the classification analysis, which really relates to direct communication with the workforce about what they do in their job roles. And I won't spend too much time talking about the PDQ process, but just to give you a flavor of it, it's a rather dense document that that requests a variety of information about an employee's duties, responsibilities, minimum job requirements in terms of education, experience, certifications, and the like. And that really helped us understand what are the job roles that are being performed by city employees, and then that further enabled us to provide recommendations around consolidation if needed, or cleanup of the job classification architecture. We do that work as part of our step 2 because that really helps us understand the current state in terms of job functions so that we then can move to conducting the total compensation study. And that phase primarily relates to a custom survey that Siegel works jointly with the HR team on developing the parameters around, administering that survey, and then using that information to inform firstly, kind of competitively, where does the city stand? And then secondly, what recommendations could be available for the city's considerations to improve its compensation and job classification structures. So I mentioned project initiation and kind of the getting to know you phase. One of the key components to that were stakeholder interviews. And these stakeholder interviews were really critical for us to have those direct lines of communication, but also an open and transparent communication channel. Because sometimes when we're talking about compensation, there isn't always full comfort with discussing sort of, if you will, the trials and tribulations around what's working and what's not. And so what we like to propose to our clients is that having these conversations in a direct manner with leadership as well as union leadership can really help sunlight some of the issues that might be happening. And that really is critical for us to be able to provide the best recommendations for changes. Some of the topics that we broached with stakeholders revolve around the city's culture, its values, its goals, and its strategic priorities. Also, we wanted to dive a little bit deeper into some of the recruiting and retention areas, especially pain points when it comes to either competitive, like direct competitors for talent, or job functions that historically have been underfilled or very difficult to recruit or retain. And then use this information in conjunction with the Total Rewards philosophy to just help us understand the current state. A couple of the summary of the interview findings, we broke this down into kind of 3 main topics. The first topic was on compensation, and there were really 3 key themes here. First, around competitiveness. At the time we conducted these interviews, there was a general perception that the competitiveness of the compensation structures at the city were lagging, and that the city should conduct compensation studies more frequently. Secondly, that the target market, meaning that kind of how does the city want to position itself as a payer, if you will, in the marketplace, that should be more in line with competitive levels, but also should take into consideration the unique circumstances of the city of Santa Barbara with regard to housing, commuter challenges, and then being an attractive employer of choice. And then lastly, on pay administration, which really relates to kind of how does the pay system work, that there was discussion around having more transparency around how decisions are made, and that some of the inconsistency between departments on pay decisions needed to be more fully understood and vetted. The second topic that we summarize here for you all on the stakeholder interviews relates to benefits. And first and foremost, on an overall basis, the perception was that the city's benefits are desirable and have been competitive with the marketplace, but that there have been some erosion of that sentiment in the past couple years. On health benefits specifically, the perception again was that those benefits are competitive to what's available in the marketplace, but that the loss of the HSA at the time made employees feel that the cost of benefits was high. On retirement benefits, the thinking as part of this analysis was that the benefits are very competitive for classic employees, but not so much for a new employee. And then lastly, on paid time off, that program or those programs were very good, and that generally leave is a generous benefit offering available to employees. And then the third topic from our stakeholder interview findings on pay administration, first, the transparency and communication component, that they felt that transparency was really important and that was an improving component of how HR talks about compensation issues with the workforce. We were alerted to the issue of compression, which can take many forms, but in this case, I think we're talking about compression of employees' pay relative to either experience or when you're doing an external hire. And that some of the perceptions around that is that inequities do exist on the compression front, and those needed to be highlighted and addressed. On the pay structure side, the frequency, again, of the compensation studies was noted, and that's really important because pay is changing all the time, right? And so if an organization is not kind of semi-frequently pinging the marketplace, their pay structures can become out of date and not sufficient to be able to attract and retain staff. And then lastly, on starting salaries, a lot of employees felt that the salaries were low relative to what was available in the marketplace, and that there should be more flexibility when it came to determining hiring, starting pay or hiring rates. With regard to the total rewards philosophy statement, we wanted to share with you one of the diagrams that we work with clients on. We kind of call it the COG graphic, which really highlights some of the key components that we typically see relating to a successfully crafted total rewards philosophy. I'm not going to read every one of the bullets here, but just to give you a flavor, certainly things like pay, it is an important component, but it's not just about pay, right? It's often also about things like internal and external value, the markets that the organization decides to benchmark itself to, the systems themselves, what types of pay systems are put in place and how do they operate. There could be things beyond market, right? So unique features of Santa Barbara that need to be incorporated. Communication, right? Thinking about both the transparency, but also the frequency of communication around pay and pay decisions. And then pay governance. How is pay governed in terms of the decision-making models and the decision-making frameworks that affect pay decisions? We just put this here for you all to consider that there are multiple factors that go into the total rewards philosophy development piece, and we think that the document, I think that's been shared with you all previously, really checked all the boxes in terms of making sure that these types of concepts were addressed in the way and the look and feel that was appropriate for Santa Barbara. A little bit more about the total rewards philosophy statement. I've already kind of highlighted how foundational this is as a guiding principle document, but there were a couple key components that are embodied in the, I guess, the draft total rewards philosophy that I think are worth noting. First, with regard to market positioning, the city has decided to target being a market leader. And that was kind of born out of multiple conversations, both with Siegel as well as with city leadership, on how they want to position themselves in the marketplace and how they want to interpret the compensation data that we collected. And we just think that's an important point to highlight for you, that really is what we would consider a market-leading perspective. There are clients that might want to meet the market, or in some cases, clients that lag the market. But in this case, the city has decided to target that market leader position. The frequency of the market surveys, I think there's a commitment or at least an interest now in conducting these at least every 3 years per the bargaining unit and then on a rotational basis, which we're fully supportive of. We know that the marketplace is changing all the time, and having a refresh of the compensation analytics can be really helpful, both to the collective bargaining process, but also just so that the city better understands its competitive footing. And then on pay practices, that there would be ongoing market benchmarking and adjustments around the various pay practices that HR uses, both in the collective bargaining process, but also just internal to HR, and that there would be more transparency around how these pay practices are administered. Just a couple key considerations on a comp philosophy. First, we really do believe that a comp philosophy is a living document. This is meant to be modified as things change, as new items become reprioritized for the organization. So it's very much not a write it once and then never look at it again. It's meant to be revisited. And it's also an aspirational document. It's really meant to help kind of, it's a compass in a large respect in terms of how does the organization want to digest and think about these types of decisions and provide direction to the organization. And then I won't read this to you all because you have it in your slide deck, but in the bottom blue box, I believe this is an excerpt from the actual total rewards philosophy draft document that you have, but it gives you a sense of the types of both aspirational but also messaging that are embodied in that. So I'm now going to turn focus onto the market assessment phase of the project. As I mentioned before, once we did the job classification work, we then worked with the HR team on a couple key parameters relating to conducting a total compensation study. The first, and we listed them here in order, but the first really was to focus on the benchmark job titles, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Second was to identify the comparator agencies. Third was to develop custom survey documents. These are documents that Siegel developed that covered both general as well as public safety employees. And then we conducted that compensation survey process. For those that haven't been part of a compensation benchmarking project before, one of the phrases that you'll hear us talk about today is what we call benchmark jobs. As you probably know, there are, I can't remember the exact count, but it was in the hundreds, maybe 400 plus job titles at the time that we were engaged. When we conduct a compensation survey, we are not able to survey every single job title. There's a variety of reasons for that, but predominantly, if we were to send a survey out with that many job titles, no one would participate. It's too cumbersome, too time-consuming, and we likely wouldn't get a response. So what we do, and it's standard practice in the compensation industry, is we work with our clients to identify benchmark job titles that are representative of the workforce. And some of the key components that we focus on, and there's a component of kind of data analysis around these, as well as some of the stakeholder feedback that we got on hard to recruit or retain positions. We first want to make sure that the benchmark jobs are capturing the broad array of occupational groups, departments, and pay levels throughout the city. We want to also make sure that it's reflective of the overall workforce composition. So for example, we want to look at things that such as highly populated job titles and job titles that we believe are going to be good representations of work that's performed at the city. So for example, if there were hybrid jobs or very uniquely defined jobs at the city, we likely would not recommend those as benchmarks. We also want to make sure that the hard to fill and the high turnover jobs, that to the extent that we can survey those jobs, we will. But we also want to make sure that the jobs that we select as benchmark jobs are going to be readily found among the other peer employers, right? So in terms of that bang for your buck when you're doing the survey work, we want to make sure that those benchmark jobs, we think there's a high probability that we'll find a corollary among a peer agency. In all, we had 118 benchmark jobs that were identified that met this criteria, and then those were embodied in the survey documents that we distributed. For the identification of the peer employers, we actually have multiple sources of information here, but primarily it started with the stakeholder interviews and the feedback around the competitive labor market, and then also looped in information that HR was able to provide us on MOUs and the specific language around peer groups from there. But we also supplement our analysis with private sector information. Siegel purchases access to large compensation warehouses that conduct compensation surveys all the time throughout the year, but primarily once a year. And they represent thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of private sector employers. That's the predominant way that private sector compensation information is aggregated. And then we purchase those, access to those, and we reference those sources in our analysis to proxy private sector information. And I say all this to point out that when we do our analysis, the compensation data that we're collecting spans then both public sector information as well as private sector information. And then on the public sector side, you'll see here the 29 peer employers that were identified as part of the peer employer list process. We've got cities, we've got airports, we've got water districts. The goal here really was, one, to make sure that if there are any historically utilized peers, either from practice or from MOUs, that those got included. And then the HR team was really helpful in terms of collecting and aggregating some of this information from these peer employers as well. This is a large group of peer employers. For a lot of Siegel studies, we might do 15 peer employers, so we're roughly double that here, which I think is a good barometer for the robustness of the data that was collected as part of this effort. I mentioned previously that once we had the benchmark jobs as well as the peer employers identified, we then drafted the custom survey documents. These went out to all of those 29 peer employers. We used that information first to invite them to participate. In some cases, they're able to, and they do so fully. In other cases, they may reference or point us to either their websites, or they may provide us source information. So the data collection effort is rather intensive, especially when we're not just asking about pay information. We also had questions on FLSA status, which is the Fair Labor Standards Act, exempt, non-exempt, if you're familiar, pay progression practices, paid time off, health benefits, retirement benefits, as well as retiree health and OPEB. We sent out this survey to the peer group in October of 2023. The survey process generally takes about 4 months, and we were on track for that piece of the project. We collected that information between October and January of 2024 and had draft results ready for the city, I think around February of 2024. Now, one of the concepts I wanted to talk with you all today relates to an adjustment factor that Siegel utilizes in our compensation studies that addresses varying geographic regions. So you'll note from the slide previously when we listed the 29 peer employers that those peers are in some cases, they're contiguous to the city of Santa Barbara. In other cases, they're not. Meaning they're geographically dispersed. And one of the questions that we work with our clients on is when we have a varying geographic regions included in the labor market definition, how should we adjust for differences between those geographic regions? And the two most commonly considered variables for that discussion are what we call the cost of labor and then the cost of living. You all might have been familiar with the cost of living concept. It's a pretty popularized notion. The federal government collects a bunch of information on this every month, and they publish it in something called the Consumer Price Index. The cost of labor is maybe a little less known indice, but it is, among compensation professionals, the preferred indice for adjusting compensation structures between varying geographic regions. And the reason for that is primarily because we are trying to benchmark and normalize compensation comparisons between organizations in different geographic areas. And the cost of labor is a better measure of the pay systems that are governing the salaries that employees are paid. Cost of living is an index that is aimed at determining the differences in goods and services. And that's just a different concept, right? And then the idea of adjusting for differences in the cost of compensation levels between varying geographic areas. And so I point this out here because you'll notice in our report And when we talk about adjusted data, what we are talking about are compensation data for the peer agencies that are adjusted for that cost of labor differential. And Siegel actually has to rely on a firm called the Economic Research Institute, which is an amalgam of economists and econometricians that have developed a series of models that estimate the cost of labor differences between geographic areas. And that has been our preferred tool, and I think many national human resource consulting firms use a similar tool, if not this tool, to address this issue of how do you normalize for cost of labor differences between areas. And then just to give you kind of maybe a prettier graphic on the cost of labor versus cost of living concepts. Cost of labor, again, is measuring the supply and demand of a job in a particular area, which when you think about the work we're doing here, we're benchmarking jobs of, at Santa Barbara relative to the marketplace. And we want to make sure that when we're benchmarking jobs, we are adjusting for that factor and not the cost of living, which again is the cost of goods and services between differing areas. And you might ask, well, are cost of living and cost of labor the same, depending on which organization you're looking at? And in some cases, yes, and in other cases, no. And so that's why part of the reason that we like to focus on cost of labor is, again, what we're trying to adjust for are the differences in those compensation levels. Cost of living certainly is a relevant topic for a lot of compensation discussions, but for purposes of our report, that cost of labor number is really what we focus on for adjustment reasons. Now to talk a little bit about market findings, I've outlined the benchmark jobs that we surveyed. We've got the peer group that we sent the survey to. I now want to highlight some of the pay comparison findings that we were able to identify. And I'll just take a minute to break this down because we've got the next three slides all look very similar, but the top header will clarify what groups of jobs we're looking at. So this first slide talks about what we're calling miscellaneous jobs, which for all intents and purposes is not police and not fire. So it's kind of all the other jobs that we've surveyed. And what we're focusing on in this slide is base pay. So what we mean by that is we looked at the pay range information for all of the Santa Barbara jobs that were in this category. We look at the minimum, we look at the midpoint, and we look at the maximum. So these are the actual published pay ranges for the positions, not the salaries of employees paid in these job roles. And that's just a distinction I want to clarify, is that we are focused on the pay range information. And that's for a lot of reasons, but fundamentally we're helping the city identify pay structures. So we want to focus on what are the minimum and maximum values associated with a job function that would be appropriate for an organization to consider. And then we break down our analysis into kind of three segments here. The first is what we're calling comparable agencies. So those are the 29 agencies you saw on the previous slide. Then the published surveys, that's the private sector information that we've collected. And then we blend those two into the third row, which is the overall market. And then just to give you a sense of the color coding, what Siegel defines as a market competitive corridor is 95% to 105% of the market average. So if you think about just any particular job, if you take the average of the compensation information we've collected, and if you take the ratio of Santa Barbara's information for that job relative to that average, if that percentage falls between 95 and 105%, we deem that as market competitive. And we denote that in black, the color coding. If the value, if that percentage value is above 105%, we denote that as above market and we color code it in blue. And if it's less than 95%, it is below market and it is denoted in red. And so I point this out because you'll see that same color coding as you look through both today's deck as well as our report documents. That color coding is kind of more of an easier way for you to kind of more quickly scan the compensation information to see which jobs are at market, below market, or above market. And generally what you can see from this slide in terms of our finding is that when we look at the pay range minimums, and I'm focused on the overall market bottom row, that the pay range minimums for Santa Barbara are in excess of the averages in the marketplace. But that story starts to get a little winnowed down as we then look at the pay range midpoint. We move to about 106% of the average, and then we drop to 101%. Again, still market competitive, but kind of right at that average at the pay range maximums. And that's an important finding because it helps us understand where does the city of Santa Barbara's current pay range structure kind of stack up relative to market averages. Oops, sorry. Similarly, when we perform the same type of analysis, but now we're talking about the fire jobs that were part of our benchmark positions, again, looking at just base pay, we've got the same market definition corridor. We don't have published data here because that's not available in the private sector, right? Logically, these functions are public sector job roles. But then compared to the comparable agencies, the pay range information for the fire jobs were 99% at the minimum, 95% at the midpoint, and then drop below our market competitive corridor to 93% at the pay range maximum. And then lastly, with regard to base pay for the police jobs, same idea here, only comparisons to the comparable agencies, 111% at the minimum, 106% at the midpoint, and 102% at the maximum. Now, as I mentioned in my comments regarding the survey and the design of that document, we didn't just look at base pay. The last 3 slides we went over were just the base pay comparisons. I now want to share with you on a total compensation basis that same type of comparison. And when I talk about total compensation, what we're talking about here is the base pay information, but also added to that the I should be clear, the employer retirement costs as well as employer health benefit costs. So we think about the composition of total compensation comparisons as encompassing the base pay plus the employer health plus the employer retirement. And when we do that comparison, and then in this case we look at the miscellaneous jobs first, the story changes a bit. We now are at 108% of the pay range minimum, 100% at the midpoint, and 101% at the maximum. Similarly, on a total compensation basis for fire jobs, we're in the market competitive range at between 101 and 96% of the average. And then compared to police, we're at 107 at the minimum, 102 at the midpoint, and 99 at the maximum. For comparisons on the annual employer costs for miscellaneous jobs relating to health plan costs, what we've done here is we've taken the average annual health plan costs for the peer agencies, and we've compared that to the city of Santa Barbara. That's their first column there. And what you'll see there is that based on annual average health plan costs for the city at about $18,600, the comparable average among the other 29 or so agencies that we were able to collect data is $21,700. And then as a corollary on the retirement side, the percentages here relate to the average annual employer retirement contributions, and fairly comparable, the city of Santa Barbara at 12.37 and the average among the peers at 11.02. The same comparison again for the fire jobs. We've got the city's information here for health at $11,195 for fire jobs compared to $14,000 for the market average for health plan, and then 24% for the market average compared to 29% for the annual employer retirement contributions. And then lastly, for the police jobs, we've got $11,000 for the city on employer health costs compared to $13,000, and then roughly the same, 23.5% versus 25% for the market average on retirement. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague Diana to talk with you about the classification structure framework.
So as we began the classification analysis, there were key themes to guide the work. We heard that job descriptions were too specific and needed to be generalized, that opportunities for advancement and growth were limited. We also heard that many classifications were too similar and that often the classification was more specific to the individual performing the work. We also heard that the classifications were outdated and there were no job families to align the work. As Patrick mentioned, the process used to gather information was called the PDQ process, and this was a survey sent to employees. It's also known as a position description questionnaire. The first step in the process is to review the PDQ and the questions that are included in that questionnaire. Then it's sent to employees, and they were asked to fill in their responsibilities, skills and abilities, and minimum qualifications required to complete the work. The next step, the PDQ, is sent to supervisors and managers, and they provided comments and additions to the PDQ. It's important to note that supervisors were not able to change any employee responses. And finally, the PDQ information was analyzed and a recommended structure was developed. The classification analysis process was collaborative and iterative. Siegel worked closely with the HR project team and received multiple rounds of feedback and updates from both HR and department heads. This collaborative process resulted in a standardization of titles and better alignment with market titling. Updated draft descriptions were based on the work being performed by employees. A streamlined classification structure was also created that allows jobs to be grouped into families and helps illustrate potential career movement. This slide illustrates the job classification structure. Starting with the job families. Job families group jobs together doing similar work. Then next, the job levels reflect the internal relationships of jobs. Then job summaries, which summarize the work being completed and assist with the market analysis. And then finally, resulting in the classification description, which is the documentation capturing the current duties and responsibilities. Conducting a classification analysis is an important step in aligning the work to the market and gathering appropriate market data. As mentioned, the process to begin the classification structure analysis started with developing the position description questionnaires, or PDQs. Over 800 PDQs were reviewed, along with job documentation provided by the City of Santa Barbara. Based on this information, the job families were developed, the job series were created, and job levels were created. From this analysis, class descriptions are also developed. It's important to remember, similar to the total rewards philosophy, that the classification structure is a living document, and final results will vary over time as new classifications are created and/or adapted to the needs of the city.
All right, thanks, Diana. I'm going to talk about the salary structure framework, and this is where we're taking the previous components that we talked about with the market study and the classification structure and blending those two together to create the salary structure framework that the city can use as guidance going into all the negotiations and developing the salary structures per the collective bargaining agreements. When we're developing a salary structure and that framework that's operating in there, we need to think about two different things. And there's kind of two different steps within this. The first one is paying for the job itself, and that's the salary structure framework that's being built. We have the classification structure, we have the market data and the benchmark jobs. We want to ensure that all of those jobs of the resulting classification structure get placed into an appropriate salary range that balances the external market, but then also with the internal equity. Then we'll also be talking about paying for the individual, and we'll have the city kind of talk a little bit more in the detail on that. about getting people into the right range and the right place in the range based upon their variety of things with performance, length of service, internal equity. There are a lot of different things that our clients have used to determine those appropriate placements within there. So those are the two concepts. We're talking about paying for the job when we're developing the overall pay structure using the information that we've developed and collected and through the other previous steps. When we were doing this, we worked collaboratively with the city to figure out what are the different metrics or guidelines that we want to have with developing its overall pay structure. One of them that Siegel prides itself on, that we never recommend salary reductions. The city said, yes, we do not want to do that. Okay, we're not moving anybody's salary down. We also want to make sure that we're looking at that internal compression issue. We understood that was a concern from earlier on in the study and from the comp philosophy part. We recommend having a supervisory compression between supervisors and employee at about 10%. That's the best practice that we have seen from our time, and we're doing these types of studies across the country. We want to ensure that there's compression between different grade levels, that we're having to help mitigate that, and between different levels in a series. Pay grade recommendations ensure there's at least a 5% differential between those as well. And then those other additional parameters, competitive points, market leader. So you saw the tables that Patrick showed earlier about where those points were. We want to look at those minimums, midpoints, and maximums, make sure that it's a market leader above that competitive corridor in a way. That's market focused. Our initial guidance was say, let's get the market data, let's slot that job into the appropriate range based upon the market data. Then link that job to other jobs within the classification structure that are at a similar level. And then look at that pay compression that exists to ensure that we don't have any supervisor and employee pay compression, and ensure that the salary structure helps to mitigate that and manage that over time as well. So some of those are guiding principles for us as we're moving forward. Now, these are the overall final recommendations that we developed collaboratively with the city that follow our guidelines and recommendations on what are those guiding principles that exist. The competitive point, we focused on the market pay range maximum to ensure that that was a market leader within the development and the placement of jobs into the appropriate pay range based upon the market data and internal equity. The salary structures should be developed eventually for each unit. That is something that we'll have to go through the negotiation process. The number of grades, the city took our initial recommendations, added their input. We had a collaborative session, ended up with 48 grades with 5% spread between grades to manage those pay levels at job level differentials. The salary range spread, this is similar to what the city has in the past and reflects a lot of the different organizations that do exist in this area of California as well, with 5 steps and about a 21 to 22% pay range spread from the minimum to the maximum. We also looked at internal equity through the classification structure to ensure that those non-benchmark jobs were slotted into places that also achieved those similar goals of the supervisory pay compression, the job level pay compression, so you're trying to mitigate those aspects as well. So at this time, we're going to call up Wendy as well, because they're going to talk more about the implementation plan that the city has developed specifically.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Okay, so there are many things that we have to do prior to getting to implementation. This presentation is one of them. But there are also various methods and approaches toward implementation that we will be discussing with our groups. One of them is structure-based. So as far as the salaries and where they're at, depending on where an employee is in the salary range, they would be brought over to the closest step in the current salary range. Depending, and the classification may change, but we would do that type of analysis. Another option is deciding to base any changes on a specific area or a job-based area that is hard to fill, difficult to retain, those types of things. And again, just to reiterate, a lot of these methods can be used interchangeably depending on the situation or in phases. Another option is to bring employees from the step they're in, say they're at step 3 of their range currently, they would go to step 3 of the next range. So that is another option. And then equity-based. So we would look primarily at those that are at a certain percentage below market and implement those first. And again, it could be various combinations there, and it really depends on the negotiation process. Perfect. As far as costs, again, it's very, very difficult to determine what an actual cost will be until we're actually have decided on the proper approach based on negotiations. We are assuming that it would be a 6.5 minimum cost, and that assumes a 60% kind of buy-in rate, where we would do 60% of the work in a phased kind of approach over time, up to the maximum, which would be 10.85 million, which would incorporate all changes at the same time. And that means that, for example, all classifications are changed and are costed at the maximum of the range, which is not an actual real type of approach, but it does give us a taste of the worst case scenario. And then again, this is based on many factors, primarily having to do with negotiations. Thank you. So what are the next steps? And I know this has been a topic of conversation. First of all, communication early and often. So we've done a couple of town halls. We've had communications with the unions. We will also be posting FAQs on our website to ensure that people's questions can be answered and they're easily accessed. Prior to beginning negotiations, we do have a deliverable of class descriptions, so we will be reviewing those and then aligning those with our salary ranges. And once we review those, they will go out to the department heads, and once finalized, that's the work product that will be delivered with the unions for negotiation. Then we would start coordination to begin those negotiation processes across the board with all of our unions. And once we get to those agreements, we would be sending individual letters with the classification and new salary range if applicable. There will be an appeal process. Employees will be able to look at their classification. And we're anticipating approximately a 3-month waiting period so that managers, supervisors, and employees can kind of wear their new classification. There might be changes in the way the classification reads. We want to make sure that the work is appropriately described. But there will be an appeal process that will also last approximately 3 months. And then, of course, once we finalize the total rewards philosophy, that will be posted on our frontward-facing website, and to ensure that not only our employees, excuse me, but also the public is aware of the values that we place on total rewards. And I think that concludes our presentation today.
All right, thank you. You covered a fair amount of ground in pretty good time. Because this is not an action item, but it is an informational item. And these folks have been sitting here for a long time. We're going to go ahead and go with public speaking first. Put the clock at 2 minutes, please. I'm going to call out the speakers and call the person on deck. If we could just kind of move through, folks. We want to make sure we hear from everybody. So Bradley Klingsing, be our first speaker. Okay, well, maybe he won't after all. How about Laura Robinson?
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Laura Robinson, and I'm the Executive Director of SEIU Local 620, representing the hardworking employees who keep the city running. I want to start by expressing our appreciation for the time and effort the City and Human Resources have dedicated to this citywide classification and compensation study. We also value the supportive words from this council and city management during the recent Measure I discussion. This study has been long overdue, and we look forward to working collaboratively with the city to negotiate its implementation. However, we do have some concerns with the study as presented, particularly regarding the cost of labor adjustment applied. This methodology takes actual wages and adjusts them mostly downwards based on an arbitrary figure that doesn't reflect the real economic conditions in Santa Barbara. This approach completely overlooks the significant cost of living here in a city that holds the second highest poverty rate in the nation. Considering one without the other feels arbitrary and capricious. While the cost of labor model may be widely used for class and comp studies, it is not widely used when negotiating with Local 620, where we've historically used actual base wages for inequity adjustments, and I don't think it's the right fit for Santa Barbara. This council has repeatedly passed resolution and ordinance aimed at addressing the high cost of living in our community. Moving forward with recommendations based on cost of labor without accounting for the cost of living would undermine the recruitment and retention efforts and contradict the intent of the comprehensive study. We urge you to direct human resources to engage in meaningful, efficient negotiations over the study's implementation. It's crucial that these discussions remain open to constructive feedback and necessary adjustments to ensure that the final plan truly supports the city workforce. Thank you for your time and commitment to city staff.
Thank you. Ryan Cullum, followed by Brad Klein.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Ryan Cullum, and I am the chair for the TAP bargaining unit. We are thrilled that the city has conducted this long overdue class compensation study, but we are disappointed by the quality of the report, both with the downward adjustment of wages, as well as the choice to use cost of labor rather than cost of living. According to the City of Santa Barbara's income limit for housing, 1/3 of the current city employee classifications top out below low income. 4 of those classifications top out below very low income. Since I work at the airport, I have firsthand knowledge of one of those low income classifications, the airport security aides. These are among the lowest paid employees in the city, and they are charged with conducting TSA mandated inspections that ensure the flying public's safety, and they could go to In-N-Out right now and get paid higher. A lot of the time, they are actually the first city employees the traveling public meet, and the airport cannot legally run without the work they do. The city has stated their goal is to be an industry leader, and to be a leader, we need to start utilizing cost of living rather than cost of labor, because as we know, Santa Barbara is not a cheap place to live, forcing a large portion of the workforce to commute from outside the Santa Barbara South Coast, which could be 50+ miles away. So the whole cost of labor and cost of living doesn't really affect us for the most part, because cost of labor is significantly lower than the cost of living in this area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brad Klein, followed by Dana Hoffenberg.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Bradley Klein, and I am here representing SEIU Local 620 General Unit employees. We are happy that there has been progress on the class and compensation study, and particularly heartened by the city's expressed commitment to becoming a market leader in compensation. This vision aligns with what we believe a forward-thinking municipality should aspire to. While we have had limited time to thoroughly analyze the information presented last week, one critical issue immediately captured our attention: the reliance on cost of labor adjustments rather than cost of living adjustments. From the inception of this process, we have consistently emphasized that the cost of labor adjustments fundamentally fail to address our workers' actual financial needs. This approach doesn't merely miss the mark, it actively perpetuates existing income disparities and can trap dedicated public servants in cycles of financial insecurity. This is especially problematic in high-cost areas like ours, where wages calculated through this method simply cannot keep pace with essential living expenses. In our discussions with HR and Siegel consultants, we've advocated strongly for implementation of cost of living adjustments instead. This isn't merely a semantic difference, it represents a fundamental shift in philosophy. Cost of living adjustments directly connect compensation to the real expenses our workers face daily: housing, food, transportation, and other necessities. This approach creates a more equitable compensation system that acknowledges regional economic realities while prioritizing our workforce's ability to meet basic needs with dignity. By utilizing a cost of living model, the city will realize tangible benefits, improved retention of talented staff, enhanced productivity, and strengthened organizational loyalty. Perhaps most importantly, it sends a powerful message that you want your employees to be able to live in the very community that they serve. It demonstrates that the council sees its workforce not merely as a line item or expense, but as valued community members whose well-being matters. I urge you to consider this as you establish your compensation philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Hoffenberg, followed by Zach Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Dana Hoffenberg. I'm a city employee and the SEIU General Unit Vice Chair. First, I want to express our deep appreciation for the city's human resources team who have worked on this effort for multiple years. We recognize the complexity and challenges of undertaking a study of this scope, and we thank them for their dedication. However, we must also express our disappointment in the quality of the market analysis performed by the consultant. Staff and union representatives received the report on Wednesday, the day before its public release. And in that limited time, we have identified errors and inconsistencies that raise concerns. This has led to a lack of confidence in the results of the market analysis. We do appreciate that HR staff have communicated a willingness to receive feedback, and we hope that input from employees and unions will be taken seriously and lead to necessary revisions. At this time, we view the market analysis as just that, a draft, not a final product, and we strongly encourage the council to do the same. There are key issues that need to be addressed before finalizing the study conclusions. Furthermore, we have yet to see the remaining work products of the study, including proposed job classifications, career ladders, reclassifications, the proposed compensation philosophy, or implementation recommendations. We urge that for these next steps, both management and union input be gathered early, ensuring that public drafts are of the highest quality and accuracy. Ultimately, we all share a common goal: for this study to be meaningful, thorough, and accurate, and to set up this organization for success. SEIU and our members are committed to collaborating and putting in the necessary work to get it there. Thank you for your time, your partnership, and your dedication to seeing this process through thoughtfully and effectively.
Thank you, Zach Smith, followed by Jasper Allen.
Hello, Mayor and Council. It's been a long journey to get to this point, and we still have a very long way to go to get to where we need to be, so I'll try my best to be brief. First, I hope each of you takes pride in the decision to make the City of Santa Barbara a market leader in compensation. With that decision, you create a positive legacy at the City of Santa Barbara that will last beyond your term. Second, ongoing two-way communication between labor and management needs to be valued if we are to implement a new philosophy successfully. Rank and file employees have found dozens of errors within a week of seeing the market survey. A mutual desire to fix errors during implementation and fulfill the promise of becoming a market leader should welcome positive change in the organization as quickly as we can move, as long as that change is agreed to by labor and management. Third, the cost of labor assumption within all of the survey data is flawed. This assumption ignores the struggle that the city faces losing staff to comparable agencies due to our unique geography. The hardship employees feel trying, and in most cases failing, to live in the city they serve is not reflected in this study. Direction to correct this issue today is an important first step toward inspiring confidence in implementation. With these changes, the City of Santa Barbara has the opportunity to provide a beacon of hope in an uncertain time by valuing the work that keeps us together. I appreciate all you've done to get us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasper Allen, followed by Thomas Welsh.
Good evening. I would like to thank the council for authorizing the class and comp study. I've been a city employee for over 19 years, and this type of study is long overdue. Unfortunately, I believe we should request a refund from the Siegel consulting firm, I believe due to a large number of errors and missing information in the study. For example, Siegel claims that our comparable agencies paid a little under $22,000 annually per employee for health insurance, compared to Santa Barbara, which paid a little under $19,000. I believe these numbers are in error. There's a much greater divide in the job market when you look at the employee benefits. In actuality, the TAP contract comparable agencies offered over $32,000 for health insurance per employee in 2023. And you look at today's numbers, the health benefits are even larger. Another example is the cost of living adjustment analysis. Siegel claims that Santa Barbara has a 6.7% annual COLA. And I have been with the city for almost 2 decades, and I've never seen a 6.7% COLA. Furthermore, Siegel claims that the outside agencies have much lower COLAs, yet they omitted data from 10 agencies in the study. These agencies are public agencies, and this is public information, yet over $1 million, and they still don't include this compensation data. During TAP contract negotiations, I emailed some of these omitted agencies, and they had no problem providing me with this type of information. Furthermore, my coworkers and I spent a great deal of time updating our job descriptions for the Siegel study, and even after multi-stage management review, there's several serious errors and outdated information in the job descriptions. In closing, I would just like you to read this class and comp document with this question in mind. Was this study performed to analyze where we are in the market, or was it designed to produce a desired result? Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Welsh and, Thomas Welsh, right. And then Raven Rutledge, are you here? You're donating your time to Thomas Welsh, very good. Mr. Welsh, you have 4 minutes.
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Thomas Welch. I am a member of the new AFS-CME Managers Unit. You may recognize me from my previous appearances here as a member of the TAP Unit and the Supervisors Unit. And I appreciate SEIU's support in providing me some extra time to speak today. I want to begin acknowledging the effort that's gone in the study. I think we all share the same goal, ensuring fair and competitive pay for employees while maintaining fiscal responsibility. If we all agree that our staff is our biggest asset, the study's impact are on par with the police station construction project in cost over the long-term implementation of this classification study. However, one of my biggest concerns with this study is the lack of employee engagement in the process up to this point. I'm unaware of any union leaders, and I've been part of 3 different units, who have been interviewed by these consultants or treated as stakeholders in this process, besides being given group update meetings. Comparing to the outreach and stakeholder input on the police station project, this project has had no engagement of stakeholders, including staff. I have extensive experience participating in and reviewing salary surveys conducted by various consultants in my different capacities in the different bargaining units, and one of the most critical factors is transparency and collaboration. Employees are the ones who do the work every day. They understand their roles better than anyone, and yet in this case, they were given no meaningful opportunity to review or provide input on their job descriptions, comparable classifications, or the overall findings, besides filling out a job duty questionnaire 18 months ago. This not only impacts the accuracy of the study, but affects morale and trust in the process. Compensation studies should be a tool for fairness, not a source of frustration. When employees are excluded, we lose valuable insights that could prevent errors and misclassifications. Many employees have already identified inconsistencies with their duty summaries and market comparisons, or lack thereof, with no information on how their job duties or job classifications relate to those surveyed. Without a structured process for us to provide feedback and correct inaccuracies prior to this report being published, these errors remain unaddressed. It is frustrating for this market survey to be published without employee input at this point. Any corrections in the future will never get the attention that this report is getting today, as it is being daylighted, as the city administrator described. This creates a narrative that will be difficult to change in the future. Additionally, based on my past experience, this study focuses too heavily on base salary comparisons while applying blanket benefit assumptions across all bargaining units, even though each unit has its own negotiated agreements. It appears the study uses middle range salaries instead of top range ranges, combined with an average benefit formula for the comparable agencies as well. A fair and accurate study should consider total comp, including maximum benefit costs, retirement, and top step base salaries for each individual classification and its comparable classifications, rather than oversimplifying the analysis with arbitrary average calculations. Regarding the cost of labor, I've been against this metric for over 10 years. One major issue I've never gotten clarity on is how does this metric correct for the different industries and the different communities. Santa Barbara is heavily service industry, and with little jobs outside of that market. So our entire cost of labor is driven down. Lastly, there was an additional context regarding the cost of living that was provided to us in a PowerPoint last week from Siegel. It says people who choose to live in locations with high cost of living choose to have less expendable income. Is this council's preferred philosophy and direction? How does this line up with being an employer of choice? This framework should have been developed ahead of time, shared with staff, and then the study should have been completed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Philip Maldonado, followed by Maggie Heinrich.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Maggie Heinrich. I am also Phil, and I'm also Brad Cleansing. I am a water distribution supervisor, and I'm also the secretary treasurer of the Supervisory Employee Association. Thank you so much for all the work that you put into this study. It is good to have the conversation and get things started. We've had the study about a week, so we've had just a view at the beginning of it, but we felt compared to share our initial impressions. Most of the wage data, as stated with the other speakers, is comparable salaries with other comparable agencies that have been adjusted, and adjusted based on the Economic Research Institute for cost of labor wages. But I wanted to give you some examples so that this would be a little bit of a different statement. The City of Burbank wages were adjusted downward 2.6%. City of Pasadena wage adjusted downward 2.8%. And for reference, the report also states the cost of living, which states that Santa Barbara is 13% higher than Pasadena and 18% higher than Burbank. So these cities' wage data were adjusted downward, and we don't feel that's right. At last week's meeting, and again today, they also advised that the city should consider adjusting the differential between supervisors and subordinates to 10% from the 15% we currently have. The association feels doing so would further disincentivize current and future staff from assuming supervisory roles. There are other considerations and questions of accuracy and thoroughness in the association is identifying, and we'll share those concerns and question with the city's HR department. We understand that this is a draft study, and the city council aims to refine the study and compensation philosophy over the coming weeks. We continue to ask to be included as stakeholders through refinement of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Sizo, and you have some time dedicated to you by Mark Howard. And I do very much appreciate the phonetic pronunciation of your name. Trust me. You have 4 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ashley Sizo. I've been a city employee for over 16 years. As a member of the newly formed AFSCME Represented Managers Unit, I'm here today to thank Mayor and Council and the city for embarking on the class and compensation study. It's a monumental effort and it's long overdue, and I recognize the huge amount of work that has gone into the process so far. We're in full agreement with the city's goal to be a market leader in compensation and total rewards. However, we are deeply concerned about obvious flaws in the report as drafted, in addition to the lack of opportunity for internal stakeholder subject matter experts to review the analysis and the draft report before it was made public. Unfortunately, the bargaining unit representatives received the draft report last Wednesday morning, the day before the report was publicly published with the council agenda report. Outside of the distribution of bargaining unit representatives, there was no opportunity for review in advance by managers or supervisors as subject matter experts to ensure the accuracy of the report. As managers, immediately our staff began coming to us with questions, pointing out obvious flaws in the analysis and asking us why the report was published this way. It was a very difficult position to put us in for us to have to say to our staff, we hadn't seen it before. This was the first time we were seeing it too. We concur with the concerns about the accuracy of the analysis raised by representatives of the other bargaining units, including the market analysis, the cost of labor versus cost of living, the geographical adjustments, the benchmarking, and comparable agencies and classifications. As managers and leaders in this organization who are deeply invested in delivering the best possible services for our community, one of our greatest responsibilities is supporting and advocating for our staff. Our staff are our most valuable asset, and without them, our organization cannot be successful in serving the community. Which is why I'm here today on behalf of the Represented Managers Unit as part of our obligation to express our concerns about the basis of the analysis presented in the report and the quality of the deliverable provided to the city.
We urge the city to provide an adequate review period for subject matter expert review, which includes members from all labor units and managers and supervisors, and that necessary corrections to the report be made before proceeding with next steps. We want this implemented as quickly as possible as well, but if we do not get this report right and accurate from the start and as the foundation for all that follows next, the implementation will not be successful. As leaders in this organization, the represented managers want to be partners in ensuring this process is successful so the city can be a market leader that is able to recruit and retain top talent staff who provide critical services to our community. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, and we look forward to working collaboratively to ensure that this can be implemented successfully.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there speakers online for this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so with that, once again, thanks to council for your indulgence in this. We're going to try to wrap in council questions and comments into kind of one little neat package, bearing in mind, of course, we still have one more item to go after this. So, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. So I think I kind of organized myself into questions and then comments, so I'll start with my questions. On page 6 of the report, but I guess it's also in the slides, but can you describe more about these geographic adjustments? I guess I just don't really understand very specifically a couple things. One is the cost of labor. It sounded like that maybe was sort of a proprietary calculation. Is that something that can be publicly calculated, or is that something that's in a proprietary database?
The cost of labor factors, it's published from the Economic Research Institute.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that can be measured at any time. And then I don't really understand the difference between them, other than the cost of living seems so much better. Like the list of things that matter: expensive housing, sustain a level of living, basic expenses, housing, food, taxes, healthcare, just going on the slides. And we're a place with a housing crisis. I guess I just don't really understand at all why we wouldn't go with cost of living.
For adjusting between
For the geographic adjustment, yeah.
Well, I mean, one theory, again, is that these indices are measuring different things. Cost of living measures the price of goods and services. Cost of labor measures the cost of compensation for staff, for labor. So you're looking at two different measures of, if you will, a price.
What does that mean, though, the cost of labor? Like how much you could advertise the position for? Is that what it means?
Well, I'm not an economist, so I can't give you all of the background on that, except to say that conceptually, the idea is that they're looking at compensation levels by geographic area and determining the price of labor for various job functions. So the idea here is that we're measuring compensation levels between varying geographic areas, and when there's a difference in the cost of labor between those geographic areas, adjusting for that is appropriate.
Yeah, I think I still really firmly believe that cost of living would be a better match for our city, and I'll save that for the comments, but I think especially those basic expenses, housing, food, taxes, healthcare, we're in a housing crisis. It seems very obvious to me that cost of living is a much better metric. But I was wondering about how that was decided on. And then on base pay on slide 21, why do we include the private sector? Seems like if we're doing total compensation philosophy, we're sort of going with the idea that the whole package of working for a government entity is more attractive. So like are we comparing to like In-N-Out, or why? I'm just interested in, I'm surprised that we're using private sector at all. If you could explain that.
Sure. I believe both in feedback from stakeholder interviews, private sector competitiveness was noted as a challenge for the city. So that would be one argument for including private sector compensation levels in such a benchmarking study. Additionally, it's pretty common that most public sector employers don't just only compete with public sector peers, they compete in a broader labor market, which would include private sector.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Thank you. So on slide 21, is this saying that our employees are being paid for the pay range minimum, say, 128% above the private sector?
It's not saying paid, no. It's comparing pay ranges. So for any given job function at the city, they have a published pay range minimum, a published pay range midpoint, and a published pay range maximum.
So just looking at
Those
the
are not,
minimum.
those are not actual compensation levels for employees, those are the pay ranges. And what we're comparing are the pay ranges for those positions, in this case, the miscellaneous group, compared to the average pay range information for, if you're referencing the published surveys, that's the private sector information.
Thank you. So let's just say pay range minimum, that column, and private sector published surveys, that says 128%. Am I understanding that that means that in that pay range minimum, that our employees are being paid 128% above the private sector for that pay range minimum?
No, it means that the pay range minimums for those jobs are 128% greater than the average for the private sector pay range minimums for those jobs. It's not a comparison of employee pay, it's a comparison of the pay ranges.
Okay, I think we're saying the same thing.
I would say
We're saying the same thing.
clarification is that the market average is 100%. And we're saying that the city of Santa Barbara pay range minimum is 128% of that. So in essence, 28% higher than the market average minimum. And that's across all of those 118 benchmark jobs. Any given individual job could be 100% at minimum. Some might be 140%, but across all of those, on average, it's 128% against those private sector for starting pay at city.
Thank you. And I'm really honing in on this point because I think that one, maybe more than any other one, sort of indicates to me that something's not right. Because it's not my impression at all that our employees are 28% above the pay range minimum of the private sector. So I just wanted to make sure I was understanding it because that one more than anything sort of is a flag to me that kind of confirms for me that maybe the cost of living might be a better way to adjust it, and that might seem more realistic, I think. But I'll save that for comments too. Let me see. I had a question about the PDQs. So I think you said, I thought you said, and it says in the slides that supervisors were not able to change the PDQs. Is that correct? So they added comments or could make additions to
They have
this?
designated sections of the questionnaire to provide additional feedback, but they are not permitted to change the original employee responses.
Can then the employees see what those notes or additions?
We encouraged
Were?
the supervisors to communicate with all of their employees on their feedback and reviews.
Okay, and so yes, so any employee could see?
Well, they would have to communicate with their managers on the feedback, but that wasn't part of our process, but they were provided the opportunity to then talk with their supervisors if there were any clarifications or questions about the content of their questionnaire.
And I think that's where the appeal process comes in. So if there are like an employee feels like they're either through that process, their PDQ was misinterpreted, that's where we have the appeal process. So that will give the employees an opportunity to say, hey, I disagree, or I think my supervisor might have made a comment that may have changed how my job was classified. That's what that appeal process is for.
Thank
So
you.
again, this is the first
Process. Oh,
draft.
yes. No, I know we're starting
This
with
is not
questions.
This is
and
not
then-
the final,
yeah.
we're not translating this directly into what is happening tomorrow with all of our employees. This is, again, the draft.
Understood. Maybe I'll start with my comments first and then go to questions. So you see that I'm actually very favorable, but I'm just drilling in on the questions first. I just really, so employees absolutely can see the notes and additions of their supervisors? Is that what I'm hearing?
We did not, as I understand it, we did not provide the direct notes from supervisors, but we encourage supervisors to discuss those with their employees. And so I think some of the supervisors and managers might have had some concerns about sharing their direct notes on the PDQs. We will, as we go through this iterative process going forward, we will try to make sure that we can, if there are specific employees who have concerns, they can come forward and ask about those comments, and we can try to get supervisors to have conversations.
Okay, thank you. Not to hammer this one point too much, but how would an employee know to appeal it if they're
They will,
haven't
when they
seen
see
it?
their classification, they
Okay.
will, when they get their job classification
At
and
that
their
point.
salary range, that will be the opportunity at which point they could appeal
Thank you.
and believe that they think they may have been misclassified.
Okay, so they might not need to see the whole PDQ and the whole notes and the back and forth. They're going to see the classification, and that classification is what they can appeal. Thank you. I've had a lot of questions about that, and thank you for that. And then, yeah, I guess I can go to my comments then, because this is just informational item. So, we've asked for this for a very long time. Wendy knows too. I think out of a frustration that different iterations of council we're tired of trailing behind and losing good employees and then not rewarding those of you who are staying and are loyal. And, we've had a lot of frustration about these things, and I'll get off of the negative, but towards the positive, we recognize the desperate situation that our employees, were being underpaid and seemingly undervalued. So I'm very appreciative that this first iteration is here. We've really waited for it. I think it's a huge progress in the structure. I would say sort of the scaffolding is here, but it's not super filled in the way that maybe needs some adjustment. So we definitely need to start somewhere. And I'm really, I really want to hold on to our incredible workforce. I get really nervous when these things come up, that there will be any kind of signal that we're not going to make it right. And I feel really strongly that we need to make it right. I'm in awe every single day of your accomplishments and your heart for the work that you're doing. And you absolutely are the subject matter experts. Particularly, I might override some policy things, subject matter experts, but you're the experts on your pay, your compensation, what the whole package looks like, whether you're actively looking for other places to work or whether you're actively looking for ways to stay at the place you work. You're the expert on that. So I really think moving forward, it's going to be very important to have this iterative process, to have encouragement to appeal positions, to have the back and forth to make it right, to fill that scaffolding in. But I think it's the bones are there, and I would hate to not move forward in this and not make it better, make it more accurate, make it transparent, and have it be a process. So I know one of the things I'm appreciating is that the standardizing of some of the position description names so that there's sort of lateral consistency, but also I'm really taking it on faith that there will be these more career ladders, and we'll wait and see when that comes back, and the staff will be the subject matter experts on if you see a path of a ladder, does that work for you or not? It's really important for you to know that you're valued, that you have opportunity, that you have security in retirement, that you have equitable health care. That's been a really, really big issue, and I like the total compensation way of looking at it because those are things that matter. In the big picture, I completely agree. We want to be market leaders. I'm really not sure personally, and I've shared these comments internally too, that, you know, being 95% to 105% of market average doesn't sound to me like a leader. It sounds to me like being average. Like that's where that is. So I really want to know what that looks like to you. What does being a leader look like to you? And you know, we've waited a long time for this. What was it, 1991, the last time one of these was done? In that time, you know, I have beloved people who work for the county, and there was a time 20 years ago when it was like the city compensation was like you couldn't beat it. That was the place to be. And that's personally where I want to be again. And if that means 10% above average, that's something we could work with. If it means basing it on cost of living, which it seems to me really clearly would be preferable, then that's where I want to be. I think for implementation, we could, just if there was an order of, you know, there's a lot to implement here, but we could take care of public safety. That's clearly out of line. Let's prioritize the lowest paid positions first and quickly. And then really we can be taking our time in this iterative process back and forth. Again, for the cost of living, you know, it's taking into account, we're in a housing crisis, so that is one of our biggest expenses here. But also that list of basic expenses, housing, food, taxes, health care, I can't think of why you would want to be compared a different way. So I think for morale, for loyalty, that makes sense to me. And I'm really looking forward to how this moves forward. And I think just working with staff iteratively, and I'm sure that's the spirit. And we all got the report at the same time, so I think we all need to spend some time with it. But I'm really, really happy it's here and daylighted, and that we can now have something to be working with.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo the appreciation. This is a great start. I'm going to just start with two quick questions and then hopefully short comments. But first is, we've been hearing a lot about, and I think it's going to come up a lot in the comments, this idea of being a market leader. But what does it mean to you all to be a market leader? I couldn't find, like, what is the definition? And is that what we're supposed to opine on today? That it's 15% more than 95 to 100%? Or I guess I'm struggling a little bit there, if you could.
So being a market leader is, I mean, in our market, we want to lead the bunch, right? So we want to be ahead of. However, there are different variables that you can take into consideration. There are some organizations that will post on their web pages where they want to be in the market. They want to be 10% over market average or market median. That said, we also need to make sure that we're fiscally sustainable and responsible. So it really depends where council feels comfortable making that statement. It is bold to put a percentage out there, and I don't know if it's worse to achieve that percentage and take the fiscal responsibility into consideration, or not meet that mark and then have it compromise morale. So it really is dependent upon where you want to go with being a market leader.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I think, you know, one of the challenges, and I do understand the difficulty, but you know, if we're talking about being market leaders, there has to be some meaning to it. And it seems to me that there's no substance if we don't ascribe some value. So I guess that's a fundamental challenge for me. And then but I reckon what you're saying is true. So I hear that there are things to consider. The other question I have before I make my comments is just if we could dive a little bit more into this distinction between cost of living and cost of labor, because I want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. It seems to me, in the way that I've sort of always thought about it, is the
cost of labor metric is really about the cost that the employer has to pay to hire the employee. So it's like an employer-centric, from the employer's perspective, whereas cost of living is about what it costs the employee to live in that place. So it's more an employee-centric metric. Is that fair to say?
I think that's a good summary. I mean, the way, to think back to, high school econ, really supply and demand, right? And so the supply and demand curves intersect for the cost of labor, right? And that's what that measure attempts to assess. The only qualifier I would make is on the cost of living. It's not just employees, right? Businesses also have to pay for goods and services. So it's not always just what people have to pay at the gas pump or for the gallon of milk. It's also what businesses have to pay to be able to operate. Okay. And I think the cost of living measure, it as a whole, they call it a basket of goods, right? Where it's quite varied in terms of the services and goods that are being purchased.
No, that's a good reminder. I guess with that in mind, I'm sort of struggling with this irony of the idea that we want to be a market leader, but are using a metric that is fundamentally based on what is best for us as employers rather than what is reflective of the needs of our employees. And so I think that's, and maybe that's what Councilmember Sneddon was getting to as well, like that sort of fundamental disconnect. And again, this is not simple, and I think Ms. Levy articulated, fundamentally, there are many issues, and we got to think through from all perspectives, but I'm really struggling to reconcile this idea that we are committed to market leadership, but at the same time are basing our numbers on a framework that is so employer-centric, not employee-centric. And so I can't reconcile those two, or I'm struggling to, and I think, I guess I would just say that's what I'm thinking about as we're beginning to think through this. So now I'm going to make some very...
Do you mind if I just respond to that? Just because one of the questions that we get all the time relating to this is, okay, when we think about cost of living versus cost of labor and the indices themselves, what about the volatility of those indices, right? And one of the things that we know is that cost of living tends to be more volatile than the cost of labor. And you all probably know this, but we in 2022, year over year, was the highest inflation marker in 44 years. And so when you think about salary structure development and you think about pegging to an indice that does historically move more than the cost of labor, employers don't downward adjust their pay scales, right? Once you've put a pay scale in effect, that becomes your new baseline moving forward. So you'll want to consider that as part of the deliberation on the appropriateness of cost of living versus cost of labor, given we have, over the last couple of years, seen a spike in inflation that has not been seen for a very long time.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I appreciate that. Maybe there's some third way. I don't know. I would be interested, and I am interested in the way this conversation evolves at the table, because I think that's where the real work is going to be done on this issue. So, all right, so just a few comments. Despite my confusion, I guess is maybe a word about what it means to be a market leader, whatever that is, it's incredibly important to me that we are. So how's that for a sentence that doesn't have any meaning? But it is true. We hold our employees to an incredibly high standard here at the city. We ask them constantly to do more with less, to provide the best services. We ask you to be leaders, not only within this institution, but in the community as a whole. And I think it would just be, frankly, the height of hypocrisy to not hold ourselves as a city institution to that same standard when it comes to compensation. And I think there's broad consensus and agreement around that point. And I'm very heartened that is the approach that we've been taken. Obviously, the specifics to come, but that we're all in agreement there, I think is an incredibly important first step and something that is certainly to be celebrated today. That said, though, I'm really feeling, and again, it'll take place in the room, but I'm really feeling like to be a market leader is going to require us to take a cost of living approach, at least in a more meaningful way than we have here. Not a cost of labor approach, or at least not a cost of labor approach in isolation, or to the exclusion of a cost of living indices. So I understand that the cost of labor is a more standard framework, and I understand that it's certainly more economically advantageous to us as a city to take a cost of labor approach, but it seems to me that we're really fundamentally hurting our employees if we take that approach. And the whole purpose of this exercise was to facilitate positive changes and to become an employer of choice. So I really am interested in moving in that direction, and I think it'll be useful for us to have those conversations moving forward. So yeah, want us to just consider making a transition on that point. That said, this is a really great start. I think we heard that from a lot of the public commenters, and it really is. Just a draft, lots of work, lots of negotiation to come. I want to encourage us, as Councilmember Steddon did, to work very closely with our labor unions, as closely as possible. I know it's really hard to make sure that there's meaningful engagement while also moving as quickly as we all want to move on this point, and that's a balancing act that you're trying to do. But someone said to me, you can walk and chew gum, that's possible, and I think that's true. We can do both. We can have meaningful engagement, we can move forward really quickly to implementation, because we have to. If we don't, we're going to lose the people that make the city what it is. So I just want to put that out there. And finally, also to make sure that we prioritize our lowest paid employees first in terms of implementation. I think we're all in agreement on that point as well, but it's very critical that our frontline folks who we've been promising for far too long that they get compensated fairly are prioritized in this conversation. It's time, and I really appreciate the work that has gone into this. This was clearly no easy feat, and there's a lot of work to come, but I'm very grateful to be moving forward and to be at this point today.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll concur on, well, I'm going to ask a few questions, but I will start by saying I concur with us being a market leader, and I'm a little perplexed. I think we all feel like a little Yogi Berra ourselves. You know, I don't know what it means to be a leader, but I want us to be a leader. So, but we'll figure it out. A couple questions, and I'll do some comments. The first question, wait. I'm not exactly sure in here. One of the things that's in questions about is classic versus PEPRA employees, because we are now nearly 15 years, not quite, into PEPRA. And so that is a major shift, and it's going to become more and more. And so that gets into our competitiveness as more of our employees go into PEPRA, or our PEPRA versus those that retire. And I'm not sure when it says where our percentages are in the ranges is in terms of compensation, especially when you're looking at the benefits. Those are different for PEPRA versus market. And the reason that's important is because now that PEPRA's been around long enough, is we're going to start losing employees that have been here in that 6 to 12 or 14-year range, which is critical for the sustainability of the workforce. So that's just one thing I want to understand from this study, if anyone could talk to it, how you're delineating or dividing up between PEPRA and Classic, or if that's even something we could do.
I don't think you can really, it's not, because, you know, we look at different bargaining groups, and I think different bargaining groups are starting to approach it as like, how do we differentiate, you know, in the current state, the value of that future retirement for Classic versus PEPRA, and you know, and so things like contributions to deferred compensation accounts, those would all be things that would come up as part of the negotiating table. I think we could probably do some, you know, calculation backflips to try to figure out the value of Classic versus PEPRA retirement. You know, I know in terms of the city's contribution, it's very different. So that could be one way to look at it. We contribute a lot more towards the retirement of our Classic employees than we do our PEPRA employees. And so I think there's, I don't know, Wendy, if you want to chime in as well, but in a total compensation survey, you typically don't include the retirement formula. You may look at retirement contribution as it impacts sort of take-home pay, but you don't look at the formula that they're a part of.
Fair enough. So just as we go in this process, it's something I'll be paying attention to, because the numbers we get, if you put them all together, it skews it. It's more difficult for those that we want to retain in that critical, where they're in the mid-level of their careers. So
I will also just say, that also is the challenge of comparing with the private sector, because most private sector employers do not have a defined benefit retirement plan. And so I think that also makes it a little tricky to make a direct comparison with private sector employees.
next question, on the compaction change, the recommendation to change it to 10%. How would that, can you just speak to that, and whether or not it is something that, is that a industry practice? My understanding it is, but then I want to also understand, would that inhibit career development and stepping up to the next level within an organization if we change from our current practice?
I'll start, and then if my team has additional comments. First off, it is a minimum of 10%. So it's not that we're suggesting that it be 10% and only 10%, but that as a floor, it should be at least 10% as a supervisory pay differential. Can it be more? Absolutely, and there's lots of good reasons why it could be. But what we do see is that anything less than 10%, and again, this is part anecdotal, this is, it's kind of, is my porridge too hot or too cold, but anything less than 10%, we typically see that creating a disincentive, right? Employees look at that responsibility of supervisory role and say, it's not enough of a carrot, right? Part of the discussion around the 15% was, is there opportunities here to address that value and provide some additional guidance for flexibility? Because when you also reduce that amount, it might become more affordable to consider promotion path opportunities. So in the spirit of career ladders and career development, lowering that bar might create more eligible applicants for that promotional path.
That's helpful. Thank you for clarifying that it's a minimum of 10. It's not set at 10. That's not a recommendation to put at 10. That's helpful. And then in terms of some of the, when you're looking at total compensation, there was the base pay, and then there was the retirement, and then there was the benefits. But there are many positions within many of the different departments. Fire comes to mind. I know water and wastewater come to mind. They have specific certifications that they need, or they can get educational opportunities that are specific to the job. Are those that would overall lead to their total compensation, because they could get extra pay? We do that in some, but there's other areas when you're looking at the comparable agencies that we're not doing that for some certifications. Is that reflected in the total compensation package that's in this, or is that something that's outside of what the study did?
The information is collected from a benchmarking perspective, but from a total compensation calculation, it's not included. And the primary reason for that is it's very difficult to understand utilization of those certifications. In some cases, if they're of course required, then we would expect when we're looking at pay range comparisons that that's baked in. But if there's, for example, overtime, right? That's not quite a paid supplement, but very often we won't then try to adjust for overtime differences, because it's very hard to tell what type of overtime utilization occurs at those peer employers. So it's reported on, but it's not calculated as part of the total compensation.
Okay, so as we go into that, because I know there's some groups that might want to really consider that, we need to be very cognizant of how that relates to the job and the opportunities that it could provide, because not only do we want to have a workforce that wants to participate, but if they want to pursue educational opportunities, that's great for them on a personal, but it also benefits the city as well, because we want to have that higher degree of confidence in what they're able to do and get that education. So the last question I have gets to the whole issue, and I think it's been talked about, but the cost of living versus cost of labor. And I understand it more. I know I've talked to Ms. Levy about it, and from tonight's discussion, but what hasn't come up yet is, what sort of has, is in tonight's discussion, is that we live basically in an island of the South Coast here. It's not like anywhere, it's not like Berkeley, it's not like if you're using some of the comps down in Ventura County or Los Angeles County, or Orange County, where there is literally every 10 miles, there's another city with a whole new labor pool. So the commutes you're either here on the South Coast or you're driving 45 miles or so, depending on where it's from. You're driving an hour, which gas costs. In terms of how we look at it, how do we address, when you're using cost of labor, how do you address those types of issues? Because the labor pool here is very skewed when compared to anywhere else in any of those comps. You don't have hundreds of thousands of people like in the Bay Area or even millions. So how do you account for our geographic isolation through cost of labor?
So the Economic Research Institute, and again, this is their software, this is that they publish, that we purchase licenses to. But my understanding is that when they are doing their geographic analyses, they're actually looking at compensation information specific to zip codes. And so what they do is they then aggregate those zip codes into metropolitan statistical areas, very similar to if you were to look at how the US government categorizes the cost of living information by those MSAs. And then that's what enables them to assess the supply and demand values for geographic areas. And then that intersection of supply and demand is what helps them assess the geographic differences in the cost of labor. So that, to your point about varying populations, I think their model is looking at compensation information by zip code, which would account for the population differences between geographic areas as well, and the extent to which those skill sets are either in demand or not as in demand, depending on the region.
When you, just a follow-up, when you're talking about using the zip code, and forgive me on this one because I thought I understood it, but then something you said, is the zip code relevant to where the job is taking place or where the person actually lives? Because if you have someone that's, when you're using cost of labor, if you have someone, and there are people that live down in Sherman Oaks, like that commute here, like basically from the 101 and 405 down in the heart of LA, is the cost of labor using that zip code for that employee? Or is it using the zip code for the work that's being done
I think
here?
it's based on where the employer is. So to the comment that was made earlier about the employer's cost of compensation, that would be my assumption, is that it's where the employer is purchasing that labor, not where the employee lives.
Okay, so that's problematic too, and a majority of our employees don't live here. Okay, I think we've done a lot on that one, but so that gets to my issue. I just want to understand more how we can use cost of labor. I think there is a value in it, and I want to say that because it takes out the volatility, but it leaves out a lot as well. So how we work with our labor groups to bridge those two is going to be very important going forward. I don't have an answer tonight. I don't think anybody does. So my comments. First, I want to thank everybody for your input, being here. You all got families, you're home, we're all here late. I want to thank our management staff, especially Ms. Levy, for all the work that you've done on this. This is, I just want to say I've really enjoyed working with you. Sad to see you go, but thank you for staying through to get this hearing tonight. It means a lot to all of us since you're the one who led this effort from that side to be able to be here for that. And so that's my comments are kind of in line with my colleagues, is we've got to bridge that gap between cost of living, cost of labor, and need to be a market leader above and beyond, the 95 to 105, which we all know gets translated down to 95 if we're not doing that. So thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've ordered some T-shirts on Etsy for you and us that we are the market leader, so that should help, right? Clearly, I just have some takeaways. It's pretty late, but clearly, I don't know that all the right people have been asked to opine on what the market leader looks like, starting maybe with the 7 people up here and then some of the people out in the audience. If we can't articulate it, I think there's a problem already as to what that means compared to, the hundreds of pages of report there trying to define it for us. So that might be a takeaway from today. Ms. McAdoo, who helps us after tonight with all these kinds of questions? Do we send the Siegel Company back and tell them they've done their job, or are the subject matter experts, are they still on the hook to manipulate this?
Yeah, they're still on contract with us, so there's still
Okay.
work to be done. Obviously through the transition, our Assistant City Administrator, Renee Irely, will be stepping in as the interim HR director. We are looking at ways potentially to help bring in some project management support for both this and with the 5 labor negotiations tables that are coming up this spring. And so I think we'll be having some more internal conversations about that. But Siegel is not going away. They are still there, but we need to figure out who internally is going to be continuing to push all the work forward.
Okay. So that's reassuring. I'll tell you, many days I don't know how I got here, but some days when the fog clears, I firmly believe after this long that I got here mostly by realizing that the statistical book that you hand me is not the only consideration, that it frequently is how it feels or what it feels like. And most of what we talked here tonight and what you've heard from other people to me are tickling me also that it just doesn't feel right. The labor versus cost of living kind of thing, the example of inflation, running up against inflation. I can't ever remember wages keeping up with inflation. The examples of that on the bottom of your page, even for those geographic considerations and cost of labor, that most run at a 100 to 120%, but when you do that to LA or San Francisco, it's really 150 or 160%. It really just seems to cement that one benefits the entity writing or paying for the report one way, doing it the way it's been done. And not that I can afford to pay for the other one. I think that'll be a different conversation. But clearly, clearly there's things that happen in this 8 miles of coastline inland that don't happen outside of that area and should be part of this discussion. I'm going to ask my one dumb question of you tonight. I could ask a whole bunch more, but if you're not using cost of living, why are you even adjusting the other numbers geographically? Why aren't you just comparing apples to apples? What would happen then? So if you're just taking compensation, total compensation, including benefits, and making the direct comparison between the same jobs and seeing what that looks like, what would that happen if you didn't adjust those numbers?
Well, it's difficult to say what would happen. I mean, it's a varied calculation. As you see in the table, the percentages bounce around, right? So it's hard to estimate the effect. But you certainly have the methodological question of, do you make an adjustment for differences in geographic areas? And we broached this topic with the project team, and as part of both Siegel's standard processes as well as, I think, every other national HR consultant firm that does comp studies, they address and adjust for geographic differences.
But
so, you could make the choice to not adjust.
Yep. But if you're comparing an area that has historically high cost of living, historically low pay, historically high poverty with anything else, anywhere else, but then adjusting those based on geographic thing, how do you even start off at this is my second dumb question, I apologize, but how do you start off at a level playing field to even get somewhere where that makes sense? Does that question make sense? Or am I just down in the weeds?
Sorry,
somewhere?
that one I didn't quite follow.
Yeah, I would just say,
I think
agents, so I will say,
You'll get this.
This is I'll just, in my 25 years, maybe it's because I was in a geographic region that had a lot of comparable agencies, but I've never seen an adjustment to a total compensation survey. So there's different ways and different methodologies.
Okay.
So you can do a total compensation survey and just use the survey agencies and say, we have these 12 other cities or water districts or airports that we want to compare against and just do a one-for-one comparison. I think what this is trying to account for is the difference because of Santa Barbara's unique positioning. And so it's a question of how do you do that? And so it's similar to like Google making a geographic adjustment in their employee salary for people who live in the San Francisco Bay Area versus those who live in Oklahoma.
Yep.
And so I think we've got to figure out sort of where do we land on
Okay.
it. And I think there's a
Fair
bunch
enough.
of different ways
So
to deal with
plenty
it.
of work to be done. Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I want to start off first thanking Siegel for your work on this, and Ms. Wendy Levy. I mean, you have done an incredible job in spearheading this project, and want to echo what my colleagues have said, is that we're very sad to see you go because you have clearly put so much work into this. I also applaud your willingness to take the feedback from our labor unions and, you know, any of the discrepancies and errors that they're seeing. You know, it's crucial that we take that feedback into consideration. My last thank you is going to be to my colleagues because you all asked such wonderful questions that I don't have any questions, but I will give some brief comments. So the main goal of the city's strategic plan was we've been hearing repeatedly is to be a market leader. And although we can't define that, I think that if there is no definition, this is our opportunity to create that definition. I think we should be defining it, and we need to define it by addressing the biggest barrier to our employees, which is the cost of living. I mean, Santa Barbara County, as many of you probably already know, it has the second highest poverty rate in the state of California. Just last month, Communify presented data that shows the average rent in the city of Santa Barbara is about $4,500. Majority of our city workers can't afford that on a single or even a double income. I mean, we're talking about 4 incomes, 2 jobs per adult in the household. Like these are real situations that our city workers and other workers, even in the private industry, are facing. And so if our goal is to address the difficulties we have in both recruitment and retainment, it's absolutely necessary that we address our biggest barrier to retention and recruitment, which is the cost of living. And in my discussions with department heads literally all across our city, that is the issue that keeps coming up, is that we have vacancies because the folks that apply simply can't afford to move close to where they're working. And if they can't afford to move close to where they're working, they're facing hours and hours of commutes. Not to mention the environmental impacts, blah, blah, blah. We could go on forever. But I think it's important, and I stand very firmly on shifting our focus from going from considering cost of labor to more considering cost of living. Because I think compensating from the cost of living perspective, I think that is what would really get to the root of the issue of us not being able to retain workers. You know, we face this at the city pretty constantly, that, you know, an employee, a wonderful employee with even decades of experience, will leave because they find something closer to home, or because they find a comparable job, again, closer to home, that pays the same or might even pay more. And I don't think our city can afford to keep bleeding workers in that way, because when we bleed workers in that way, we are also not able to provide adequate city services. And so in us priding ourselves on being a city that provides to its most vulnerable, we need to recognize that the most vulnerable are also within City Hall. It's our own workers who simply can't afford to make ends meet. And we're not talking about, like, we want to fund them getting like a 2025 car or anything. We're talking about basics, housing, childcare, healthcare. Like, these are just the simple, basic things that people need in order to survive. And I want to make sure that the implementation, as was mentioned by my colleagues, is that we prioritize and we first address the lowest paid. We need to do that in order for us to continue delivering adequate service to our residents, because I know that we always talk about essential employees and not, in my opinion, every worker, every department is essential, because every department is providing a service to our residents, and if we can't adequately staff, we are falling behind in our services. I want to make sure that when in doubt, we follow the lead of our labor unions, because our labor unions, in my opinion, and I may be biased because I come from the labor world, but I really do strongly believe that our labor unions are adequately positioned to be able to best articulate what our city workers need in order to be able to stay here. Because otherwise, you know, we'll just keep bleeding workers. I think the bottom line, I'll end with this. If we want quality workers to serve our city, then our city needs to serve our workers with quality wages. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I'll make my comments brief. I think it's all been said. Thank you very much. Nice job. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have another item to read.
Item 22, Santa Barbara Clean Energy Program Electricity Rates Resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the rate-setting formula for Santa Barbara Clean Energy.
Ms. Parento, you have the midnight matinee.
Batting cleanup, Mr. Mayor. All right. Good evening, Mayor Rouse, council members, Alelia Parento, Sustainability and Resilience Director, here after a long day for all of you. And talking about Santa Barbara Clean Energy rates. A few of you have seen this either through Sustainability Council Committee or Finance Committee, so this will not be new. But for a few of you, it will be, and looking forward to it. So as you will recall, Santa Barbara Clean Energy is the city's community choice energy program, whereby we are a load-serving entity to all of Santa Barbara, or most of Santa Barbara's residents and businesses. We set our energy rates in order to meet our revenue requirement. This includes power procurement, which is the vast majority of our revenue requirement, administrative costs, customer programs whereby we reinvest in the community, and climate actions and supporting our climate action plan. Santa Barbara Clean Energy rates are set by formula in our rate setting policy. We have two products our customers can buy. One is the Green Start product, which involves lower renewable content and carbon-free content, and we set this at parity to Edison's base rate. When I refer to Edison's base rate, I just mean their standard rate they offer various ratepayers. This is typically just meeting the state's renewable portfolio standard, and so less clean than most of our product, or both of our products. So Green Start is exactly the same as Edison, so your bill is exactly the same. And our 100% green product, which is our default product, is Edison's base rate plus 1.6 cents per kilowatt hour for the cleaner carbon-free energy. The reason I'm here today is because a few things have shifted that require conversation. One is, mainly Edison has implemented 2 rate reductions in the last 6 months. The first in October of 2024 relating to an overcollection. The way Edison sets its rates is it looks back a year and it looks to see if it met its revenue requirement. In October of 2024, it decided it had over-collected from ratepayers and needed to return those funds to ratepayers. The way that it does that is over a 12-month period. It drops rates in an over-collection, raises rates in an under-collection scenario. So they're dropping rates for a 12-month period. Additionally, in January of 2025, they further reduced their generation rates. They increased delivery rates, which is getting the energy to a facility, but they decreased their generation rates, which is the production of the energy, as part of their normal rate setting. So in October, per our rate setting policy, we dropped rates the 9% related to the overcollection. And we are here basically proposing not to drop rates commensurate to the January 2025 drop. We always lag behind Edison because we only receive their rates 1 day to 2 days prior to them implementing them, and so we are usually a month or 2 behind them in changing our rates. So why are we here? As a result of both of these rate drops, if we maintain our policy as is, we would see a $14 million deficit in fiscal year 2026. We do have sufficient reserves to cover that deficit, but we would pretty much wipe out our reserves. So we would not be able to accommodate, should that continue, if they don't raise their rates in the future, we would not be able to accommodate that rate reduction in the future. So staff, before looking at raising any rates, we looked at how could we do cost mitigating measures. We looked at several levers, which includes replacing some of our planned renewable procurements with carbon-free hydroelectricity. In California, large hydroelectricity is not considered renewable because of habitat concerns. We do, as a city, have a 100% renewable electricity goal by 2030, but that does mean we have some wiggle room before we need to be there, where we could replace some of the renewable procurements with carbon-free, really still achieving the intent of council's goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. That move would save us $2 million in the next fiscal year. Accepting PG&E and Edison's nuclear allocations, I'm going to go into further explanation about what this means, would save us $1.1 million in fiscal year 2026. And I'm going to leave that there for now because I do have 2 slides on this. The next one is a bit of a political consideration, and that would be we have open positions in resource adequacy in September 2026 and September of 2027. Resource adequacy is a capacity procurement that we have to do in addition to the electrons we have to buy for our customers. We have to buy energy capacity, showing that we have the ability to generate energy at any given time in the state. We don't actually own the capacity, but as a state, we have to fund it. We, again, have open positions in September for the next 2 fiscal years because that is by far the highest month to procure it. In fiscal year 2025, we saw RA, resource adequacy prices, go from $3 a kilowatt month to $120 a kilowatt month. So we can take a penalty. The penalty is $8 a kilowatt month, so a substantial savings. And the only consequence to taking the penalty is that we cannot expand our territory for 1 year. We do not have plans to expand our territory, so I think that would be a reasonable thing. We are actually seeing some downward pressure on the RA prices, so it's possible we'll be able to get that one back in line with our pro forma and not have to pull this lever. Lastly, staff looked at operational and program costs, and by delaying some planned new customer programs for a year to see how things shake out, and delaying some newly requested positions in the FY26 budget, not filling them until the pro forma turns around, we could save $1.3 million. So in totality, this results in a $5 million savings just through pulling these levers. Let's talk about nuclear allocations really quickly because your council has been very clear that we do not want to procure nuclear energy as part of our carbon-free portfolio, and we have not. Why do we even get nuclear allocations? For SCE, the carbon-free allocation related to nuclear is related to a legacy contract they had before SBCE existed. It's a nuclear project in Arizona. And because we pay the PCIA, the Purchase Cost Indifference Adjustment, keeping them whole for legacy contracts, the CPUC ruled that we should get to take advantage of the carbon-free elements. So that Edison allocation is purely related to the PCI. We pay for it through that adjustment charge or the departing load charge, and therefore our customers should get to benefit from it. The PG&E one is a bit unique because we are not in PG&E territory. This is related to the extension of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. When the governor extended the life of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant in 2019, he socialized the cost of that extension among every ratepayer in California. So our ratepayers, regardless of whether they're in PG&E territory, pay for that power. This is through the public purpose funds. So the PUC similarly ruled then that we should get the benefit of those carbon-free attributes. A slight difference between the two is Edison's, we can take the allocation and sell them. So it does not show up on our power content label. The PG&E carbon-free attributes do have to show up on our power content label. So there will be a small amount of nuclear power in our power content label if we take that. So why didn't we take this before if it's been around since we started the program? Well, until this year, there was no value in these allocations. The market forces just weren't there. This year, 2 things have changed. One, we are seeing a lot of market pressure on renewable and carbon-free power. So this nuclear power now becomes more valuable. Additionally, adjacent states to California have implemented similar programs to our renewable portfolio standard, putting regional pressure on the carbon-free and renewable markets that has now jacked up the value of these allocations. So as I said before, last year we might have saved a couple $1,000s. This year it's $1.15 million. Quick FAQs about what these mean. If we decline the allocation, so we say, nope, we don't want it, no thank you, we have to go out and procure that carbon-free energy. So our customers are paying for it twice. They're going to pay for the operation of Diablo regardless through that Senate bill. And the nuclear energy is being put on the grid either way, regardless of if we take the allocation. The allocation does not extend the life of Diablo, nor does it endorse the extension of the life of Diablo. And it is essentially an accounting exercise. So that's really important. So moving on from this, we evaluated several analyses or scenarios. The first being status quo. We make no change to the policy and we make no change to the budget. The second column here just shows the percent premium above Edison's base rates. So the first set of percentages is just the comparison to Green Start. It's always 0 because it's always set at parity to Edison's rate. And the second set of percentages is the premium above Edison's base rate for the green content power. So in that status quo, 0% for Green Start, 4% above for Edison's base rate, and we get a $14 million deficit. And projected in FY27, should nothing change, which is unlikely, it would be an $11 million deficit. So then we looked at what would it take to have no deficit? What would the premium change have to be? And it was 6.5 cents, which we did not think would be palatable. And so we kept looking. And we basically landed on maintaining today's rates. So not going up, not going down, just keeping today's generation rates static. This results in an increased premium ceiling of up to 3.6 cents, but gives us the ability to lower it at any time with the city administrator's approval. And this reduces the deficit to $3 million in FY26 and $500,000 in FY27. This just shows you a graphical depiction of our rates compared to Edison's. The gray line is Edison's base rate. Green Start would be the exact same line because they're the same. Then the blue line is the 100% green premium showing the October rate drop and then just a flat line across January's rate drop. So the total effect of these changes would be doing the 5%, and the proposal today would be doing the 5% cost reduction strategies, maintaining those current generation rates, and then using our rate stability funds, otherwise known as reserves, for the remaining $3 million and balancing the budget. This just shows a reserve forecast if we maintain status quo versus the proposed scenario. The yellow line is our reserve target based on expenditures and the city's reserve policy. Red is status quo. So again, not changing the policy and not taking budget reductions. And you can see we go negative within the next year and a half. The proposed scenario keeps us right in line with our reserve target. We wanted to sanity check this proposal across other CCAs in Edison territory, and we were happy to find that we fall right in the middle of premiums for greener energy. Our neighbors, 3CE and Clean Power Alliance in the LA County, actually fall right on either side of us, so we felt good about that. And we are definitely not the highest. Lancaster at 47% premium is much higher. But we seem to be right in the ballpark of reasonable rates for greener energy. The next step is in October. We do anticipate that overcollection to fall off the bills and rates will go up in Edison, so that'll be a good time for us to adjust this rate premium down. And we will continue to assess the pro forma with our primary goal being to reduce that premium for customers. Additionally, and this will be a longer process, staff will begin looking at decoupling our rates from Edison's rates. Currently, we are so reactive to their market forces and we have really different impacts. And so decoupling those rates would mean we would just do our cost of service and would have more stability for our customers. And with that, our recommendation is that you approve or adopt this council.
All right, very good. Questions from Ms. Parendell? Everybody's a little sleepy, huh? Oh, there's Mike Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you remind me or tell me of the city ratepayers, what percentage are pure Edison, what Green Start, what 100% green are?
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. Yes, so we have about a 95% participation rate at the 100% green,
Okay.
about 0.5% at Green Start, and the remainder have opted out or were not eligible.
So that's 4.5, right? Give or take? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm embarrassed now to tell you where I am. But so isn't the 100% green in theory from start subsidizing the Green Start? Sort of, kind of, right?
Yes, sort of, mostly because we match that rate for our care customers too.
And
But yes.
so I'll admit it, that's me, okay? But isn't it time to start having the Me's of the world pay a little bit more than the Edisons to get the commitment from you of 100% green, whatever it is, whatever Green Start gives me? I'm sorry.
And Councilmember Jordan, are you suggesting that we should have a premium on Green Start?
Yeah, well, I'm asking if that's a consideration. So, so frankly, just whatever, it's only 8:15. You know, my worry was always exactly what you're saying. Oh my God, 17, where we committed to 0, and we got to go to 17, we got to come back down to 8, we got to go to 30, whatever. I saw that as really volatile, and sure enough, maybe it is, but I'm helping contribute to that volatility by just being a mimic of Edison's rates, even though I'm getting the benefit of buying some green karma, right? And so is it time to start looking as part of the strategy to nudge those people, or is the 0.5 just such a small group that there's no return on the misery?
That's exactly right, Councilmember Jordan. There's just not enough of those customers
Okay.
to make a difference. That is where that decoupling and doing cost of service would make a lot more sense. And everybody
Okay.
would be paying their share.
Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Is this comments also, or anything goes?
knock yourself
Anything goes.
The crowd's going to be fine.
Well, I guess it's something that Councilmember Jordan just asked. It did make me think about that. So it's say 1.1 million, and what, they're over 90,000 residents. So it's like $12 per resident for the year. Is that what we're looking at?
The 1.1, are you talking about the nuclear allocation?
The nuclear allocation,
Okay, yes.
sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Sneddon. So that we have 45,000 customers.
Okay, so it's spread across.
And each one uses a different load, and it's based on load.
Okay, so what would be the per customer range?
I have not done that calculation, so I would have to come back to you.
Okay, that's okay. So I'll just make my comments. I've really struggled with this, and I really appreciate the extra time you've taken with me, Ms. Parento. I really believe in this clean energy program, and as you know, one of the reasons is because I believe in the choice that it gives us. I really don't like that at the governor level, it was decided to continue with Diablo Canyon nuclear power, which I am fundamentally opposed to. And I especially don't like that at the governor level was decided to force our ratepayers to pay for this without choice, and especially when we've really prioritized choice and the choices we want to make with our energy choices. I understand the residents are paying this, and as you explained to me so well, that times are hard, and we really need to be looking out for our ratepayers. I just, on a personal level, just in protest to the loss of choice that our residents are having, and because I fundamentally oppose participation in Diablo Canyon, I'm just going to abstain from this vote. I don't want to vote no, but I just can't vote yes, and I appreciate what a good steward you are of the public funds, and of course our residents are already paying for this. I'm just, it's a protest vote that I really do not think that our residents should be forced to pay for power they're not choosing. So thank you.
All right, well, as you mentioned in your presentation, we don't always have control of whatever kind of electrons are coming through the line at any given time, as selected by the PUC. And as we go forward and discover the kind of the flaws in the battery technology that's going to store our solar, and wind is having its troubles with the sustainability over an 11 or 12-year period, nuclear is probably going to be part of the future. So like you said, right now it's an accounting exercise more than a practical application. But I think we're going to have to be flexible. I don't think we can sit our feet in the sand. So for me, I appreciate the calculus you went through to get to your staff recommendation, because I think for right now, it's the best we can do. If nobody else has a comment, I think we can move to a motion if somebody wants to do that.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, did you ask for public comment on this
Do we have
item?
public comment?
I don't think there
I know
is
we don't
any,
have any
but-
online, but.
Mr. Mayor, no
Already
public comment
cheated.
online.
I asked the clerk of mine, so, but you're right, I've got to ask. Anybody? No. Okay. All right, with that, Mr. Friedman.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Moved by Friedman,
Second.
second by Harmon. Very good. May we have the vote, please?
Yes, this is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for the recommended action.
Thank you. Passes 6-1, Commissioner Sneddon abstaining. All right, with that, if we have any council member engagements. You do? Oh, hot dog. Oh, everybody's got one. Holy smokes. I'm going to let Kristen go first since you talk first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Let's see. I attended the Downtown Santa Barbara Awards, as did, I think, probably all of us. Attended a food and beverage committee meeting with Bob Stout and restaurant owners. Attended a Black Culture House event at the Faulkner Gallery. Ms. Chisholm, Unbought and Unbound. It was great. Chamber of Commerce Award Gala, and then the Toba Sister City New Year's dinner, and it was great to see fellow travelers, and it's a really robust program, and the applications will be open for the exchange program. So if you have a junior high student and you're looking to do the Toba City Exchange, applications are open.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Elected Leaders Forum on housing and homelessness. Also attended several meetings at La Casa de la Raza about our immigrant crisis. Attended the Way High Sister City's 30th anniversary luncheon. That was really fun. Attended the Cox Artist Celebration at the Westside Boys and Girls Club. The Downtown Business Association's annual breakfast. The Chamber's quarterly government affairs meeting. Attended the Arts Advisory Council, the Youth Making Change award ceremony. I also attended the Access Advisory Council meeting. TVSB's 50th anniversary at the Arlington. The Chamber of Commerce annual gala at the Hilton. Attended the neighborhood cleanup on the west side, which is really well attended. Neighborhood walks through Chapala Street. I also got to judge the Isla Vista Battle of the Bands, so that was really fun. Yeah. And then attended the youth council meeting last night.
Mr. Friedman.
I attended the Chamber Annual Business Awards, the Coastal Commission Local Government Working Group that I'm a member of, and then also the open house hosted by the developers of the Sears property, which was hosted, and they went over the proposal for what the project is going to be at the Sears of approximately 450 units or so out there. And yeah, it was an interesting project, and more to come on that.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended the quarterly Chamber's Public Policy Government Affairs meeting. Also attended Partners in Housing. They had a like pancakes for housing event last Friday. I also attended the Chamber's Awards Gala and annual membership meeting. And that's it for now. Yeah.
All right, very good. If there's nothing further, we are adjourned until next Tuesday.